Okay, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Hi. Let me adjust my thing. I'm a little wonky today, gang. A little wonky. I apologize, right? But here we are. We're gonna get into it. There is a lot that is happening in the world. Look, I do this all the time, right? I make a plan. Like, hey, I want to go live today. I want to do some content today. Let's plan some subjects that we could talk about. And I wake up, check the news. Iran shooting 400 ballistic missiles at Israel. The Dockworkers union is going on strike. I did plan to watch a VP debate, so I can't blame that on breaking news and stuff, right? But man, a lot to discuss. Yesterday's show went fantastically, I think, at least from my perspective. I thought it was a very good show. We had a very good discussion. We had a very good talk about the, men's and women's issues in the hurricane. But I wanted to talk about the Iran conflict, the Iran-Israel conflict first. Mr. Wise Guy Plays says, why not stream in 2K instead of 1080p? Look, you know what? You buy me a better webcam, and I will stream on a better webcam. My webcam's a HD Logitech 1080p. That's what I got, right? When did Warhammer, Conservative Liberalism says, when did Warhammer 40k Nakba your blue transformer? He's still here, right? He's still hiding in the background. I'm looking to change my setup, right? This is a bookcase, and I'm thinking of like switching it around so I could showcase some of the books that I like and stuff like that. I was messing with it before the stream, but I was like, you know what? I can't decide. I have a bit of a analysis paralysis when it comes to these things, okay? I get stuck with making certain decisions, right? And so I am currently in that stage with my setup. And so things will plod along, continue along as they are, with only minor changes for now, right? But yeah, I'm getting into 40k again. I was into fantasy for a long time, but I've officially started a 40k army, right? Get some Sisters of Battle going. So I got the rule book, the codex, the data cards, right? And as I get models painted up and stuff, we might showcase some of those. We'll see. We'll see how it goes, right? How's everyone doing today? First of all, how are you all? Woke CIA drone pilot says based Iran, Israel's looking weak as fuck. We're gonna talk about that, but gonna give a minute for everyone to kind of get in here. I know it's not even 6 o'clock yet, right? So I usually go live at 6. Let me give you a rundown of what I plan to do tonight, and then we can go from there, right? So first, we are going to be talking about the Israel and Iran conflict. I have some videos sent to me from people who live in Israel, right? That we can look at, that we can watch, of some of the fireworks, right, that have gone on. I'm not going to show. I've also seen a video of that poor Palestinian guy who got conked on the head, who got squished basically by a shot down missile. I'm not going to show that though. That's uncouth, right? Mr. Wise Guy Play says for $2, I would recommend the Elgato 4K webcam. $2 closer. Thank you. I'm not a tech guy, so seriously, if you guys have recommendations for different equipment, I will keep that in mind when I upgrade, when I get the money to upgrade, right? And thank you for the $2. I really do appreciate you. So that's what we're going to be focusing on first. I also want to go over the dock strike stuff because I think that is going to be a lot more impactful than people realize. And I'm not sure that the Dockworkers union in this case, I'm not sure the demands are entirely reasonable. I've looked into some of their demands. We're gonna talk about it. Like, they don't want automation in the docking industry. I get it, but it's not a reasonable demand. If we want to compete at a global stage, we need automation. Automation's the future, right? a lot of these dock workers and other hard labor jobs engage in this back-breaking labor, literally like back-breaking labor. It really puts a toll on your body, right? Automation fixes that problem. It does create more problems. There are other problems that come up, but we can deal with those too, right? But much like there was a transition period when loggers started using power tools or farmers started using huge amounts of automated equipment in farming, yes, there's going to be some pinch, but overall, that's progress, baby. And that's good. Honestly, we want automation in a lot of things, right? We also want to take care of those people who lose their jobs because of automation. We need both. We need strong social safety nets for these people. Universal basic income is a good thing, okay? It really is. But we can't let Luddites hold us hostage, right? We need automation in life, right? Automation is largely good. We're not talking AI art and things like that. This isn't art. This is manual labor. This is what AI should be made for. This is what automation is made for, right? Helping with labor, things like that. But we're going to go over it. We're going to talk about it. It'll be great. It'll be fun. Hold on. Someone is banned and shouldn't have been banned. Give me a second. Let me see if I can't unban them real quick. Because I remember this guy asked me to unban him, and I was like, yeah, because I didn't want him banned, right? Give me a second. Hold your horses, gang, and then we'll get into the Iran stuff. I'll start with that. But give me a moment. Let me see. No, activity, is it community? Where's my ban list? Hold up. You know, this guy may be fucked because I can't find where my bans are. Settings, moderation, here we go. Banned chatters. Okay, I don't have very many. There's a few. And unban. Unbanned, buddy. There you go. Just for you. Unbanned. Great. We did it. All of us together. Sorry about that. Are you rebranding as a Warhammer streamer? No. I'm still gonna do politics and stuff. I just think they look cool. Okay. That's all we're doing today. But let's get into it. Let's start the discussion. It's 6:01. Here we go. So, do you guys want to start with the Dockworkers stuff or do you want to start with the Iran stuff? Up to you. Let's start a little with the Dockworker stuff. We'll switch between them. Here's an interesting video, okay? This is from the chief negotiator for the International Longshoremen Association, the Dockworkers, that went on strike today, okay? Let's see what he has to say, and let's get into it. Cool? Cool. Okay, ignore the editorializing. And let me know if you can hear this.
But today's world, it's changing into the future. They're not making millions no more. They're making billions. And they're spending it fast as they make it. I want a piece of that for my men, because when they made their most money was during COVID. When my men had to go to work on those piers, every single day when everybody stayed home and went to work. Not my men. They died out there with the virus. We all got sick with the virus. We kept them going. From Canada to Maine to Texas, Great Lakes, Puerto Rico, now the Bahamas, everybody went to work during COVID. Nobody stayed home. Well, I want to be compensated for that. I'm not asking for the world. They know what I want. They know what I want. And if they don't, well, then I have to go into the street and we have to fight for what we rightfully deserve.
Okay, just a pause here, right? So they're asking for wage increases to the tune of about 5% a year. Longshoremen, dock workers, at least in the union, they make about $30 an hour, $34 an hour, right? Right? The average. Obviously, the newer guys make a little less, and the experienced veterans make a little more, right? But that's generally the salary here. Okay. I'm not entirely against wanting better wages, right? Wanting better compensation, things like that. That's fine, right? But there's other demands that this guy has, right? Such as, again, we talked about it, the no automation, that is simply a no-go in these things. But let's keep looking. Let's keep watching what he has to say.
These people today don't know what a strike is.
Right.
When my men hit the streets, from Maine to Texas, every single port will lock down. You know what's going to happen? I'll tell you. First week, be all over the news every night, boom, boom. Second week, guys who sell cars can't sell cars because the cars ain't coming in off the ships. They get laid off. Third week, malls start closing down. They can't get the goods from China. They can't sell clothes. They can't do this. Everything in the United States comes on a ship. They go out of business. Construction workers get laid off because the materials aren't coming in. The steel's not coming in. The lumber's not coming in. They lose their job. Everybody's hating the longshoremen now because now they realize how important our jobs are.
We've always realized this. I mean, logistics chains are huge, especially economically, right? This isn't new. This isn't suddenly the world is waking up to how important they are. No. But yeah, he's not incorrect here. When the docks shut down and we stop having imports from other countries, we lose a lot of resources. For better or worse, we are globally interconnected with a lot of different supply chains that are global in nature, right? And to be clear, the ports that this guy runs, or this guy represents, I should say, are all along the East Coast, right? From Maine to Texas. There's dozens of ports, right, that this guy oversees, or this guy represents. Y'all remember when we talked about that hurricane stuff yesterday and how they desperately need resources and supplies? Not a logistics expert, but I'd imagine going on strike in those ports being shut down, basically, that's not going to help the situation there. So yeah, this strike is a big deal. It's pretty huge. So he's not wrong when he says like the impact here, and this is going to be kind of a stranglehold on the economy, the U.S. economy, if this continues for an elongated period of time. But let's see what else he has to say.
Now I have the president screaming at me, "I'm putting a Taft-Hartley on you." Go ahead.
Taft-Hartley, gang, for those of you who don't know, it's a thing where the government can force certain workers to work for 90 days. It could break up a strike, but it only lasts for about 90 days. Okay? And so after those 90 days is up for I think they call it like a cooling off period or something. Nothing the government can do at least unless they pull a Reagan, right? You guys remember the Reagan strike, the TSA strike back in the 80s when Reagan was in charge? They were also a hugely important union, a lot of hugely important workers, right? They would air traffic control, basically, is what they were. Not TSA, excuse me, right? They were air traffic controllers. Super important job. A lot of logistics goes through the air. They pulled a strike. Reagan fired them all and replaced them. I mean, that's something that can happen, right? But let's keep listening.
Taft-Hartley means I have to go back to work for 90 days. That's a cooling off period. Do you think when I go back for 90 days, those men are going to go to work on that pier? It's going to cost the companies money to pay their salaries. Well, they went from 30 moves an hour maybe to 8. They're going to be like this. Who's going to win here in the long run? You're better off sitting down and let's get a contract and let's move on with this world. And in today's world, I'll cripple you. I will cripple you, and you have no idea what that means.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. This is a huge deal. This is a huge thing. The dock workers going on strike is, depending on how long this lasts, it could be devastating. Be devastating to the economy, right? And it's interesting that they do so this close to the election. I don't know if it's designed to put extra pressure on the people making these decisions, the politicians that are that have interests in such things, but it absolutely does, right? It absolutely does have, because he's right. It's something that the president would get involved in, right? It affects the health of the nation. So I guess I just ask everyone, right? Because Biden's already said he's not going to invoke the Taft-Hartley Act. He said he won't. He said that this is collective bargaining and that he's going to let it play out, right? And that the unions, or the union in this case, and the companies need to come to agreement on their own, and he's not going to get involved. What do we think of that? Do we think that's wise? At what point, if any, should the president get involved in these things? What do you guys think? Drow Slayer QC says Ukraine versus Russia war has more impact on the economy than a dock worker strike? I don't think you know exactly what will happen, right? Like when we aren't getting the ports aren't moving resources from them into the economy as a whole, that's going to be a very bad time for everyone involved. The Ukraine and Russia war does have an impact on the economy, certainly, right? But nothing as direct as this would. Again, it really depends on how long the strike goes on, right? And how the government responds and how the companies respond. It's possible, again, it's possible that at some point the companies just fire them all and replace them, right? And say, okay, fine, you're going on strike, we'll just get scabs and we'll get people to do your job. Or they'll install automation. They'll use this opportunity to install more automation. It's possible. But I don't know. It's a big deal. And again, this is during a disaster situation. Remember, North Carolina, or the Carolinas, Georgia, Alabama, all that places, they're still in a state of disaster because of the hurricane. And now I don't know the exact logistics trains for FEMA and things like that. I don't know the logistics plans and things like that, but I can't imagine that this helps the situation. Vigilante says, letting it play out is the wrong decision. This is the first strike I've seen in my lifetime that I disagree with. This is greed bullshit. Yeah, like these dock workers make a lot of money, right? They're not like going broke, right? This longshoreman guy is pulling in $164K a year, okay? The guy we just saw with his gold chains and his Rolex and all that shit. Like, they ain't struggling. That doesn't mean that they might not have issues that they want to address and they want to deal with. That's fair. But at a certain point, like, you got to take into account the health of the nation, right? The health of the nation as a whole. And these are vital. These are like our blood vessels, okay? Think of the American economy like a body, okay? You have major arteries that feed blood to the places that they need to go. The ports are like our major arteries, right? There are others, airports, things like that, highways, or the vessels they go through, but the ports are the entryways. And again, because we got a lot of our stuff imported from various countries, if they go down, it's going to be a problem, right? And here's the thing, like, people will say, well, aren't you a progressive? Aren't you a lefty? I'm not a lefty, I'm a Democrat, and I am kind of progressive. But there are not, just because something is a union does not make it necessarily good. Look at the police union, for example. I don't support that. That's a union, but it's not one I support. I think it's caused a lot of problems that could have been solved had it not been for their interference. I'm not ACAB either by any means, right? I think the police are good in general. They do bad things sometimes. But I think the police union fucks that shit up, right? It makes it harder to correct problems in that sector. Kinetic Paw says this is reminiscent of the air traffic controller strike. They're getting most of their demands, but are holding out for more, and what they would get is far in excess of median workers. Yeah, and like the air traffic controllers, there will probably be a point where they simply just get replaced. Here's the deal with the world, ladies and gentlemen. You're not irreplaceable. Maybe to your mom or your dad or your loved one, your wife, your husband, whatever. Fair. But to the economy? Nah, baby. You're a fungible commodity. There is no worker, there is no position that cannot be filled by someone else. Not even the fucking president of the United States. That's a fungible position. You're a fungible commodity. You are. And it's sad to think about. But it's just the truth, okay? Corwin Chelway says the ATCs got replaced. Yeah, back in the 80s. The air traffic controllers went on strike. It was like a huge strike, and most of them got fired and just replaced. Yeah. Reagan did it. It was one of Reagan's, one of his ways that he really destroyed and gutted the powers of the union, right? Look at, there was a, what was it? The train strike? What was it? I forget the union, what their name was, but this was just last year, a couple of years ago. The railway workers went on strike. That was dealt with pretty handily by Biden administration. So again, some unions are good. Sometimes unions are important. Unions are a tool. And like any tool, tools can be used for good or for ill. It's not the tool, it's what they're building with the tool. Okay? So unions are an important tool. We do need to protect unions in general. But as any tool, if they're building something that's going to hurt us, well, we need to take action. What that action should be, I'm not sure at this point, right? Drousler QC says you need public support to go on strike for a long period of time. In general, but remember, these people aren't like, they're not like lower class. They're making a buck, right? They've been making a lot of money, right? Especially right during COVID. So it's likely, right, that these people have nest eggs that they can rely on, right? So the reason like Walmart, it's hard for lower class workers to go on strike is because they don't have a backup plan. They don't have support, right? They're going to go hungry, right? The dock workers in question here aren't in that situation, right? And especially if this was a planned event, if this is, which it almost assuredly was, they've probably been saving up for a few months, knowing that this was going to happen, right? So the question becomes, which can it's a marathon, right? It's an endurance contest. Who can hold out the longest, right? The individual workers or the company? And in this case, the American economy. Now, keep in mind as well, there are other factors at play. The election's coming up in November. And when this starts to sting, if this goes on, when this starts to sting, you're going to have politicians be incentivized to do something about it. What will that look like? So that's another monkey wrench in this whole thing that you have to look into. Mr. Wise Guy Play says, you can argue that what they're doing is only for greed, but we don't actually see what they're striking in the first place. Why they're striking? Well, they tell us why they're striking, right? They tell us what they want. Again, their demands are better wages, better compensation, and no automation. Schwango for $5. Work construction and the labor union is awful for the industry. They essentially price fix labor with the state and make it worse for new companies. Can't speak to it. I'll take your word for it. I've never worked in construction in my life. Kinetic Pause says, the public won't be favorable to a strike, causing supply chain issues at this point in the recovery. Like the ATC, they're overplaying their hand. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Though, to be clear, there is a type of person, right? A political-minded person who wants things to go worse in America. Who wants things to hurt, right? They want the chaos. They want the pain because they think that through this process, they can get what they want politically, right? That if the American people are hurting, they'll turn towards communism, right? At one point, right? They'll go towards the revolution, okay? The other way of thinking is, well, the election's on November, and people are going to blame the incumbent for the economy. So if we can make the economy bad, we can put out a bunch of ads saying Kamala caused this and give the win to Trump. Very possible, right? And all Trump would have to do is say, like, yeah, if I was president, I would make them go back to work. And so then you got to call that bluff, right? Kamala's got to do something. And what does she do, right? Does she pull a Reagan? Just fire these people? Or more correctly, does Biden, right? Or does she just let it go? Again, Biden's on record here. Biden says he doesn't believe in the Taft-Hartley Act, which, again, if you're just joining us, Taft-Hartley is something that allows the government to break up a strike for 90 days, right? Basically, it makes them, like certain types of workers, just go back to work for about 90 days, right? You know what? It might be helpful if we read that act, right? Let me get that up. You know, it would be helpful, right, if I had these things planned in advance, right? Boom, boom, boom. So let's Wikipedia. Let's be wiki warriors for today. Wiki warriors for today. Let's look it up. Let's see what it has to do. It is relevant to the discussion at hand, I promise. Right? We'll just go through it very briefly, and we'll see what it has. Cool? Cool. Let me adjust the little screen here so you can see it. Blip, blip. Okay. Hopefully you guys can read that. Let's get into it. The Labor Management Relations Act of 1947, better known as the Taft-Hartley Act, is a United States federal law that restricts the activities and power of labor unions. It was enacted by the 80th President of the United States, Harry S. Truman, and became law on 1947. So it's been out for a bit, okay? It was introduced in the aftermath of a major strike wave in 45 and 46. Though it was enacted by the Republican-controlled 80th Congress, the law received significant support from congressional Democrats, many of whom joined with their Republican colleagues in voting to override Truman's veto. The act continued to generate opposition after Truman left office, but it remains in effect. The Taft-Hartley Act amended the 1935 National Labor Relations Act, adding new restrictions on unions' actions and designated new union-specific unfair labor practices. Among the practices prohibited by the Taft-Hartley Act are jurisdictional strikes, wildcat strikes, solidarity or political strikes, secondary boycotts, secondary and mass picketing, closed shops, and monetary donations by unions to federal political campaigns. The amendments also allowed states to enact right-to-work laws, banning union shops. It was enacted during the early stages of the Cold War, and the law required union officers to sign non-communist affidavits with the government. Okay, so some of this is kind of wild, a little bit, right? But again, and I want people to realize this because this is important. This was enacted after there was a huge wave of strikes back in the 40s, right? Really impacted the American economy enough that the politicians got involved, right? The bigwigs got involved. They're like, okay, we can't have this. You think that's wrong? Is that wrong? Near goat. That's what Wiki's telling me. Are you saying this is all wrong? That this is fake news? That Wiki is incorrect? Oh, not talking to me. Carry on then. Okay, fair enough. But yeah, so here's the thing about overplaying your hand. Sometimes it can bite you in the fucking ass. As what happened with the major strikes, right? In order to make sure that that didn't happen again, that it didn't cause such chaos again, certain laws were passed that restricted the powers of unions. Some good, some bad, right? It was a mixed bag, okay? It's always been kind of like a political football in a way. And unions have always been a sore spot politically. Because here's the thing about unions. Republicans generally oppose unions. Democrats generally support unions to a point. Specific unions get widespread support. And specific unions, that's reversed. Those rules are reversed. Again, I gave you a big example of one, the police union. Republicans generally support that union. Democrats generally don't. So once again, unions are like a tool. They build things or they tear things down. And like any tool, it's neither good or bad, but it is important. Crystal clear, clearly crystal clear. I was on a 5-day watch streak. Thank you. Thank you for watching. And yeah, as people keep reminding me and keep people pointing out, one of the other big restrictions on union power came with Reagan when he demonstrated how the government can be involved in things like this. Intense Conflict says, I agree this strike will cause a dip, and I foresee the possibility of the whole butthurt, overpaid seniority union getting fired permanently and the stocks rebounding after. But there's always a possibility the current administration is a complete pushover and caves and gives them everything they want, and the dip becomes a canyon before the great boomer die-off. I don't know about the great boomer die-off, right? That part's a little sketch, buddy. But in general, I mean, yeah. It's possible. Who knows? Lobster and Finance says they are making a good case for automation. Cameraman 502 says, not this Republican. I hate police and teachers unions. Yeah, I'm speaking generally. There's always going to be outliers and things like that. And well, here, the mistake a lot of people make is to think, oh, you're a Democrat. I know every single one of your positions already. No, that's not true. Or, oh, you're a Republican. I know what you support, what you don't already. You're going to make mistakes, right? A lot of times you can be correct, right? Stereotypes are stereotypes for a reason. But it's always helpful not to assume too hard, right? Not to be so locked in on what you think you know that you can't adjust to new information. Just got here. Are we hating on unions? Not necessarily. I think unions are important. But I think that sometimes unions can do bad things. Unions can do hurtful things and harmful things. So again, this specific union, I think its demands are unreasonable. I'll be real. I think it's asking for something that it's an unreasonable ask. This isn't the Writers Guild where they're asking for no AI to make screenplays for art, right? This is dockworkers wanting there to be no automation in the docking industry. That's a non-starter. That's just not going to happen. Automation is how we compete. Automation is how we compete with, because the country that does not do automation will fall behind to the countries that do. And one of the reasons that America is able to be a world player, a world power like it is because of the massive strength of our economy. The massive strength, right? We are the 800-pound gorilla in the room because we make all the money. Cerna says this is capitalism. Sounds like they understand the incentives. So here's the thing. Like, again, we listened to that guy, the representative for the longshoremen union, right? He's correct. It's going to be devastating to the economy, at least at the beginning, right? But eventually, if we do not go to automation, we are going to lose economically, globally. And here's the thing. Automation is going to make our lives better, or it has that possibility, right? We can take back-breaking labor that takes hours and hours and hours, and we can reduce our need for people to engage in that kind of labor. Now, yes, this is going to have some short-term pinches while the transition takes place. But it's birthing pains, baby. We're into a new world. I don't know. Does anyone disagree with me on this? Does anyone think that automation's bad? Again, we're not taking AI art. We're not talking any of that. But I've thought, look, this is like the horse and buggy people striking so that the cars don't come in and take their jobs. It's like the farm hands, right, coming in and being mad about tractors. It's just going to happen, right? And you can either work to make that the progress, right? That this progress, this technological innovations that are happening, you can either fight against it and lose, right? And get steamrolled, or you can make sure that the impact is as least harmful as possible, right? That the impact on people's lives and livelihoods is cushioned, right? Because again, there is going to be some hurt here. There is going to be some pain. Let's see. Oh, Corwin Chelway says, my grandfather stood here and held this torch. My father did the same. This Edison guy is a real piece of shit. Again, look, this is why I also advocate not just for automation, right? But I ought to advocate for social security programs, such as universal basic income, and other social safety nets. Because again, as we transition to an automated economy and an automated workforce, there is going to be some pain here, right? And we do need to have some sympathy, some empathy for people who've worked their whole lives in an industry and suddenly find that they're not needed anymore. And that sucks. It does. It really does. But at the same time, we can't let temporary pain and the fear of temporary pain keep us from long-lasting betterment as a society, right? I think it's a good thing that we don't have to have hundreds of people toiling in the fucking fields every day doing farm labor work. And instead, we can feed whole fucking countries on a very, very small amount of manual labor workforce, okay? Agricultural industry has been a booming success in the field of technological innovation. And the fact that we can feed millions with the same effort that it took to feed thousands before, right? With the same manpower it took to feed thousands before, is nothing short of a technological miracle, right? It's amazingly good. It's amazingly helpful. Roll of the D says, the fight against automation seems to be less so the Luddite nonsense and more so a resistance to the obvious need to raise corporate tax rates? Possible. Prussian Menace says, we've only ever advanced when we were able to reduce the amount of effort it takes to do mandatory tasks. Social, political, and economic advancement is impossible otherwise. Well, yes, we need more time. Look, I want everyone to live in a world where the manual labor that they must do to survive is reduced, right? That the manual labor that a country needs to staff is minuscule, right? So that we can do other things with our lives. So we are no longer bound to doing the Sisyphean tasks of things that just a fucking robot can do for us. It's just better. Okay. But yes, the dock workers went on strike today. It is going to have a serious impact on the economy if it drags out too long. And I think that at some point, probably soon, either one or two things needs to happen. They need to come to a deal, end this, or we need to step in. And by we, I mean the government, and say, you can't hold us hostage like this. You can't hold the economy hostage like this. So we're just going to replace you. Again, it's not like these people are working for minimum wage. Average dock worker salary is about $80,000 a year. They're doing okay. They aren't, like, starving in the streets. And look, if all they wanted was a raise, that's one thing. But that's not all they want. So yeah, come to a compromise. They drop the automation bullshit. And we'll work with you on the pay rate stuff. I think that's reasonable. It's eminently reasonable. But if you have a hard line of no automation, yeah, just get out of here with that. We can't work with you. We need automation. Helps us keep us competitive. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Did you guys want to talk about the Iranian stuff? Let me see. Let me get this. Oh, here. Can I make this full screen? I can. Okay, so I was sent. Now, there's Twitter videos about this, right? But I was sent this. They said it was okay to share from someone who lives in Israel, right? So here's what the Israeli sky looked like today. Okay, let's see if we can see this here. It's a very short video, that one, right? Let me show you the other one I was sent. Go! Let's see it. Here we go.
Go! Go! Yo! 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 נפילה! לא מאמין! לא מאמין! לא מאמין! Go!
Damn, gang. Oh, big bad booty daddy, you're free to call in. The Discord, exclamation Discord. You're free to call in if you have questions for me. But you won't. And you know why you won't? Because you're a fucking coward who lies all the time and kind of just doesn't do anything, right? But you're free to call in and we will talk to you, right? If you want. Big booty daddy. Why does Twitch TV hate me? Says, show the unlucky Palestinian getting crushed by the Iranian missile. Well, there you go. Call in and you can ask me all the questions you'd like, and I'll give you all the answers you'd like. Jump on in. Jump on in. He's calling me a lying weasel piece of shit. I'm going to ask him what I lied about. I'm really curious. Right? But yes, I'm not going to show the guy who died. It's not cool. Oh, Risen again. Thank you for the 5 Wick TV memberships. I really appreciate you, buddy. Let me check my Discord, see if this little guy decides to call in. So we can't show the videos because I only have 2 screens here. But as soon as he jumps backstage, I'll pull him in and we'll have a discussion. And I'm really curious to see what I lied about. Hey, what's up, buddy? Can you hear me? Uh-oh. Hello? Hello? Hey, Portland, thank you for the tier 1 sub for 30 months. Portland is burning. You lying weasel piece of shit. How dare you? Also, what are we talking about? I don't know. I'm literally not sure what we're talking about. But, you know, it's fine to say I'm wrong or whatever. Okay. Everything is locked. Look, buddy. That dude just called in. Consider this an intelligence test. If you can't figure out how to call into my Discord show, then you don't get to talk to me. I've given you all the tools. They're all there. Once you figure it out, you can call in. But if you can't figure it out, then you're not worth my time. It's like a door with that push sign on it, and motherfucker's pulling his heart out, right? And the push sign's right there. Like, just pulling his fucking heart out. You know that old Far Side comic? And thank you for the 5 gifted Wick TV memberships from Risen, and 5 more. Look at you go. Thank you. Oh, it's vice versa. What, did I have it wrong? And it's a pull sign and the guy's pushing on the comic? Maybe, right? Look, I get mixed up on time to time with things like that, right? I might be very mild mental dyslexia, like very, very mild, right? But yeah, I'm waiting for you. Big Bad Booty Daddy, okay? What a fucking name, right? But whenever you want, doors wide open. You just got to figure out how to walk in. Oh, Ryzen is a different person. Can I call in and ask other questions on free speech? Yes, you can. If you'd like. But I want to talk about the Iran stuff real quick first, before you do. And while we're waiting on Big Bad Duty Daddy. Okay, Iran. Okay. Here, I see you, Ryzen. Don't worry. We'll get to you in a second. But I wanna put a pin in this, right? So, all day long, on my Twitter, I see, oh my God, it's World War III. Look at Iran. They're going to destroy Israel. They're coming in hot. You know how many people died during this strike? Because they sent 400 fucking ballistic missiles, okay? Huge. It's big. It's flashy. It did nothing. Big Booty Daddy, my fucking Discord is live. People can see when you jump in. We know you're lying. We can watch it. It's live. I'm too boomer to be able to stop people from seeing this. There is no one here. There's no one in my backstage. People, it's public. People can see it. People in my Discord can go look backstage and look and see that you're not there. Nor have you ever gone backstage. They can see it. My God. Anyway, regardless, you're distracting me. Iran. So Iran does this thing. And they've done it before, and they'll do it again. Here's my take on this. Iran doesn't want to fuck with Israel right now. Not directly. They'll do it weaselly, right? But they did this last time, too, that they had the big, huge retaliatory strike against Israel, right? And they do this all the time. Iran wants or doesn't want a direct escalation. They do not want that. So that they will do, but a lot of people in the region and a lot of Westerners, right, want them to do something, right? They're demanding that they do something. So in order to save face, they will perform a huge flashy attack, which does almost nothing, right? So they will let both Israel and America know beforehand. They'll do something like this. They'll be like, oh, you Israelis, you're going to get it now. At this time, along this route, we're going to send this many of this type of missiles. Sure hope no one stops us and intercepts it. Sure hope no one gets in our way. Sure hope nothing happens to those missiles because we super duper want them to destroy Israel. So we're going to send them all at this time, along this route, along these, and here are the specs on them. Please don't shoot them down. That would be totally bad. Yeah, they do that fucking shit all the time. And this is another example of that. They let Israel know in advance when they were coming, how they were coming, how many they were going to shoot down. And honestly, gang, I don't have evidence for this, but I suspect it, right? They probably negotiated with Israel. It's like, okay, where's some pre-approved targets we can target here? Give us a list and maybe let us get a couple big explosions. Move your guys out of there so no one's hurt, right? But maybe let us get a couple wins in here, right? Just to save face. They do this shit all the time. Like, all the time. It's a classic Iran move. I'm being retarded? How is that retarded? They do it. This is not the first time they've done it. Pronounce Prussian menace, it's pronounced Iran. Okay, maybe. You know, you could get rid of those ads. Why does Twitch TV hate me? You could get rid of them. It's possible. You just have to you just have to get it done. But yeah, okay, yeah. You got me, gang. I mispronounce Iran. It's true. I mispronounce Iran, whatever. Look, I'm terrible at pronouncing words. If you want to come at me for being very bad at pronouncing words, I got nothing. I got no defense. You'll just get me. Okay? You'll get me every time. Yeah. What's better, YouTube or Twitch? YouTube always. Thank you again. And Risen, if you want to call in now, now's the time, buddy. But yeah, that's my here thing. So I don't know if it will work, right? Because there is an element that I think of this that wants war, right? There is an element that wants the conflict to broaden on both sides, right? There's an element that are pro-Israel that want to see Israel get in a fight with Iran and win, right? And there's an element that's pro-Iran that wants Iran to get into a fight with Israel and clean its clock, right? They're those players. But at least for Iran, they don't want that. They don't want a direct fight. And so they'll do shit like this. That's flashy, that's loud, but nothing really happens. What is JMac saying? Also, not gonna lie, but Iran's barrage could have been worse. Appears they mostly sent over unguided bullshit. Yeah, it's ballistic missiles. So do you guys know the difference between a ballistic missile and a cruise missile? Class, Bueller, anyone? So cruise missiles are aerodynamically guided, right? Where they got the fins and shit, right? And they can kind of like change course in atmosphere, things like that. Ballistic missiles aren't that. Ballistic missiles are like a bullet almost, right? They don't operate in atmosphere, and they generally only have very limited guidance capabilities. They're basically shot like a gun, for lack of a better term, and they're supposed to hit on a target. Now, some are more accurate than others, right? And now there'll be there's different types, right? There's like short-range ballistic missiles. There's intercontinental ballistic missiles. There's theater ballistic missiles. There's several different types here, right? And they different styles will have a little bit different capabilities here. But in general, a ballistic missile is like a fire and forget, right? You lock on a target, you fire it, and it goes towards that target. There's not really any really guidance mid-flight. Maybe there's one mid-flight stage for adjustment or something, right? But it's rocket propelled, things like that. That's the difference. So what Iran did today is they sent 400 of these ballistic missiles, just shot them at Israel, okay? And they told everyone, right? They told the world when they were going to do it, the flight path of these missiles, right? And how many they were going to send. They wanted them shot down. I'm not going to lie here. They wanted them shot down. They didn't want it to be crazy. Prussian Menace says, also, ballistic missiles are mostly powered only on launch, while cruise missiles are fully powered flights. Yeah, there's other differences, right? I'm not here to give you a crash course in the differences in missiles. And to be clear, I'm not a huge expert in these, right? I have a generalist knowledge. That's it. But that's generally the difference. Okay? Ballistic missiles go fast, but you can't change course. Cruise missiles are slower, but they can be guided mid-flight. Latinier Goat says they successfully hit the Telnoff Air Base and Nevatim Air Base, which held F-35s. Did Israel agree to that? Maybe, or maybe not. Again, these missiles are not. Their accuracy is questionable. They have a margin of error, like a you know how wind and other conditions can kind of go off course a little bit. They have a margin of error of about a little over a kilometer. Okay, for the Americans in the class, right? America, that's a little less than a mile. Okay, that's a huge range where they could fall. These aren't the like super high tech, accurate pinpoint shit. They're just not. Why are you sorry, Risen? Get in here. If you wanna call in, go backstage. You've gone backstage. I've pulled you in. I know you can do it. You haven't failed like this big bad child molester guy, right? You can just jump on in, right? Why does Twitch TV hate me? Says Wick. Early report they ran you some domestically produced hypersonic. Maybe. It doesn't change the fact that they were ballistic. They could go really, really fast. But here's the thing about intercepting a missile. If you know the path that it's going to take and you know the type that it is, we have technology to intercept that. Easy. Do you know what a hypersonic ballistic missile is? Okay, why does Twitch TV? You are triggering me. But let's bring in White Ryzen again. I don't think you know what a hypersonic ballistic missile is. Okay. Unless you're saying that they were cruise missiles, in which case, then, you know, they're wrong. Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hello. Sorry, I've muted the stream.
All good?
Can you hear me?
Yes. What do you got for me, sir?
Oh, cool. All right. I've argued with you before on free speech, so I'm sorry if this is so off topic.
That's fine.
You've previously been like a strong proponent of almost free speech absolutionist.
Not quite, but close.
But is that still your position?
Yes, not quite free speech absolutist. I think that censorship is good in a couple cases, right? I think, for example, just to give you a clarity on my position here, I tend to agree with the restrictions on free speech that are baked into the First Amendment. I think those are generally the lines that I personally would draw. I generally agree with that.
Why do you rely on the First Amendment rather than a position you have yourself?
Well, there's no word. I don't feel the need to reinvent the wheel on this,
sorry.
And my my intuition tends to line up with that, right?
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, sorry. So awkward. I don't mean to attack you in any form.
No, you're fine, buddy. No, you can attack me a little. It's okay.
Okay. Well, fuck you and your flag.
Hell yeah. Let's do it.
Yeah. No, my big thing is that at the end of the day, you can't be super free speech while defending certain aspects of hate speech, and then not being supportive enough of free speech that lead towards violence against hate speech. Because from what I've seen, your position is, and I'm not across all the, like, I come and go from the drama and things, but from what I've seen, you have a strong position against accelerationists and things like that. You have a position that says there is no reason we should actively as leftists
advocate for revolution.
That kind of thing. Yeah. But also you say we shouldn't we shouldn't advocate for violence against Nazis, that kind of thing. Like we shouldn't advocate for like punching a Nazi.
Yeah,
Shouldn't be verbiage
I
that we
don't I
have,
don't think
that kind
that's a
of
good
thing.
idea. Yeah.
Yeah. And so my position is like I disagree because for me we should actively um have a distillation of like fear of promoting and producing and pushing neo-Nazi ideology and that kind of thing. And we shouldn't have the fear of like promoting and pushing like transgenderisms and things like that, which is kind of the opposite of what we currently have. Like, what we currently have is that like to push transgenderism is either cringe or like grooming. You know, it's kind of it's a bad thing, right? Like in certain aspects,
There are
we
some
have to
people
be
who
care.
say that, like when you say push
Yeah,
transgenderism, what do you mean? I think that people who
mm,
advocate for trans rights
okay,
should be able to do so.
yeah, okay.
That's good.
What's the hesitation when I say push for transgenderism? What's the
Well, I just don't know
hesitation?
what you mean because there's a lot of right-wing people who
What's the
would say
worst?
stuff like that. Oh, it
Sure,
means that they want to trans
exactly,
all the kids,
exactly,
right?
exactly, exactly. But any like pushback against neo-Nazism, we stand by free speech. Whereas, does it make sense? Am I making sense or am I insane?
I don't think you're insane, first of all.
Not yet. There's still time.
Watch the stream. You're gonna go there. No, but I think that let me explain why I have my position, and then you can contend
Yeah,
with that. Cool. So
please.
the reason that I am against punching Nazis in the face or people advocating for people to punch Nazis in the face is because well, there's a lot of reasons, but I'll give you the clearest one.
Yeah,
I don't think people are very good at deciding who's a Nazi. I think they're very
yeah,
bad at that. I think that they're very quick to call anything that they don't like, oh, you're just being a Nazi. And if we normalize it being okay to punch people with extreme political positions that we don't like in the face, you're going to have people who aren't Nazis going to hospitals with broken teeth and bloody noses all the time because someone thought for sure, some dumbass decided to take matters into their own hands and decide that someone who just happens to believe that unions are a bad thing gets punched in the face because that's Nazi ideology, right?
yeah. But but like there's a difference between the threat of promoting neo-Nazi ideology in that like if you promote it, you risk being attacked. Sure, you know. Whereas what we currently have is the concept that if you promote transgenderism, you're kind of in danger. Like if you push it too hard as a streamer and that kind of thing, you will be classified as like a trans streamer. You know, there are negative aspects of promoting
What's the
transgenderism.
danger to a streamer that you think? What streamer has been hurt or been banned because they've been a trans
No,
advocate?
no, no. I don't mean in terms of like actual like Twitch and YouTube won't ban you for it, but people will stop watching your streams because you'll be considered a trans streamer, kind of thing. Like it's there are negative connotations to what you do if you become a trans streamer, as opposed to we should promote the idea that if you want to be a neo-Nazi and you want to promote it in public, you should be scared to promote it in public.
I think that
It doesn't
if
mean we
you
should punch
if you are
everyone.
seen as a
Sorry.
Nazi streamer, you're going to get less views than if you're seen as a normal person.
You said like
For the most part,
why
there are
is Kick so
exceptions.
popular?
right?
Yeah, no, 100%. It's the
What like
what's
when
the
you say
term?
scared, what should they be in fear of their life?
No, not at all.
Okay.
But they should have a concept that promoting hateful rhetoric is a bad thing. They should be scared of promoting it in public because there should be repercussions. Whereas promoting inclusion and tolerance of others should be promoted. But what we currently have, in my opinion, is the fear of inclusion of trans and that kind of thing because it's cringe and or awkward or like try hard, etc. Whereas it's funny and edgy to be like neo-Nazi
Maybe
adjacent.
no, I get what you're trying to say here. I do.
Yeah,
I
sorry,
just
thank you.
I don't necessarily agree that we live in that culture. I don't think we live in a culture for
Yeah,
the
no,
most part
yeah, yep.
where people are scared to be trans inclusive. I
No,
don't
no,
think that's
these
a
are the
fear that most people
outskirts.
have. I'll bring
Yeah,
on trans people all day. You give me a trans person, I'll
yeah.
bring them on right now. I'm not
Well,
scared.
that's because
I ain't
you're
scared.
the
What's gonna happen to me?
Oh, bro, I'm fucking deleting your channel, bro.
No,
No,
I
but
got like
you know what I
I've had
mean.
lots of trans people on my stream. Like
No,
I
but
don't
but
like this isn't something that I'm ever scared of. The only time I've been
yeah,
scared to have someone on my stream was when they were like a neo-Nazi, like a literal neo-Nazi, right? Because
yeah.
I'm like, oh man,
Why?
I might get banned for this.
Yeah, why?
That's the culture you want is the culture we have.
So what I'm saying is I think you've cleared it up for me, and I appreciate it. Thank you. You've made me seem less insane than I probably am. But the point is, um, there is a limit of what we promote and access in the mainstream, and it's it's reversing from where it was 10 years ago. Like, you probably 10 years ago, you would have been like, it would have been better for you to promote trans streamers, that kind of thing. Whereas now it's a bit more, not for you, sorry, so much, but like it should be more hesitant because of the impact it could have on your stream, your content, and your channel and things like that. Whereas 10 years ago, it would have been like praised for look at promoting transgenderism, homosexuality, that kind of thing, and glorious beard with a flourish of grey. But now it's kind of that like, that's cringe. Leftism is more cringe than neo-Nazism, and it's try hard,
I
and
don't think
people
anything's more
should.
cringe than being a neo-Nazi. There might be something, but I can't think of it. Uh,
Like no,
what you're
no,
talking about,
no.
I think, is audience
Yeah,
capture.
sorry.
Sure, it's
Yeah.
audience capture. But that's always been a thing,
Mm,
right? Is when you get an audience who starts watching you because they think you're X, Y, or Z, right? They think that you have a perspective that's right wing or left wing or whatever. You become less and less able to adjust your position without a fear of an audience backlash. And so you get
okay.
stuck because you can't
Yeah.
change your mind on the, let's use Israel Palestine as an example to bring this back to the current world events, right? There are people who have made their they have blown up because of their coverage of Israel and Palestine. And their advocacy is either pro-Israel or pro-Palestine, right? Their audiences that they have gained from doing that will not let them have any other opinion. Because if they do, they'll lose their income. They'll abandon them. They can't have
Yeah.
a different opinion. So they're stuck. So no matter if the circumstances change and the side that they were rooting on starts to do some horrific shit, they can't really push on that because they will lose their
Yeah.
audience.
But okay, so what's your last big argument on free speech that you've had with anyone in the last like year?
The last big argument. I was against one of the laws that was, I'm not sure if it got passed or was attempted to be passed, on restricting the rights of, or making an anti-Semitism bill is basically what it was. So what it was is they wanted to limit the ability to say certain things on campuses and things like that. I thought that was a bad idea. Even though I am by no means a fan of these protests, these pro-Hamas protests or anything, I don't think that the government should be going in and stopping people, or the for that matter, the colleges should be firing people or something just for expressing an opinion on campus. I think that that's over the line. That's too far. And this bill just crossed the lines, and I didn't like it. I thought it was anti-free speech, and I said so, and I argued that. That was my big one.
Who disagreed with you on the left?
Brianna Wu disagreed with me, and a few others disagreed with me.
Oh, can someone fill me in on what the fuck is going on with Brianna Wu?
She's waking up. She's realizing that a lot of the people who she thought was allies are not her allies. That's the charitable version. The uncharitable version is she's grifting now. So pick your poison. Okay. Whether you like Wu or not, whether you think she's going cringe or based, you'll choose one of those narratives and you'll run with it. I personally think, I think it's more the first one, right? Where she's realizing, oh, there's some real fucking weirdos on my side, and I think she's overreacting in certain ways. But it's understandable.
I'll reserve thoughts. I think you have a good because you've got a better insight and position than I do.
I could be wrong.
I shouldn't make.
It's not like I can't mind read, right?
My position is that I guess I've consistently given her the benefit of the doubt for like 4 years that I've known her, and I don't think it's fair that I keep giving her the benefit of the doubt.
If you disagree with her, or anyone for that matter, you can you should feel free to strenuously and vigorously disagree. You should feel free to
sure, but how do I engage with someone like Brianna Wu? Like, I have attempted to talk with her a few times via Twitter, but I have to be so careful because I don't want to get blocked. Like, how do I engage without getting blocked? Like, how do I push my views?
Look, I think that Twitter, first of all, for a conversation, ain't it? That's not the venue. Okay, so first, right off the bat, okay, that's probably a bad idea. If you did have issues, I shouldn't
use slurs either. Okay,
call them slurs. That'll work. No, if you really want to engage with her and you want to talk with her and you want to have like a good faith discussion with her, you can do that. You just have to come correct. You have to. I don't now's probably not a good time in general because of the election, right? And what she's working on. But after the election, if you want, I can try and set up a conversation with you guys. Is that cool?
Well, I'd really appreciate that, and I'd be nothing but polite.
Yeah. Again, I can't do it before the election though because it's game time, brother.
No, because you're busy. You're rigging votes and whatnot.
True. We gotta steal. We gotta pack those ballots, right? Those ballot boxes. We gotta stuff them for Kamala.
No,
someone's gonna clip me and then call me like, "Look at you! You're trying to lie about the election. You're stealing it." Someone's gonna do that.
Rob Noor will be on and be like, "Oh, well,
it's not gonna be Rob Noor. Rob Noor and I disagree on a lot actually, but he's pretty fair to me usually.
Is he? Oh, okay.
You know who's gonna do it? It's the people like Big Bad Booty Daddy still modding in chat. It's gonna be people who are leftist, right? But what they are is they're just bullies, and they want a chance.
What I'm sick of dealing with is leftism that isn't really left, where it's all about like they're only left in terms of supporting Russia's invasion of Ukraine. They're only left when it comes to like bombing Hamas. They're only left when it comes to like saying we shouldn't vote for, Kamala Harris,
Kamala is what they call it,
Walz,
yeah. But
Kamala, sorry, yeah. Like, that's all the things that we should vote against and be against. And you're like, okay, so what do you support? And they're like, lefty stuff.
I don't know, man. Look, I think most politics is just, unfortunately, an excuse for people to be mean to people who are the wrong people. I think that's most of what politics has turned into. But thank you, sir, for calling in. I appreciate the
Oh, no, thank you. Sorry for that.
support.
And thanks very much.
Fine.
I appreciate it.
And I will talk to you later, buddy, okay?
Cheers.
What a gentleman, okay? The audio was a little rough, but that's okay. We don't mind, do we? The audio was a little rough, but it's okay. We don't mind. Cognitive dissonance says even a leftist is right once in a while. Here's another thing that there are people there are people who view the other side simply as an enemy, right? To be defeated in battle. But we forget that they're people. And risen again. Look at that gentleman giving me 10 more Wick TV memberships. Wonderful, grand. Big bad booty daddy. You're still going. You are intent on not letting me address this Israel-Iran stuff, huh? So big bad booty daddy, I'll read it out because he apparently can't get in. Okay. The channel is blocked. Is this you? Are you Rat Tail? I'll pull you in. Hello. Is this this big bad booty daddy?
No, it isn't. I'm sorry.
I thought it was. I thought you were. Like, there's all these people, like Big Bad Booty Daddy, saying that, oh, I can't get in. Your channels are all locked. So I'm like, okay, well, let's bring in people that are back there and see if it's him.
I think they might just be too stupid for it. I haven't been in chat. I just saw you were online a second ago and thought, yeah.
Yeah, it's remarkably easy to use my Discord. And if you can't,
it is,
you might have a mental disability. And you know what? I won't make fun of you too much, but I will a little if you keep mouthing off. But anyway.
Yeah, I see it as fairly easy.
Now that you're here, what do you have to say, sir?
Honestly, I gotta be honest. I wasn't really ready and prepared for this, but
then why did you jump backstage, buddy? You're not ready?
Good question. Good question.
If you come backstage, I'm gonna pull you in, right?
Last time I was ready and had something to say. I didn't get pulled up, so I don't know. So this time I just felt like. Right now, I guess you're up to the whole what is going on in Israel / with Iran and co. right now.
Iran and Israel, the Iranian strike on Israel, where they sent 400 ballistic missiles. Yes.
Yeah,
that's what we're talking about.
So that's what you're talking about.
We can talk about the Dockworkers stuff if you have opinions on that too, right?
Sure. I would start on the Israel thing. I think, you're mostly right that Iran doesn't want to escalate, so it's kind of like planting the idea of like, make sure before. At the same time, I still think it's fairly risky of them. I think it puts Biden under pressure. I think playing into that, it's right now election time, might help Iran, where it's like, okay, Biden can excuse not doing anything just on the basis saying, doing something right now would be a bad look just out of being an election. At the same time, it could also swing the other way, where Biden is like, oh shit, I'm in election time, and being strong against Iran might be something that show something. So I think it's a very risky situation. Yeah.
There's risk no matter what, because it is, and don't get me wrong, it is a very tense. There's a lot of Mideast tensions right now with the Hezbollah, Israel stuff, right? with the Gaza war, all that. It's huge tensions. The Houthis fucking around, right?
Yeah.
So there
Sure.
is risk to the region, and there is risk to Iran by doing this. As you said, the West, Biden specifically, could feel that he has to do something, right? Could feel
Mhm.
that he has to kind of signal his support for Israel, because that's the electoral winner, gang. Whether we like
Yeah.
it or not, whether you think that should be or shouldn't be, that's the electoral winner. Is to
Mhm.
be pro-Israel. Okay, it's just true. So yes, risky, but I think that in their calculations, there was a large risk to them losing regional support if they did nothing. If they were seen to have just letting Hezbollah's whole Nasrallah get sent to Allah, right, and just not do anything about it. There was huge risks of them losing the possibility, because Iran funds Hezbollah. Hezbollah is like Iran's little mini-me in a lot of ways, right?
Mhm. Sure.
They can't. They have other players in the region that they puppet, and if the other puppets see that they're not going to do anything when one of their other puppets gets takes out, it makes it harder for them to reestablish people in the regions to play those games that they like to play. And so they had to put on a show, basically. They had to make something big, loud, flashy that they could point to and say, look, we did all this. We did a huge, strong show of force. Those evil, Satan-worshipping Americans, they were the ones that stopped us. Israel, damn them. They're the ones that stopped us. If it wasn't for them, right, we would be able to do what we need to do, right? But we can't because they stopped us. Man, we just need some people to go in and really fight them, but we can't be seen to do it ourselves. So, hey, here's some money. Here's some weapons. Go have fun, right? So yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I would mostly agree with that. But I think they still had an option to do it in a softer way, where they don't themselves send ballistic rockets, even with a warning before. But like, I think like one part would have been like how giving like a far bigger sponsoring, like going in the way up, for example, where it's like supporting Hezbollah. Supporting Hezbollah in a way where it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna make sure you get a big shipment of all kind of devices, and you do a tech right now. So I feel like doing the tech themselves and deciding to use while
they couldn't really send
informing
anything
before.
to Hezbollah right now because the last shipment
Sure.
that they got was a bunch of pagers that went boom, right? And also
Yeah.
a lot of Hezbollah's
Sure.
leadership is just gone. It's just gone.
Yeah, sure.
Like they'll
Yeah,
probably
sure.
send in new leadership at some point, right? But right now, no,
It's
there's no way.
it's definitely difficult, but like I still feel like deciding to by themselves sending a barrage of ballistic missiles, and anybody who knows what that means, is like, even so they clearly made clear in the way that they told before how they would send them, so it was easy to intercept them, but the message was clear that it was like a higher attention. It wasn't drones again. It wasn't just a barrage of drones. It wasn't like a. I feel like that was a very risky thing to do because you
like,
don't know how
you're
Biden.
correct. It had risk to it, but the question would be, what is more risky, to do nothing or to do this? And you're right. They couldn't just do the same thing that they did last time, because last time also got destroyed and also failed, right? I don't know if you want to show that angle on the screen. That you're doing right now.
Good.
Fine if you do.
Oops, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's cool.
Yeah.
But I just don't want people accidentally. Okay. Oh, here's something that I wanted to talk about a little bit. This is something I've seen recently gain some traction, and I understand why it's gaining traction, but I still think it's just false, right? A lot of people are saying that Iran has nuclear weapons now, today.
No, they don't.
a lot of people say they do, that they're doing it in secret, that they won't let anyone know about it because they don't want the don't want to have to sign all the treaties, all that, right?
Yes, I think, of course, even if, like, once they have them, they will not directly portray them. I don't think that either, but I think we have enough knowledge and enough intelligence on them that we can fairly surely say right now they are still not having them. I wouldn't swear that once they have them that they would make it an open thing and like directly post it on the public stage. I think after a certain amount of months up to years they would, but even if they get them, they for sure would wait till they have a certain amount of inventory saved up and have it.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Here's the reason why I don't think that's true, right? Well, I agree with you that they don't have them now, right?
Mm-hmm.
The most effective use of nuclear weapons is that other people know you have nuclear weapons. It's why Israel oopsie whoopsied and let us know that they had nuclear weapons, even without like directly letting us know, right? They did the thing where they oops, I accidentally leaked it. I left it on the desk. Oh no, right?
Yeah,
It's like kind of the humble brag kind of thing that people do. Like, oh, I didn't mean to show you the price tag on my new Maserati, right? But oops, I just left the receipt out so you could see it, right?
Shit happens.
It's that kind of thing, right? Because there's the big benefit to nuclear weapons is no one fucks with you because you're a nuclear state, right? And
Absolutely,
so if you have a nuclear weapon, you again, there might be reasons that you don't come out publicly on your official channels and say we have nuclear weapons, though I still think that's probably the move, right? Because could you imagine the propaganda win as well in the region? Like the propaganda win of a nuclear armed Iran is huge, right? It's huge for a lot of reasons. So there might, again, people might be right that they wouldn't come out and publicly say it directly, but they would find a way to let everyone know. And it wouldn't be people on Twitter, right? This wouldn't be a Twitter leak, right? They would find a way for people to understand that you can't fuck with them anymore because now they got a nuke.
Partly I would agree, but even there, I would still say like once they have them, they would wait till they have inventory because they know like already it's fairly sure that all the other intelligence services gonna find out. And if they are able somehow to do it without the other intelligence services already knowing it, their best chance is to keep it below radar till they have a certain inventory. Because if they let it out when they have one and nobody else knew before, and the US and everybody knows, oh, they have 1 or 2 or even 10, that means the risk of Iran is so big. That means for America and all the other big powers, okay, now we gotta step in because with 10 we can still deal with that. We can with our intelligence.
Why are we doing that with
fairly
North
high
Korea?
chance? Good question at this point, but at this point, it's far bigger. And the big problem with North Korea is that it has China as a protective. And we don't want to fuck off China. The big problem with North Korea, I would say, is China. Iran doesn't have China. China wouldn't back up Iran.
Russia might.
Now they might, yeah. But that's just a recent, that's why, yeah, I would agree. Maybe now that starts to change, but that's like a recent development with Russia.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Definitely. It's
fairly recent.
It's a question to ask. It's a question to ask. It's
okay, here's a question for you.
I didn't think about it.
Here's a question for you because we got a little bit of a line now, and I want to get this question out.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. Why are you apologizing? You came in. You talked.
All good.
You're great.
Love it.
What should Israel do, if anything, in response to this?
In response to this, if at all, it must be like not if at all, like they definitely have to. But the point is being it must be very targeted to not
Like, give me an example. Do
anger.
you think that they should knock out some of the nuclear the silos or the tech they got? Should they do a strike on those? Should they do a strike
like
on any in general? What are we talking about here?
something like I'm fairly sure they have fairly good with their intelligence, very good data on their uranium facilities, the facilities that are
enrichment facilities. Yep.
Enrichment facilities,
stuff, right?
And like do a strike on that.
Fair
Do a
enough.
strike on something like that. In a way, yeah, where you can be sure. So that's a fairly big attack on them that shows a clear sign. At the same time, it's not going against high members because, like, yeah, fairly rarely, yeah.
Gotcha. Well, thank you for calling in, Mr.
All right.
Rattail. I'm glad
Loved
that you were
it,
able to figure
and
out, and I'll see you later, buddy.
have a good night.
Good night. Mooncake, nice to see you. Welcome to the stream. I don't know if he was Canadian. He didn't sound Canadian. Did he sound Canadian to you? Didn't sound Canadian to me. Hello, you're live.
Hello, hey, I'm live.
Yeah, what do you got?
Oh, awesome. Well, let me just say I'm a long time caller, first time listener. I'm happy to be here. And I just wanted to go over 2 points.
Waiting. Well, you know what? He's gonna do the thing. Okay. He's gonna do the thing where he probably shows gay porn or something. So, gonna move him out. Oh, do we know Tornado Kane? Is he someone we know? If chat says it's okay, why would he do that? Because people do that all the time on my stream. Oh, he is a troll? So he might? Okay, fair enough. And the reason I thought he would is because he had a long pause between the points as if he was getting ready to get his little K porn on the stream, right? And try to show that and try to get the stream shut down. He had a long pause. Or he would do the thing where you have like audio of someone blasting the N-word over and over again. If he was going to do it, he'd been ready. You'd think he'd be ready with those points. I'll let chat decide. If chat knows him and vouches for his authenticity, fair enough. I'll pull him back. Okay. Twitch chat. Some of you seem to know him. Once, if we trust this guy. Two, if we think he's going to toss. Okay? Once, if we trust him. Two, if we think he's going to toss. Okay, we see some twos. Okay, Tornado, come on back. Oh, wait. YouTube doesn't trust him. Twitch trusts him. I'll risk it for the biscuit. Okay, Tornado. Come on back. Come on back. I'll let you get your points out. He's trustworthy? Okay. Come on back. I'm just a little gun shy, right? Because we had 2 streams in the last month where we had someone scream the N-word, okay? Okay, chat has vouched for you. You are not a toss threat. So.
Well, yeah, no, I've been on stream many times. I never said a slur directed to anyone other than white people. So.
You still can't say a couple of those on Twitch, but yeah.
Oh no, they're really, really, they're really obscure.
Okay.
Poor bit for us there.
Fair enough. Just wanted to make sure that, like, because we had like 2 weeks ago, we had this guy like to show this like straight up gay porn on my stream, and I was like, okay. So.
That's crazy. I don't even own any gay porn. That's crazy, right?
Weird. And he streamed like fuck Ukraine, we love Russia and stuff. Anyway, but
oh, that's crazy. I thought they.
What do you got? You have 2 points. I apologize for not trusting you, but we were a little gun shy.
Okay, it's
so
all right. All right. The first point was that I was really fired up there at first, but I lost some wind in my sails. But I think you're being really unfair to Big Bad. You can call names, but calling him a child molester, that's a bit far, don't you think?
I'm okay with it.
No, you don't want to walk it back or anything?
I mean, like, look, there's a certain point where if people are just going to talk shit and make shit up, then sure, let's make shit up. Okay.
Okay.
All
right,
sure.
Fair enough.
We're going to make shit up. Let's make shit up.
I mean, I do the same thing on Twitter, so
yeah.
Completely
We're
fair.
going to make shit up. Let's make shit up.
Yeah. All right. My next point, are you all right with PV questions anymore?
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm always been open.
Cool.
I've never at any point stopped anyone from asking me a question on PV. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So, you mentioned you got paid by PV, right?
Still get paid.
I believe
yes. I'm on contract.
Okay. On contract. Okay, was that like a check? Did it actually say progressive victory?
It's this acronym thing. I couldn't give you the specific details unless I pulled up a check on my.
Was it an LLC?
I don't remember.
Okay, but didn't say progressive victory.
I've told people this before, right? I've answered these questions. I don't have the information in front of me. But
I agree. It's just that so with these political filings, everything's public. They don't have a super PAC. They're just a normal standard PAC. So they have to file every quarter, pretty much. And all those filings, all those streamers that they paid are essentially like not on the book. So it's a little suspect. Not that you like.
That's above my pay grade, buddy. I don't make the filing decisions. You'll have to bring it up with them. If they're doing, hold on, I'll tell you this. If they're doing something illegal, file a report.
It has nothing to do with you.
Down.
You're getting paid. That's not you.
Yeah.
That's them. So that's one thing.
If you think you got information that shows that they're doing fraud, bring it up with the relevant authorities. I can't help you.
Okay. Well, would you mind just like DMing me maybe a check number and a date and like the number at the top?
I don't know about a check number, buddy. Right? I don't. What, you want to see my bank account too? I don't know about that.
No,
I can give you.
Maybe your social security number and maiden name, mother's maiden name.
I don't think I'm gonna do that. I'm not gonna lie, but yeah.
Okay, fair enough. If you do come across the check, if you could just like DM me, you're probably never gonna remember me. I'm Tornado King.
Remind me. I have Discord.
I'm the guy you kick.
You can add me as a friend and remind me. But no, I'm not gonna. I don't send you my the check number, buddy. But
all right, interesting. All right, well, I was just wondering. All right, thank you so much.
No problem. Is there anything else?
No, that's it. Tornado King top, Wick bottom.
Only for you, buddy. Okay. See, that's fine, right? I'm all okay with questions and things like that. If you, but yeah, like here's the thing, like if you're gonna go and you're gonna start spreading rumors about people or making shit up, just you've opened that box. You've opened that box. Now again, everyone knows I'm making it up. I'm telling you, I'm making it up. I'm making it up. I don't know. I don't know who this guy is. But yeah, if you're gonna throw around accusations, let's throw around accusations. Let's play. I have just as much evidence for mine as you have for yours. Let's play. Right? Let's go. But do we think Mr. Middleman says, do we think this Dockworker thing is gonna be a big or a nothing burger? Depends on how long it goes on. Once again, the docks, they're like the arteries of the economy in a lot of ways. One of the reasons we struck against the Houthis, remember back during the spring? Man, it feels like forever ago, huh? I wanted to say like a few years ago, but no, it was just this spring, right? When we did the attacks against the Houthis who were disrupting shipping lanes. Like, one of the reasons we did that was because of how important to our economy these shipping lanes are, how vital to our economic interests and to the world's economic interests that this trade deals go through, things like that. Super important. So yes, the dock workers strike, to be clear. Here, let me show you an image. Let me get you an image here. Give me a second. I want you to see the like impact of this, right? Like how large this is. Here, let me get this up for you guys. Let me make it a little bigger so you can read it here. But first, just look at this image. These are all the ports, right? The states and all the ports that are going to be affected by this strike. Okay, that's a huge swath of our coastline. This is how we get the resources. This is how you get your Walmart shit. This is how you get steel, cars, all sorts of things are coming in right here. Okay? 50,000 members of the International Longshoremen Association are on strike for the first time since 1977, stopping operations at the East and Gulf Coast ports of the United States, according to the Associated Press. The strike has disrupted the flow of many imports and exports, potentially making it one of the most significant work stoppages in decades. Dock workers began picketing shortly after their contract expired at midnight with no agreement in sight. There's a significant gap between the union's demands and the offer from the United States Maritime Alliance, which represents foreign-owned shipping lanes, terminal operators, and port authorities. The strike is expected to block the movement of a wide range of goods through nearly all cargo ports from Maine to Texas, including everything from toys to fresh fruit to furniture, clothing, household items, and European automobiles. Is it going to be a big deal? Yes. If it goes on long enough, yes. It's going to be a big deal. It's going to be pretty huge. Wolfglen asks, why not the West Coast? Bigger ports on the West Coast? They might not be unionized the same way. I don't know. I can't answer your question. I just don't know the answer. All right. Chiba Hawk says, pay those motherfuckers to get it over with. Look, if that's all they wanted, sure. If all they were asking for is a pay increase, okay, sure, why not? But their demands are a little more involved. They're asking for no automation in docks. And that's just not happening, I don't think. Mr. Middleman says, I think it's getting resolved by next week. Well, we'll see, right? Here's the thing. It can't go on too long because it will suffocate the economy. So it has to be resolved one way or another in weeks, not months, and preferably days, not weeks. Okay? If this goes on for a month, we're screwed. That's my take, gang. If this goes on for a month, we are fucked. I'm going to be real with you guys. I had 2 hours of content planned, and I should have had 3 because the debate isn't till 9, I think. Pretty sure. Does anyone know for sure? When is the vice presidential debate tonight? Debate scheduled. I think it's at 9 Eastern. Let me make sure that I am correct. How to watch, what time, etc. I don't need I can mute that. Yes, 9 p.m. Eastern today. Okay? It will live. We'll be watching it live, and then we'll do a what's it called? We'll do a react to it. Okay? We'll do a react. Flat Joseph asks, "What's your thoughts on the response to the hurricane in North Carolina?" Well, we've addressed that yesterday with Fairy Queen. I don't think, and here's the thing with this. Could more be done? Yes. Should more be done? Yes. But what that looks like, I don't know. Because at a certain point, you can only fix roads, fix infrastructure that's been damaged so quickly, right? You can't just push a button, send a bunch of money, and boom, things are back, right? If you want to get goods to the places that have been flooded, you have to fix the roads. You have to fix the power lines, the power center, the energy grid. You have to do a lot of infrastructure work. A lot of the states have declared a state of emergency. Biden has declared a federal state of emergency in a lot of these states, and he did it last week, Saturday, I think, maybe Friday night. The gears are turning. Will it be fast enough? I hope it will. It's a real big thing. Toby1 Kenobi says, "Watch Trump get elected and then destroy the Dockworkers Union." I mean, that's a possible thing. Tonight will be moderated, not by me, unfortunately, but by CBS Evening News anchor and managing editor Nora O'Donnell and Face the Nation moderators and CBS News chief foreign affairs correspondent Margaret Brennan. Do you guys know who those are? I don't. Josh says I was reading it's like $5 billion a day. $5 billion a day to what? That the economy will lose, or $5 billion a day in economic aid to the states? I missed the context here. I'm sorry. Weld QC John says, "When you or Rob Knorr going to do a Penn State collab? Whenever he invites me." Straight up, I'll collab with him. I have no problem. Tachyon Blue, "Do you plan on inviting any striking dock workers on? If you know a dock worker that wants to come and speak with me, I will absolutely host them and I will listen to them." Yes. Did you show my vid yet? Goat EZ, yes, I showed both your videos. Yeah, $5 billion a week, I think, is what they're losing in revenue. Izzy, do you want to come on and talk about the situation in Israel for a quick second and give an Israeli opinion on this? You're more than happy. You're more than free to. Just jump backstage. I'll pull you on, and you can tell us your thoughts as someone who's in the region. Intense Complex says, "I have never once watched ABC or CBS since maybe like being 12 years old or something. Seemed depression-paced." I don't know about depression-paced, but I don't know. I usually watch the big three. I watch CNN, I watch MSNBC, and I watch Fox. Those are the big three that I'll usually skim, okay, just to see what's being said. I don't always watch it, but if there's a story that's happening that I find interesting or I want to learn more about, I'll generally kind of see how each of those outlets are covering the story, because they usually cover the same stuff, right? If there's a big story, usually those three are covering it. Now, I also use aggregate sites to gather my news. So Real Clear Politics is one that I use. It aggregates a bunch of different articles from a bunch of different sources and kind of curates them and puts them in kind of a list. So news of the day kind of thing, right? And you can just kind of see what everyone's talking about. at least in these curated news sources and things like that. Izzy says that she'll come on in about 10 minutes. Okay, fair enough. In 10 minutes, we'll talk to Israel about this. Izzy about this. No, they're someone who lives in Israel right now. I don't think they're a dual citizen. But they currently live, work, eat, breathe in Israel, right? They're the ones who showed me the videos, right? They sent the videos to me. So, yeah. And they can give us kind of like a blow-by-blow of these things. Admiral Gibbs, are you still in my chat? Do you have thoughts on tonight, how tonight's going? How do we think tonight's going to go? I'm real curious. I'm real curious how people think that the debate will go. What do we think, gang? What are our thoughts here? Do we think that Vance is going to wipe the floor with Walz? Or do we think that Walz is going to call Vance a couch fucker? What's going to happen? Place your bets, gang. Obi-Wan Kenobi says big nothing burger from VPs that holds no real power. Maybe. Look, I'm curious to see how they're gonna look. I'm getting a revelation right now, okay? I'm being breaking news. I have been leaked the questions for tonight, okay? They meant to email Tim Walz these questions, but they emailed me instead. Okay? I'm breaking this news live right now as we go. They're going to have questions on Israel and Iran, and they're going to have questions on the Dockworkers strike. I'm Dems cheating again. They're cheating right now. They're leaking those questions. The moderators are leaking the questions. It's just happening. Man, I'm exposing it live, right? Obviously, that was a bit. Obviously, they aren't emailing me any questions. But there's going to be people, you know this is going to happen. There are going to be people like, oh, because this happened last debate with the Trump and Kamala. There's going to be people like, oh, we know that the Democrats got it in advance because they knew what questions to prepare for. Questions such as immigration. Oh my God, who knew that was going to be a question that come up in the debate? Who could have thought? Who could have suspected? What up, G?
Oh, hey.
What's your take here? What's your early take?
I was just on the phone with my mother about this, right? And
I was on the phone with your mom too last night.
And I don't know what. Hey! You probably have had a grand old time. Let me tell you, a little long in the tooth wick over here. Anyway, she was like, "What do you think?" I said, basically, I think that Vance right now, for all intents and purposes, is the loser, right, on the ticket, on the debate stuff, right?
Okay.
So whenever you are a loser like that, it's almost like you have nothing to lose. Like there's nothing you can do that's gonna hurt yourself worse. So like if he has a decent showing, I think that that could really help him quite a bit. Like with the,
what does a decent showing look like for Vance?
Well, don't look bad. Call Vance out on shenanigans, like the CCP report. If he can get that in somehow, it doesn't come off through conspiracy theory. Let's see. I think the transing the kids thing will play well. Leaving kids being executed, I think that'll play well. If he can get some of those little daggers in. I will talk about Tim Walz, not knowing about Walz. I think that's going to be a pretty good one. Then also like maybe like forcing them to nail down the response in Israel, since it's such a hot button issue, like really forcing them to do that. And then maybe talking about their record, sorry, and maybe talking about
go do what you need to do.
Yeah,
little tell them who's boss there, right?
Yeah, I had to tell somebody to open the door. But yeah, basically, I think those are the things that's gonna be. Oh, and maybe talk about the record. I mean, considering Trump has seen more combat than Walz, I think that would be a good one as well. I don't know how much. Yeah, he's been shot at more than Walz has been shot at. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. I think that like as long as Vance doesn't come off as a dolphin fucker, I think that'll help out quite a bit.
Okay, sure. But what does So on that note, right? So this is what a good a good Vance debate looks like to you. This is what you think would be a good Vance debate.
Yeah.
What would be a bad Vance debate? At what point do you think, oh no?
If he comes off too strong, I think that's going to play badly.
Give us an example of too strong, please.
So, all right. So I think my theory, I kind of think that they're going to have Walz test out the policy, right? Because they put him in the same protective bubble as Kamala with not very many interviews. And that way, if anything doesn't play well, I think that the gyms can, have Kamala distance herself or retract and adapt, right? And I think that's a pretty smart play if they do that. With a bad play by Vance in that scenario would be to just like go die hard on one of these little hills, like the trans and the kids thing. Like I said, I want to see him get some good like daggers in, with Tampon Tim or something. But if he goes in there and just like dies on that hill, or is like they're eating the dogs, like real hard, I think that would be real bad.
Okay.
Or plays into another conspiracy. Like I think, like I said, maybe ask some questions about the CCP report. But if you like go full conspiracy Alex Jones, I think it's a bad play by Vance. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Okay. Well, we'll see how it turns out. I'm gonna bring the Israeli person on. And,
Oh yeah.
We'll talk.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah,
Be
no
good.
problem. Hi, you're live. Hello. Ni howdy. If you're talking, we can't hear you.
Hello?
Oh, there we are. Hi.
Let's go. How are you doing?
Well, I'm okay. How are
Oh.
you?
One sec. So, let's talk about the Iranian attack.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, well, it caught me in the middle of an Overwatch game. So, yeah.
Was it
I had
ranked?
to-
Was it a ranked game?
No, luckily it was a quick play.
Okay, so
It
they can't
wasn't
get
ranked.
too mad at you for dipping.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, well,
So a true
and
gamer would have played through it, but go ahead.
we had a phone notification like that says like you gotta go into bomb shelters right now. It's like they send it to everybody who have a connection to like an like a telephone antenna, like there's like like antenna cells, okay, and in different areas, and the antennas send like the signal to every phone in the area. So we got these signals, and there was a notification that we have to run into bomb shelters and stay there, okay, until there's a notification again that we can leave. And we were trying, like, my house doesn't have a bomb shelter, okay, so unfortunately, and the closest bomb shelter is 3 minutes run away from here. So I was preparing myself to run really far. But luckily, I found out that my neighbors have a bomb shelter.
Oh.
So that was a very nice surprise. We ran into their bomb shelter and we stayed there for like about 40 something minutes
Okay.
until they said that, and there were constant booms, okay? There were some like a person, like a friend that was in the bomb shelter, took pictures, like took the video from the windows of the house. Yes, he got out for a second to see the sky, and it was very much reminding of the previous Iran attack, where I was like looking at the sky and yelling "mommy" because it was just like fireworks like everywhere. And it's because of like we shoot those rockets down with our tech, which is called I think it's Hetz 1, no, Hetz 2 and Hetz 3. And that's the technology that is used to like shoot down these missiles. And after the thing is, with this attack, the previous attack was like it took about a few hours for the missiles to arrive because they were using old technology missiles, so they took a few
older
hours.
drones, older things like that. These ones were
Yeah.
were
Yeah, they kind of
hypersonic.
threw
At
all
least it's
their
reported.
even-
Yeah.
So yeah, so those weren't hypersonic. Like those weren't okay. Those weren't hypersonic because you can't shoot down hypersonic missiles, okay? But they were flying at the hypersonic speed, okay? So later, after the bombing was like ended, I did a calculation of like how long does it take from Iran, from where they took the missiles, to Israel, and it's like about 1,200 kilometers. I think that's about 360 miles. Not sure. And and it took 12 minutes to arrive. Okay, so the missiles were flying at 5 times the speed of sound.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's Mach 5. So yeah, so it's exactly Mach 5, and they took exactly 12 minutes to arrive. So it was better technology than the previous attack. So it was kind of sudden because we were expecting, if Iran attacks, we have a few hours to chill, and only then get into bomb shelters. So this was pretty sudden. So
How was the response time? Like, you said that you were prepared to run like 3 minutes to the nearest bomb shelter, but you were luckily able to get into. Between getting the notification, how long did it take you, roughly, to be like, okay, first of all, oh shit, this is real, this is serious, we got to go, to getting where you needed to go? What are we talking, like a minute?
Yeah, so
2?
I
5?
like about 1 minute exactly, maybe even 30 seconds. I also took all my stuff, like my vape and my phone and my juice vape, because I didn't know how long we're gonna stay in the bomb shelter, and I need my nicotine. so I took lots of some stuff, and I like wore something that's not a house jammies.
Certainly,
And
yeah.
yeah, and I got out, and it's like a 30 seconds notice. We're ready to do that in a very, very short
I'm
time,
sure you
because
guys, like, it's different here than it is there, because I'm sure, like, here, if the government sent me a notice to get to a bomb shelter, it would take me a minute to process. Like, am I being trolled? Am I being pranked?
yeah, well, we just killed Nasrallah.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys were ready
Yeah,
for something, right?
yeah. I gotta tell you, we're always ready for something. There's no such thing as like we're getting trolled. It's a drill, because we always come out like when there are like alarms, because they most of the time they're real. We have more real alarms than we have drill alarms. So yeah.
And you were there for about 40 minutes. How is the infrastructure? I know that the death toll, at least reported so far, is, I think, one guy died. Maybe a little
That
more,
one
right?
guy was an illegal Palestinian, um, um, a guy who ran out of Palestine into Israel. Illegal stayer. Like, he sometimes they work. Sometimes Palestinians from the territories, they work as like construction workers here, and some of them work illegally because they don't have a permit, so they basically get out of the fence,
Mm.
like from a fence hole somewhere, and they go work with us.
But
So
the
this guy was
question,
like,
yeah,
he ran out of
yeah,
Palestine, and he was staying here illegally,
gotcha.
and that guy was not in a bomb shelter. He was just walking down the street, and it was very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Like, you have to be very, very unlucky to have that shard of a racket to fall exactly on you in an empty street.
I
That
thought he was in
sucks real
Jericho,
bad.
to be clear.
It was in Jericho.
Yes, I think
I
so.
did not receive I
That's the
only
reporting
saw
I
him in the
saw.
street. Yeah. Well, maybe if he's in Jericho, then it's not our problem, I guess. Okay, it's the Palestinians' problem, because what, like, am I expected to defend them?
Um,
To be frank, am I expected to defend another country?
I think that if someone is shooting missiles, and you can at civilians, to be clear, and you can shoot down those missiles, that you probably should shoot down those missiles.
Well, we did shoot most of them, and
Yeah, it
what
was.
fell on this guy was not a missile. It was a shard of a missile.
Yeah.
What
Look, I'm
that
not.
means
I'm not
is
blaming anyone. I'm not
yeah,
blaming
wait,
Israel
wait,
for this, right? To be
hold
clear.
on. What that means is that we did shoot down the
Yeah.
missile that was falling on
Yeah,
him,
it's
and
just
a shard of the rocket
terribly
fell on
unlucky,
him.
as you said.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
But
It was a shard, so
what I'm
we
trying to figure
did
out,
shoot it down.
what I'm trying to figure out is, was there any kind of like infrastructure damage, or how severe was the infrastructure damage in your area? Like, do you have
Okay.
roads that have been
So yeah,
leveled
so
or anything like that?
basically, we don't have anything leveled. We only whenever we don't. Okay, think about it like this. Okay, even if people are in bomb shelters, okay, a house costs a lot more. It costs more millions of dollars to build than the missile it takes to shoot down the rockets. Yes, so it's a lot better for us to shoot down those rockets and use the shooting down missiles, even though they're like very expensive and millions of dollars expensive, because the damage they do is just more expensive than the missile itself. So basically we have very little structural damage. Maybe one house, I think in Lod or somewhere like that, got ruined, but nobody got hurt, nobody got injured, everybody are fine. So all the rockets that did fall in like in desert slash open, like trees and bushes and stuff like that, open areas with no
Yeah, sure. I'm sure you
houses.
don't intercept the ones that are going to hit the lake, right? But I don't know. I think that, like, what
Even
do you
roads
think
are very
Israel?
expensive to construct, so
True.
we don't take chances, because it's not 100% accuracy science, yes, to know where
Obviously,
the
yeah,
rocket
yeah.
falls. So it can fall on a road and it can fall on a house with the same probability, yes. So we don't take chances, and we do shoot them down
Got
if
you.
they are anywhere near an urban area.
I got two questions for you, and they're related, so let me get them both out before you answer. First, what do you think Israel will do in response? And second, what do you think Israel should do, if anything, in response to this attack? What are your thoughts?
Well, if Israel does anything, the thing is, we kind of out of people to kill on the killing list. Okay, we basically almost killed everyone who are responsible for the 7th of October attack, and we killed Nasrallah, which is pretty high up there. And this means so much for us, like that the death of Nasrallah.
What do you
Because
mean? Can you explain?
yeah, we had the Second Lebanon War, took so many casualties. It it's like deep inside our hearts. Like as children, I was just like I was hosting with my family, a family from the north, okay, which were before the Iron Dome in Second Lebanon War. We were hosting a family from the north, and they lived in Haifa, which is pretty north, and there wasn't an Iron Dome. Okay, so they were getting bombed all the time. So we were hosting families, literally hosting families. We all remember that time, and the casualties, the kids that died, the people that died in these terrible rocket attacks, and there was no Iron Dome to protect us. And this guy Nasrallah is responsible for that very, very horrible time in our childhood that there was. Like for me it's a childhood, but like for the grown-ups it was like not that long ago.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah,
can imagine growing up and having a family that's home's just getting crushed, and yeah, I get it.
yeah, so much damage was made, and it was such a horrible time. And after that, and also like the Intifada, meanwhile, it's this this guy dying means a lot to every Israeli. um he was responsible for so many deaths, for so much sorrow, and so many wars. And so many. Oh, it was so scary every time we had a war with Hamas. Okay, every time we had an operation with Hamas, we were always afraid that Lebanon is gonna strike us as well. In like every war, it was the same thing every time. Lebanon is gonna strike us. We don't know if they're gonna strike us or not. If they are they gonna send missiles? And that's all this Nasrallah guy. And finally, he's dead. He can't like that's they can't like they have like lots of mess there right now, and it's like revenge is sweet, I guess.
Are you worried that
Oh
the
wait, I didn't say what will Israel do.
yeah, like we'll get to that, but before you get to that, are you worried that this leadership vacuum in Hezbollah is just going to get Iran's just going to send more goons down there and
Well,
it's
they
just not
can
going to do anything,
try.
right?
Like they can try. Meanwhile, we got them pretty good. Like we got pretty good assassinations of their leaders. And
Is it
even
feeling
if
that you guys are winning that conflict right now?
well, I think after which one? Which conflict?
The one with Hezbollah.
The one with Hezbollah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're winning. Specifically because the guy is dead. Nasrallah dead means like a lot to the Lebanese people. I'm pretty like I won't be surprised if there will be a civil war in Lebanon because of that. Like I won't be
Maybe.
surprised because when when Hezbollah loses control of their area, then it means the north can take that area back, and the north is like it's governed by a different people than Hezbollah. Yes, by the government of Lebanon. So like that basically that's why like they're gonna have lots of problems of their own right now, I believe. And yeah, so it kind of feels like we're winning. Yeah.
Okay. Now, to the question at hand about what should Israel do when it comes to Iran. You mentioned that your kill list has been pretty much cleared out. You've gotten the leadership of all those who were responsible on October 7th, pretty much, right? So,
yeah, we
what
have
should Israel do anything at this point? Because
Yahi
as you
Sinwar
said,
or Yahya Sinwar, what's his face?
Sinwar,
That's
yeah,
still left.
yeah. I mean, there's a couple,
Sinwar
right?
still, yeah, and he's hiding in some bunker in Gaza. So that's what other like that's what's left, I think. But probably maybe we might have more assassinations of people down the what's it called, the hierarchy, and maybe that will be a response. But I don't believe that Israel will do much of a response. Okay, usually when we respond it's very on point. So it's either we don't like we assassinate some people, or we maybe blow up one of their like atomic like what's it called, or uranium
Enrichment
center.
facilities,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, one of their uranium enrichment facilities is like one of the targets that are probable. Like that is even if like that is if we respond at all. Yeah.
So I'll give you my opinion. Okay. I think, and I don't know if you heard this earlier, but I think this is the classic Iran move where they make a big show of things, send a bunch of missiles, but they also tell you, okay, we're sending them at this time. This is the route they're going to take. We hope they don't get intercepted. Oh no, right? I think they needed to do this kind of like saber rattle, knowing it wouldn't be effective. And they do it with the hopes of, they're like, okay, we can be done now. I don't think Iran, at least in the direct confrontation, wants a direct confrontation. I don't think they want that, at least not now. And I think that Israel shouldn't fall into the trap of giving it to them. I don't think like Israel should respond with anything meaningful to this. I think what Israel needs to do right now is concentrate on finishing off what remains of Hezbollah and fixing that, right? Tying up the loose ends that it has right now. right?
Yeah.
Getting back to a more peaceful stance. But that's what I
Yeah,
think
it's
should happen.
the
Whether that
tying up the
happens or
loose
not, I don't
ends.
know,
Yeah.
right? But
Yeah, the tying up the loose ends is basically the plan. Okay, it's like we're trying to tie up loose ends for like a whole year now. Yeah, and the Hezbollah situation where they started bombing the north. First of all, nobody lives in the north right now because everybody are evacuated into hotels in the middle of the country. So them shooting the north doesn't matter much, but still, it's like ruining infrastructure. So that's why I guess we finally killed Nasrallah, yes, and that's why we did the attack on Hezbollah of the phones blowing up, and it was Hezbollah operatives that died, so like serves them right. It wasn't civilian people, it was Hezbollah operatives. So basically the tying up the loose ends is like wherever there's danger with Hezbollah right now, if they decide to start bombing again, I think we're gonna react to that specifically. But I don't think we're yeah to close up loose ends and focus basically on what we have left to do in Gaza. Hopefully to finish the problems in the north with Lebanon with Hezbollah, and I don't think we're gonna pay Iran much attention. Maybe, like I said, maybe blow up like an uranium enrichment center to be like, no, you don't get to do this without a reaction, but not more than that, I think.
okay, well, we'll see what actually happens, because what I think should happen, what actually happens, not always the same thing. Izzy, thank you for calling
Yeah.
in. I really appreciate
Thank
you.
you so much for having
Of
me.
course. And I always appreciate your perspective. We're going to let you go now, okay? Cool.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye-bye. I think it's important to kind of get an idea of what like the average citizen in areas thinks, right? And kind of get the perspective of people who are going through shit like that, right? I say this all the time, but it bears repeating. Israel isn't like the good guy, but it's also not the bad guy. What do I mean by that? That whole area, that whole region does fucked up shit. It just does, right? Does that justify anything? No. But Israel's really the only country. No, America too. Israel and America. They're the only countries that can have constant attacks against them. And no matter how they respond, no matter what they do, they're called evil for doing it, right? So whether it be bombing a city, right? Evil. How dare you, right? Look at all the civilian casualties. They do a targeted strike with pagers. That's terrorism. How dare you, right? They take out specific leaders. That's terrorism. That's assassination. That's wrong, right? Meanwhile, the people that they are fighting against can pretty much do anything they want, and people will run cover for them. It's pretty fucked. And yeah, like I said, I'm not here backing every choice Israel makes. I think they do wrong shit all the time. But that doesn't mean I have to call them like some unique evil in the world. What in the World says this is the equivalent of imperialism, complaining it's being attacked for being resisted, lol. You attack me, I'm going to resist, right? You shoot a bunch of rockets at... Look, it wouldn't take 8,000 rockets for me to respond. It'd take significantly less. Imperialism. What are these code words and catchphrases that mean nothing? I don't know what to tell you. Polar Knight says, it is like asking USA to stop going after the ones that made 9/11 possible. Yeah. Look, you can have issues with how they do it. Fair. Right? But the problem is, no matter what they do, people have issues with it. So you begin to think at a certain point, like, it's not the fact that of what they're doing that's the issue. It's that they're doing anything at all. The only thing that Israel could do to some people, that Israel as a country can do that people won't complain about, is die. Any other response by Israel is seen as a war crime or terrorism or unjustified or anything. The only thing in some people's minds that Israel is justified in doing is dying. And that's just, no one would put up with that situation. Ever. Ever. Ever, 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 ever. And people are like, oh, they're setting the whole place on fire. The whole Middle East is being attacked by Israel. Jordan ain't being bombed. Egypt ain't being bombed. Not by Israel, at least. Right? Saudi Arabia isn't being bombed. What's the difference here? Why is Hezbollah getting bombed, but Jordan isn't? What is the difference? What is the difference between two countries? Both are in the Middle East. Oh, it's because one country is attacking Israel and the other isn't. So, seems to me, it's a pretty easy way to not get bombed. Don't attack Israel. Now, if you want to. Look, again, if Hezbollah, Hamas, all them people were just killing IDF soldiers and were targeting specifically IDF soldiers, that's war, baby. It sucks. But, I mean, what can you do? But that's not what they do. They don't attack the soldiers. They only attack the soldiers so that they can get to the civilians that the soldiers are protecting. That's the only time they'll attack soldiers. Vigilante says Egypt is in Africa. Egypt's right fucking next to that region, right? Egypt is the Middle East. Hold on, do you not think Egypt's the Middle East? Am I wrong on this? Does anyone else consider Egypt not the Middle East? I think that whole region is kind of like the Middle East. Egypt is in Africa, yes. That's true. But that doesn't mean it's not in the Middle East. Okay. Do you think the Middle East is a continent, Vigilante? The Middle East is a region composed of a couple continents, right? Asia, Europe, Africa. Yes, most of it is in Asia, but not all of it. Jacob L. says, Egypt is colloquially part of the Middle East, but technically part of North Africa, but culturally more similar to the Middle East Arab neighbors. Lethy Waterkai says, this is where does your neck end and your head begin kind of question. Look, Egypt is the Middle East. It's part of that region. It's butting up right against that region, in fact. Egypt invaded Israel a few decades ago, right? It was right next to Israel. Do we consider Turkey the Middle East? That's the question. I think it is. Yep. Turkey is also not on Asia. Turkey's in Europe, correct? Yes, I think it's in Europe. Man, gang, please don't come after me for my geography takes, okay? I have to double check on occasion, but yeah, I'm almost certain Turkey's in Europe. Vigilante, call. Vigilante, you know how to call in. You're not dumb. Jump backstage. I'll pull you in, and you could, because I'm real curious how you're defining the Middle East here, because I've never heard anyone define it the way you are. But please call in. Jump in. Polar Knight says, Wick TV, you're American. You're not supposed to know where shit is. I know where shit is generally, right? Like, I can't give you, like, if you're asking me to place all the countries in Asia and Africa, I can't do it, right? I'd fail. But I could give you a general, like, okay, I could find Israel on a map. It's easy. I know where it is, right? It's right next to Egypt. That's unironically how I know where Israel is, because, oh, didn't they fight with Egypt before? Oh, I know where Egypt is. Real easy. So that's where Israel is. Simple. Gotta do these little mind tricks, gang. Israel's not in Europe. Rabid Wombat says, I can find Israel. Just follow the rockets. Fair enough. Fair enough. Man, gang, I gotta kill another 30 minutes. I gotta kill another 30 minutes before this debate starts. What am I gonna do? What are we gonna talk about? Someone should call in and ask me more questions or something. You know what? Vigilante's here. Okay, Vigilante. You're muted on your end, sir.
It's because I am on my phone. And
it's all good. So,
earlier.
What? You don't think Egypt is part of the Middle East?
I mean, like the other person in chat said, colloquially, you could consider it part of the Middle East, but like geographically, it's not part of the Middle East. Geographically, it's the Middle East is that peninsula that like Saudi Arabia, Israel, and all of that are on.
So, is Iran part of the Middle East?
I believe Iran is on that peninsula.
Okay, Iran's not on that peninsula.
Where the peninsula stops is like technically stops is like, so like the region area of the Middle East geographically, I believe stops around like Turkey and fucking Pakistan is like where the geographical region is considered to be stopped, if I remember correctly.
But you don't think that Egypt, which is right next to Israel, is part of that?
You could consider it colloquially part of that, but it's in a region of Asia.
Okay, Rabid Wombat's asking me to ask you, is the Suez Canal in Africa or the Middle East?
I believe it's in Africa.
Okay. Again, like Turkey, for example, you would consider Turkey part of the Middle East? Yes? No?
Turkey's kind of complicated because it's both, like part of it's in the Middle East and part of it's in Europe.
It's part of the European Union. It's in Europe, right?
Yeah, but like also part of it is like geographically it's in both, because part of it is on like in that area, and it's like in both. It's in a weird middle ground.
This is a weird take, because I don't have to do this weird middle ground thing. I can draw you on a map where I think the Middle East is, right? You got Iraq, Afghanistan, Iran, Kazakhstan. You got that whole area. Then you got Israel, Palestine, Jordan, Lebanon, Egypt, Turkey. that whole area, right? Like if I had look, I got to figure out a way to make a globe or something, or bring up a globe image and draw on it. I could draw you where I think the Middle East is, right? Africa's always been a part of it. Not Africa, I'm sorry. Egypt. Egypt's always been a part of the Middle East, right? Egypt is the Middle East. It's always been the Middle East. When we think of the Middle East, and we're talking about the Middle East region and tensions in the Middle East region, that includes Egypt and, dare I say, Syria.
I mean, I would definitely say that Syria is considered part of the Middle East. I've just never really considered Egypt as part of the Middle East because of the fact that it's in Africa. I've always considered it a purely Asian region
Okay.
because most of the countries in it are part of Asia.
Oh, and correction, Rabid Wombat, this is your fault. Okay. Turkey's part of NATO, not the EU. Correction. Rabid Wombat tricked me in chat. But we fixed it. Okay, well, fair enough. If you think it's just the Sinai Peninsula, fair enough. I just disagree. I think that it's as Kinetic Paw says, it's a political construct. It's not strictly defined by boundaries, but I think that we can all think of countries that do reside in the Middle East. And I think Egypt definitely does. But thank you for calling in, Vigilante. Are you excited for tonight's debate?
Yeah, I am excited to see what kind of if Tim Waltz stoops low and makes jokes about Vance and like calls him a couch fucker
Do
and
you
shit.
think he should?
I
Are you a pro couch fucking joke maker?
Yes, absolutely. I absolutely think he should call him a couch fucker.
Okay. Fair enough. Well, thank you for calling in, buddy.
No problem.
Bye. What do you think, chat? Chat. Dear chat. Do we think that the VP debate, that it should be considered? Or let me phrase it this way. Sorry. I'm getting distracted by stuff. And I have to use the restroom real quick. But while I'm gone to the restroom, this is something for you to consider, dear viewers. In tonight's debate, do you think it would help or hurt Walz specifically to make couch fucking jokes? Regardless of whether you think it would be funny or not, do you think it would help or hurt him with the electorate? One's in chat if you want him to call Vance a couch fucker. Two's in chat if you think he should go high and shouldn't. Okay? One's pro couch fucking. Two, anti couch fucking. I will come back and I will see the results. I will see you guys. So 45 of you on YouTube just sat there while I was gone for a minute. I appreciate you. I don't know, like that's wild to me. Like I know the big streamers can do it for like way longer than I can, right? So the big streamers like Hassan and stuff could just let something go and run for a while, and just they can walk off and go on a whole ass outing, and then come back in like 3 hours after the movie, and have their whole chat just waiting for them. But it's wild to me that Firechild, Turtle Emergency, etc., right, all came in. So I'm looking at the poll here. I see a single one. The rest of you go too. Mantis goes to. Turtle Emergency goes to. Letty Waterkai goes to. Jacob L goes to. Josh goes to. Temperance Quill goes to. There's only one in chat. It's only Vigilante who is pro couch fucking jokes. I've raised you well, chat. I've raised you well. Wise. Okay? While this is the thing. Firechild's coming in hot with the one just to be different. Okay. But here's the thing, chat. There are certain things that feel good as a partisan, right? That you're a partisan voter, you're basically, you got a team, okay? And you want your team to win, right? And you don't like the other team. So you are okay with certain things, right? It's like couch fucking jokes. And to be clear, they're funny. It's funny. But the median voter does hold people to a higher standard. And I think that couch fucking jokes would overall hurt Walz's chances, right? It would make him seem less serious. Let Vance do that for himself, right? Let Vance start being weird, right? Look, here. If Vance starts being weird, it's okay to call him weird, okay? If he starts doing weird shit or saying weird shit on stage, call that shit out. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that. But you don't open with the couch fucking joke, okay? You don't start with that. You don't lead with that. You don't bring that up unprompted, right? Turtle Emergency says the medium voter doesn't hold a higher standard, but the medium swayable voter does. Good correction. True. Thank you for that. Right. Mantis says, ordinary, I'd say yes for funsies, but when you're up against Trump Vance, making them look more unhinged is best. Yes. Firechild, a member at Tier 2. A Tier 2 member for 10 months. Wickers will always wait for you. Firechild, I appreciate you. I do. You're the strongest, one of my strongest soldiers. Look, I haven't had my YouTube nearly as long as my Twitch, right? And already my YouTube's just outpaced my Twitch, okay? My Twitch is my small potatoes. Kick is the redheaded stepchild, right? Kick, I get maybe 2-3 viewers, maybe 10 if it's a good day. Twitch, I'll get about 20, 30, okay? YouTubers are where it's at. YouTubers, I get about 40 to 50 on average. Yesterday, I had like 120 of y'all, right? Why does Twitch TV hate me? Says, not enough 40 books on display. 40K books on display, by the way. Oh, you guys want to look at these things, baby? I got them in. I'm starting a Sisters Battle Army. So I got the core rulebook. Look, I could have chosen therapy. Oh, but I didn't. Right? They're supporting each other here. So I've had some good months the last couple months when it comes to income, right? You guys have been very generous. And so I could spend a little. So I've budgeted myself about $200 a month to buy 40K stuff, right? I am blessed to be in a position of that. As for my 2 stuff, November, gang, is when they're telling me. Okay, November. I am getting dentist appointments for this. I am going to them. Just what it is. But yeah, 40K rulebook. It's gonna be nice. Very cool. It comes with a super duper cool bookmark, right? Fancy little bookmark thing. Yeah. We got that. And then I have my chosen army, okay? My chosen army. Adepta Sororitas. Nuns with guns, baby, okay? I like the idea of a more human elite army, right? So it was between this or the Imperial Guard. And I wanted to do something different, right? Something a little more kind of I look, if I continue to make money and I continue to do well at this YouTube stuff, I'll probably end up getting both armies eventually. But I wanted to I just like the idea of like these holy avengers, right? These paladins going out and doing the will of the holy Terran church or whatever, right? And so I got look at the quality on these data cards, okay? Look at the absolute standard for like all the rules at the fingertips, all the information I need, right? Look at that. Look, it's super cool. And I'm really impressed, like the shiny kind of brass looking sides there. These are some, look, I'm doing advertisements for free here, but no, seriously, this is some good shit, okay? This is some good shit. Those rules will be outdated in a few months, unfortunately. Their codex just came out, like literally just came out just a few months ago. Why will it be outdated? Is the GW turnaround that quick? Maybe I'm mistaken, but I thought 10 basically just came out. I know I understand that they update stuff, right? Like there were some updates already, some things like that, but I don't think it's that big of a turnaround time. I could be wrong. Oh, sorry. Give me a second. But no, I'm excited. I got some models too that are getting painted up. So yeah. Thomas Miller says, love you, Wick. I got into you around the pandemic with Dylan Burns, IRI, Destiny, and Vosh. Happy to find the YouTube. Keep up the good work. Also love the 40K. Yeah. No, thank you. Thank you for being here. I'm glad you like it. We're killing 20 minutes right now because I'm out of content until the VP debate, gang. So that's what we are doing right now. So yeah, why does Twitch TV hate me? That's the timeline. I think I got a good 2 or 3 years before they change up everything again. And even then, the models don't go out of date, right? Can you even stream this on Twitch? No, we're going to move to YouTube when we get to the actual debate stuff. Because I will get copyright struck on Twitch, or whatever on Twitch. But I won't on YouTube, or at least I didn't last time. Thank you, Kamikaze. Really appreciate you, buddy. He's giving the Twitch people the YouTube link. So yeah, start making your way. Generic Play says, I prefer Malifaux. It uses cards instead of dice. Jacob L says the Sisters tank is one of my favorite models in 40K. Which one? The Exorcist or the Castigator? Look, I'm looking to get a couple Castigators, to be real with you. Like, Castigators, from a rule set perspective, are just kind of fucking awesome. I think they're probably one of the best rule set wise and for pound for their points. One of the best tanks currently out. Where's the puppy? The puppy's relaxing. Do you want me, Firechild, Izzy, do you want me to show you the puppy when the puppy is having a comfortable sit on the couch right now? I could go bother her and pick her up and bring her here, but she will be annoyed that I do that. So, do you want me to bother my puppy? Just so you can see my puppy? Is that what you're asking? Bother her? Okay, let me see if I can find her. Oh, Lola. Lola. I'm coming for you, Lola. Oh, thought you could get away, but I was faster. I was faster. Hey. Yay! Yay! Lola, Lola, Lola. He's like, what are you doing? What are you doing, guy? What are you doing? I was just on my couch having my nap. Mwah. You're gonna bother me? Mwah. Yeah, there you go. There's some Lola. There is some Lola. You staying live for the debate? I'm going to be live on YouTube. Going to be live on YouTube and Kick. So, in about 15 minutes here, we're going to translate to that. Do you guys have a link for me? One of the ABC links or something? Anyone send me that? You guys can send me a link to the live stream. You know, I should have had it prepped and ready, but I don't. So give me a second. Let me see if I can find the link. One moment, ladies and gentlemen. CBS Live. Usually I have someone here to do this for me, okay? CBS live stream, vice presidential debate 2024. Okay. Hold on. Let me see if I can make this full screen. That's just an ad at this point. Let's see if it goes into the actual show itself. Oh, you got one for me, Kamikaze? Let's see if this is better. We can mute the stream here. Yes. Okay, this'll work. This'll work, baby. Appreciate you, buddy. Here, while we're doing this, let me adjust my sight lines here for how I can see YouTube chat and all these chats. Give me 1 second. 5 gifted Wick TV memberships from Solemn Argus. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And $10 from Lola from Generic Place for Lola. I'll make sure to get her a yummy treat. Thank you for the gifted memberships. We've had a lot of gifted memberships today. What are we on now? We had Rising gave us like 20. Solemn Argus gave us 5. We had a tier 2 from Firechild. What are we on now? Like 25, 30 of them? It's crazy. Crazy, gang. No, man. Thank you. Thank you for being so generous today. It really helps. And look, I'm going to need the generosity because my contract with PV ends in November after the election. So I'm absolutely going to need a little more support from y'all. My PV check isn't as much as my YouTube check, but it's still a good chunk. So. No, Cal Mike says, "Are you being joined by Lactoid and Gibbs, or is this that a different stream?" No, but if they want to join me, they can. I'm not opposed to it. I haven't asked them specifically, but if they want to hop on and come talk to me, all for it, right, baby? I'm all for it. All for more people watching with me. I'm cool with it. That's up to them. Yeah, if they want to watch it with me, I'd be more than happy. I'm really hoping people after the debate, right? After the debate, I want people to come on and kind of give their reactions to it, right? I want to see what people think. I want to see what people have to say about it. Yeah. So yeah, that's the That's the answer to Vigilante and No Cal Mike's question. I hope that was a satisfactory answer. That's the answer you're getting. Okay. What are we looking forward to? Okay, so serious mode for a moment. This is what I want to see, okay? So first of all, let's be clear. I don't think that the debate itself is going to have huge impact on the election. The vice presidential debate's not going to have a very big impact, okay? If it's a blowout, you might see like a 1% point bump in a poll for one side or the other, if it's a blowout. But otherwise, I don't think this moves the needle. This is a lot for me. The reason why I'm watching it and the reason why I'm interested is because it will signal what each campaign is trying to focus on, what each campaign thinks is their winning message, right? So we saw with the Kamala Trump debate, Trump really hammered home on immigration, right? He was on it again and again and again and again, right? More than any other issue, he pushed that. To me, looking at that debate, it tells me that Trump thinks, or the Trump campaign thinks, that immigration is a winning issue for them. So they want to hit that hard, hit that often, as much as they can, right? Over and over and over again. If we see something like that tonight, where Vance or Walz is just constantly hitting on a topic and pushing it out again and again and again, is a pretty clear signal that the campaign thinks that's a winning message. And I think that's useful information. That's fun. And gang, let's be real. I'm a nerd when it comes to politics. I like the little into the weeds discussions. I like the back and forths and things like that. I enjoy it, right? So it's just gonna be a fun watch for me. I'm really I'm keen to see if how each will answer the questions on both Israel and on the what's it called? The Dockworkers strike, because I think those are really important issues that America deserves to know how their leadership is going to answer those questions, right? Is either side going to be pro Dockworkers union, or are neither side going to be that, right? We'll see, right? We'll find out in about 10 minutes. What do you guys want to see? Kamikaze says, fuck the Dockworkers. Portland is Burning says, honestly, they just put these guys in a ring and let them fight it. It might actually move the meter for some portion of the voting public. This debate, on the other hand, surely will not. Rapid Wombat says, blood. The Dockworkers strike, that's going to be the topic, I think. Maybe not in the debate tonight, but in the coming weeks, if it's not resolved, that it's going to be, it's the one to watch, gang. It's the one to watch. It's going to have such a big impact on our economy. I'm watching. I'm waiting. Here. At this point, I'm going to keep it muted, but I'm going to use this moment to set up the screen so it's properly centered here. Let me do that for us real quick. What do we let's keep their little banner on the. See, I don't want to get copyright struck, right? We're going to make this transformative content. I promise you. But I don't want to fuck with them. So it's about 8 minutes, and then I'll unmute, and then we'll be able to listen to it, right, live. Let's see if we can hear any right now. Hold on. Let me unmute the site.
Families. She talks a lot about that. You heard Joe Ling just describing the assistance she wants to provide to first-time home buyers, the child tax credit, lots of different tax credits. And so there is some indication that approach, along with
levels are good, you think?
Interest rates
how's it
down,
compared to my
with
speaking?
Gas prices
should
coming down,
should I turn them up or down, or leave them the same?
Bit. Our polling shows that while Trump does
gang?
still have an advantage on that big issue of the economy, that she's starting to inch closer and closer.
All right, Nancy, thank
Should
you.
we
Guys,
be
are
switching
just
to
minutes
YouTube?
away.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, now is the time, Twitch. Twitch, let me give you the YouTube link. Thank you, Kamikaze. You've demonstrated. Please, please, please. Click that button. Go watch there. I'm not abandoning you. I'm moving you. I'm ethnically cleansing you. Okay? I'm not abandoning you. I'm ethnically cleansing you. There's a difference. Okay, Twitch. We're gonna turn you off. Sayonara. And we are going to go to YouTube specifically. Boom! Sorry, Twitch. All right. I'm like your father, went out for a couple smokes, never came back. But I'll be back tomorrow. We'll be talking about the state of the race. We'll probably have some reactions to this, too. Depending on how it goes, right? I think that the Vance is going to hit Walz on his service record. That's absolutely going to come up. I think that Walz is going to hit Vance on his cats and dogs comments, right? And the lies about the cats and dogs, that's going to come up. I don't think the couch fucking is going to come up. I just don't think it's going to come up. Rabid Wombat says, joke's on you, my dad did crack. Don't do crack, kids. Don't do drugs. Drugs are bad. You shouldn't do them. Oh, man. Oh, it's been a day, gang. We had a long night yesterday, too, didn't we? Tonight's going to be even longer. But we had a very robust discussion yesterday. I was very proud of that content. Look, not all my shows are something that I enjoy, right? Sometimes some shows just don't go well. But last night's went great. I really enjoyed it. Jay Mully says, hello. Well, hello. Brew Crow says, Walz is also going to hit Vance on calling Trump Hitler. That will probably come up. The why were you against Trump versus why are you for Trump? The danger in that, though, and there's a real danger for Walz in asking that. If Vance has a compelling answer, then you probably shouldn't ask that question. And it's possible that Vance has a very compelling answer to that question, right? Because people changing your mind on someone isn't necessarily bad, right? I thought one thing about a person, then I got to know them, then I changed my mind. It's fine, right? But we'll see. Myopic Time says 65% chance of a rapist or felon comment. Rabid Wombat says, I want to hear Walz once say something, couch your argument, something just once. I already did that poll. Vance, Firechild says, Vance was doing debate prep with Trump's old lawyer, Alina Habib, or whatever her name is. Who was Walz prepping with? Do we know? Just curious. But yeah, exactly. Like, the fact that Walz or Vance used to dislike Trump and now doesn't dislike Trump, if handled correctly, could be an optical win for Vance. No, Kamikaze. That's Laura Loomer. Okay. That's Laura Loomer. So to be clear, I don't know it for a fact. I just know it's true. Right. That's the one that people are saying. Oh, did you guys hear Olivia Nunez or whatever? Nunzi? What's her last name? The reporter who fucked RFK Jr. Or who was having a relationship. I don't know if they actually fucked, but they were in a romantic relationship. The reporter for the New Yorker covered RFK Jr. Decided that Newsy, thank you. decided to get into a relationship with the guy, then got caught being in a relationship with that guy. Man. Like, I don't think it's... Could you imagine, right? I don't even want to imagine it, sorry. RFK Jr. is like, what is he, like 70 years old? And what is she, like 40? 35? Look, more power to you. Damn. Do we know if the mics are going to be open or not? We don't. They might be telling us. I don't know how much of the pre-show that we want to watch. Let's turn it on for a minute. Let's see what they have to say. Cool? Cool.
That's what the history always tells us. Nancy, the other big event is these incredible floods in North Carolina, which also is a platform for presidents.
It is, because handling...
Yes, that's another topic that will come up. The disaster relief response, right? Do we think that Vance is going to be blaming Walz and Biden? Oh,
and
here we go.
That's why President Biden tomorrow is heading to North Carolina and South Carolina, and Florida and Georgia the next day.
And here we see the vice presidential candidates there. Tim Walz standing a lone man behind his lectern. Ed, give us your last thoughts.
Did Vance run?
Here as,
no, I don't think he did.
Vance is off in the wings
oh,
for the
he just went to get his
It's performance. That seems obvious, but no faux pas. And they're looking for a viral moment. That's what they'll be looking for tonight.
No handshake.
No handshake.
No
and,
handshake.
There you have Governor Walz appears to be taking some notes. J.D. Vance doing the same as our colleagues.
They may not. To be fair, though, they might not handshake until it actually officially starts. I think they're just getting in the frame, right? So what they're doing now is they're making sure that they are in the frame. They're setting up the mics, audio, all that. They're probably doing last minute prep stuff. Fair enough. Okay, so no reason to shake your hand during that portion of time. Oh, Toby1 Kenobi says there was a handshake when they came out. I didn't see it. It's probably I miss it. Vance is winning the posture war. Partland is burning says, should we really give up on electoralism as a country? Let's choose the next president with a gauntlet of physical and mental competitions like the end of Billy Madison. Oh, so like you want to do like a quiz or something? Maybe, right? But no, democracy for all its flaws is something that I believe in for the most part. It's not okay for every situation, but when it comes to electing our representatives, I think it is. Okay, let's go live.
A month to go until Election Day, the first and only meeting between the two men who hope to become Vice President of the United States. Democratic Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota and Republican Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio.
Now, this is likely the final debate of this election cycle, and voting is already underway in 20 states.
There's only one.
CBS News polling shows this remains a race either presidential candidate could win. The CBS News vice presidential debate starts now.
Fight for every single vote, and we're going to take this country back.
And we are ready to continue to build the future together.
We're going to turn this whole country red with President Donald J. Trump's leadership.
You know what's at the end of this little journey? Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States.
This is a CBS News special, live from CBS News headquarters in New York. America Decides.
How exciting do you think this is going to be, gang? I don't know how exciting it is going to be, but I hope it's exciting. I'm excited. I hope you're excited.
Good evening, I'm Nora O'Donnell, and thank you for joining us for tonight's CBS News
Where are the
Vice
men
Presidential
moderators?
Debate.
Did they give up
we
on
want to
men
welcome
moderating?
our viewers on CBS, on other networks here in the U.S. and around the world. We have a consequential night ahead, and our focus is the issues that matter to you, the voter. Let's introduce the candidates. Minnesota's Democratic Governor Tim Walz and Ohio's Republican Senator J.D. Vance tonight meeting for the first time.
Look at those smiles. They look like they're in pain.
I'm Margaret Brennan.
In
order to have a thoughtful and civil debate, these are the rules that both campaigns have agreed to. Questions will be directed at one candidate who will have 2 minutes to respond. The other candidate will be allowed 2 minutes for rebuttal. Then each candidate will get another minute to make further points, with an additional 1 minute each at the discretion of the moderator. The primary role of the moderators is to facilitate the debate between the candidates, enforce the rules, and provide the candidates with the opportunity to fact-check claims made by each other.
CBS News reserves the right to mute the candidates' microphones to maintain decorum.
Yep.
We have not shared the questions or topics with the campaigns. The stage is set. Governor, Senator, thank you for joining us.
Let's go.
Let's get started.
Let's get ready.
Tonight, our country is facing several unfolding crises. The Middle East is on the brink of war. Americans are suffering from the catastrophic impact of Hurricane Helene. And now a labor strike as 25,000 dock workers from Maine to Texas are picketing. We're going to begin tonight with the Middle East. Margaret.
Thank you, Nora. Earlier today, Iran launched its largest attack yet on Israel, but that attack failed, thanks to joint U.S. and Israeli defensive action. President Biden has deployed more than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional war. Iran is weakened, but the U.S. still considers it the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it has drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time. Governor Walz, if you were the final voice in the Situation Room, would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, and thank you for those joining at home tonight. Let's keep in mind where this started. October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,400 Israelis and took prisoners. Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental. Getting its hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today, where along with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming attack.
Yeah, that was a
But
joint
what's
effort.
fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago. A nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment. But it's not just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous. His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense
into Trump
and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest to them, Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together. Understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the Vice President said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, the same question.
Do we like that
Would
answer?
you support
hold on, just
or
real quick.
oppose a preemptive strike by
If you like these
Israel
answers,
on
hit
Iran?
1.
You have 2
If
minutes.
you don't like their
Margaret,
answers,
I want
hit
to
2.
answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are.
No,
I
don't.
was raised in a working class family. My mother required food assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me, and she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to college on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies and, God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world. Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, do you care to respond to any of the allegations?
Well, look, Donald Trump was in office. We'll sometimes hear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump who we had a coalition of nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance it. Donald Trump pulled that program and put nothing else in its place. So Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's fickle leadership. And when Iran shot down an American aircraft in international airspace, Donald Trump tweeted, because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump. And when Iranian missiles did fall near U.S. troops and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump wrote it off as headaches. Look, our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has the most flattery or where it makes sense to him. Steady leadership like you witnessed today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled. Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Senator Vance, the U.S. did have a diplomatic deal with Iran to temporarily pause parts of its nuclear program, and President Trump did exit that deal. He recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible. Did he make a mistake? You have 1 minute.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word, but I think that's something that Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump. Who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years? And the answer is your running mate, not mine.
That's a strong
Donald
line.
Trump consistently made the world more secure. Now, we talk about what the sequence of events that led us to where we are right now, and you can't ignore October the 7th, which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So Governor Walz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets, but effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when was the last time, I'm 40 years old, when was the last time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. Nora?
Margaret, thank you. Let's turn now to Hurricane Helene. The storm could become one of the deadliest on record. More than 160 people are dead and hundreds more are missing. Scientists say
Vance
climate change makes these hurricanes larger, stronger, and more deadly because of the historic rainfall.
Again,
Senator Vance, according to CBS News polling, 7 in 10 Americans and more than 60% of Republicans under the age of 45 favor the U.S. taking steps to try and reduce climate change. Senator, what responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce the impact of climate change? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Sure. So first of all, let's start with the hurricane because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today actually a photograph of 2 grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child, and it was the last photograph ever taken of them because the roof collapsed and those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people, our prayers go out to them, and we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible. And then, of course, after afterwards to help the people in those communities rebuild. I mean, these are communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally in Appalachia, all across the Southeast. They need their government to do their job. And I commit that when Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from a disaster. Now, Nora, you asked about climate change. I think this is a very important issue. Look, a lot of people are justifiably worried about all these crazy weather patterns. I think it's important for us, first of all, to say, Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions
I want to know how they'd
all
handle a hurricane.
Change. Well, let's just say that's true. Just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about weird science. Let's just say that's true.
Good or bad.
Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. What have Kamala Harris's policies actually led to? More energy production in China, more manufacturing overseas, more doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. And when I say that, I mean the amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output. So if we actually care about getting cleaner air and cleaner water, the best thing to do is to double down and invest in American workers and the American people. And unfortunately, Kamala Harris has done exactly the opposite.
Governor Walz, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Well, we got close to an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first of all, it is a horrific tragedy with this hurricane. And my heart goes out to the folks that are down there in contact with the governors. I serve as co-chair of the Council of Governors as we work together on these emergency managements. Governors know no partisanship. They work together. So all of the governors and the emergency responders are on the ground. Those happen on the front end. The federal government comes in, makes sure they're there to that we recover. But we're still in that phase where we need to make sure that they're staying there, staying focused. Now, look, coming back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What we've seen out of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration, is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments, the biggest in global history that we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act, has created jobs all across the country. 2,000 in Jeffersonville, Ohio, taking the EV technology that we invented and making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country.
For electric
the
vehicle,
largest solar manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back. But what they're doing is adapting, and this has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest soybean, and I harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have. We're also producing more clean energy. So the solution for us is to continue to move forward, that climate change is real. Reducing our impact is absolutely critical, but this is not a false choice. You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country. That's exactly what this administration has done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current. And that's what absolutely makes sense. And then we start thinking about how do we mitigate these disasters.
Thank you. Senator, I want to give you an opportunity to respond there. The governor mentioned that President Trump has called climate change a hoax. Do you agree?
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing. So clearly, Kamala Harris herself doesn't believe her own rhetoric on this. If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's a slogan that often the Democrats will use here. And I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them are, Tim, but a lot of them are being made overseas in China, especially the components that go into those solar panels. So if you really want to make the environment cleaner, you've got to invest in more energy production. We haven't built a nuclear facility, I think, one in the past 4 years. Natural gas, we got to invest more in it. Kamala Harris has done the opposite. That's raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing things by the climate.
Time is up. Governor, would you like to respond?
Well, look, we're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil. But the folks know, and like I said again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our #1 export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer. And thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think about mitigation in the future.
Answer.
How do we make sure that we're protecting by burying our power
Act.
lines? How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more of? But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago, say, give me money for my campaign, and I'll let you do whatever you want. We can be smarter about that, and an all-above energy policy is exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
Governor, your time is up. The overwhelming consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. We're going to turn now to immigration. The crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border consistently ranks as one of the top issues for American voters.
I got to be real with you.
Senator
I didn't like that
Vance.
answer from Vance.
Your campaign is pledging to carry out the largest mass deportation plan in American history and to use the U.S. military to do so. Could you be more specific about exactly how this will work? For example, would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally and separate them from any of their children who were born on U.S. soil? You have 2 minutes.
So first of all, Margaret, before we talk about deportations, we have to stop the bleeding. We have a historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies. 94 executive orders suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens, massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists in our system. That has opened the floodgates. And what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country. I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean. I don't want people who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities at record levels. So you've got to stop the bleeding. You've got to re-implement Donald Trump's border policies, build the wall, re-implement deportations. And that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what do we actually do? So we've got 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start with the criminal migrants. About 1 million of those people have committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you start with deportations on those folks. And then I think you make it harder for illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American workers. A lot of people will go home if they can't work for less than minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work. And the final point, Margaret, is you ask about family separation. Right now in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them hopefully are at homes with their families. Some of them have been used as drug trafficking mules. The real family separation policy in this country is unfortunately Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember when she came into office, she said she was going to do this. Real leadership would be saying, you know what, I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish that she would do that. It would be good for all of us.
Let's see his response.
Governor, do you care to respond to any of those specific allegations, including that the vice president is, quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things regarding children?
The drug mule is not true, but I will say about the fentanyl, because this is a crisis of this, the opioid crisis. And the good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's
what
history.
isn't true?
30% decrease in Ohio, but there's still more work to do. But let's go back to this on immigration. Kamala Harris was the Attorney General of the largest state and a border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions.
This is good, actually.
But look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this, and that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this nation's seen. It was crafted by a conservative senator from Oklahoma, James Lankford. I know him. He's super conservative, but he's a man of principle, wants to get it done. Democrats and Republicans worked on this piece of legislation. The Border Patrol said, this is what we need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street Journal said, pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get there. 1,500 new border agents, detection for drugs, DOJ money to speed up these the adjudications on this, just what America wants. But as soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no, told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him to, what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually did some of these things? And they need to be done by the legislature. You can't just do this through the executive branch. So look, we have the options to do this. Donald Trump had 4 years. He had 4 years to do this. And he promised you, America, how easy it would be. I'll build you a big, beautiful wall, and Mexico will pay for it. Less than 2% of that wall got built, and Mexico didn't pay a dime. But here we are again, 9 years after he came down that escalator, dehumanizing people and telling them what he was going to do. As far as the deportation plan, at one point, Senator Vance said it was so unworkable to be laughable. So that's where we're at. Pass the bill, she'll sign it.
Yes, I
Governor,
like
your time
this was
is
mixed.
up.
I'll give this
Senator,
mixed for Walz.
The question
Okay,
was,
mixed.
will you separate
Some of
parents
it was
from
great,
their
but
children,
the beginning,
even if their kids are U.S. citizens? You have 1 minute.
Margaret, my point is that we already have massive child separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. And I didn't accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to operate freely in this country. And we know that they use children as drug mules, and it is a disgrace, and it has to stop. Look, I think what Tim said just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to massive problems in the United States of America. Parents who can't afford health care, schools that are overwhelmed. It's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president again.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, what about our CBS News polling, which does show that a majority of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations?
Look, we fix this issue with a bill that is necessary, but the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it. And we saw this, and Senator Vance, and it surprises me on this, talking about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield. The Republican governor said, it's not true. Don't do it.
Let's see how this works.
There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Lankford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Tim,
Governor, your time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first. The governor has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that Congress controls the purse strings and any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would, through executive action, solve this. Do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement? You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all, the gross majority of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been to the southern border more than our border czar, Kamala Harris, has been, and it's actually heartbreaking because the Border Patrol agents, they just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course, additional resources would help, but most of this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say, if you try to come across the border illegally, you've got to stay in Mexico, you've got to go back through proper channels. Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed. You've got hospitals that are overwhelmed. You have got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Senator, your time is up. Governor,
why
you
are they
have 1
so
minute to respond.
cordial?
Yeah, well,
I think you're okay, but your running
law
mate's
enforcement
shit.
that asked for the bill. They helped craft it. They're the ones that supported it.
Go
That's
for
because
blood.
they know we need to do this.
Want some
Look,
blood
this
sports
issue
games.
of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little bit about Wall Street speculators buying up housing and making them less affordable, but it becomes a blame. Look, this bill also gives the money necessary to adjudicate. I agree. It should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done. This bill gets it done in 90 days. Then you start to make a difference in this, and you start to adhere to what we know, American principles. I don't talk about my faith a lot.
Throwing their running
but
mates under the
Matthew
bus. They're throwing each
25:40
other's running
talks
mates under the
about,
bus.
To
here.
the least amongst us, you do unto me. I think that's true of most Americans. They simply want order to it. This bill does it. It's funded. It's supported by the people who do it, and it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
Thank you, Governor. And just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected status.
Well,
Nora?
Margaret, but
Thank you.
Senator,
they
we
did
have
myopic
so
times.
much
They
to
brought
get
up
to.
the
Margaret,
Captain
I
Dog
think it's
comment
important
earlier.
We're going to turn
because
out of the economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
the rules were that
The
you guys weren't
economy,
going to
we're-
fact check, and since you're
Oh,
fact
is he
checking,
bringing up the
I think
rules?
It's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application
Oh,
called the
he's
CBP
going it. He's
1
running over
where
them.
you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That
Thank
is
you,
the
Senator.
facilitation
Mute
of
him.
illegal immigration,
Mute him.
Margaret, by
Thank
our
you,
own
Senator, for
leadership.
describing the legal process.
Kamala-
We have so
Kamala
much
Oh,
to
Harris
the
get
opened up
shade.
Senator.
Thank
We
you
have
for
so
describing
much-
the legal
Since
process.
1990.
The shade,
Thank you,
bro.
gentlemen.
The
We
CBP
wanna
like
have-
back
has not been
in.
on the books since 1990. It's something that Kamala
Oh, they muted him. They
Gentlemen,
muted him. Oh my
the
God!
audience
Look,
can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so
They
much
muted
we
them
want to
both.
get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process.
whoa,
Nora.
these people.
Thank you,
Look,
Margaret.
power
The
move.
economy is a
Power
top concern
move.
for voters. Each
Okay.
of your campaigns has released an economic
Bravo,
plan. So let's talk
moderators.
about the specifics. Governor Walz, Vice President Harris unveiled a plan that includes billions in tax credits for manufacturing, housing, and a renewed child tax credit. The Wharton School says your proposals will increase the nation's deficit by $1.2 trillion. How would you pay for that without ballooning the deficit? Governor, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And Kamala Harris and I do believe in the middle class because that's where we come from. We both grew up in that. We understand. So those of you out there listening tonight, you're hearing a lot of stuff back and forth, and it's good. It's healthy. That's what this is supposed to happen.
Sure.
You should
Very
be listening.
cordial
How's
debate.
this going to impact me? The bold forward plan that Kamala Harris put out there is talking about this housing issue. The one thing is there's 3 million new houses proposed under this plan with down payment assistance on the front end to get you in a house. A house is much more than just an asset to be traded somewhere. It's foundational to where you're at. And then making sure that the things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or other things, that there's fairness in that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing, but it costs $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before this law went into effect. As far as the housing goes, I've seen it in Minnesota. 12% more houses in Minneapolis, prices went down on rent 4%. It's working. And then making sure tax cuts go to the middle class. $6,000 child tax credit, we have one in Minnesota, reduces childhood poverty by 1/3. We save money in the long run, and we do the right thing for families. And then getting businesses off the ground. The law as it stands right now is $5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to $50,000. Now, this is a philosophical difference between us. Donald Trump made a promise, and I'll give you this. He kept it. He took folks to Mar-a-Lago. He said, you're rich as hell, I'm going to give you a tax cut. He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top class. What happened there was an $8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever. Now he's proposing a 20% consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including businesses, it would be destabilizing it, it would increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is simple for you. Where are we going? Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do, we'll just ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. When you do that, our system works best, more people are participating in it, and folks have the things that they need.
Solid
Senator,
answer.
I want to give you a moment to respond on that. But similarly, the Wharton School has done an analysis of the Trump plan and says it would increase the nation's deficit by $5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all that without ballooning the deficit? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, you're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer, a lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do. And some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it. Because she's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She had the opportunity to enact all of these great policies. What she's actually done instead is drive the cost of food higher by 25%, drive the cost of housing higher by about 60%. Open the American southern border and make middle-class life unaffordable for a large number of Americans. If Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now. Not when asking for a promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago. And the fact that she isn't tells you a lot about how much you can trust her actual plans. Now, Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record. A lot of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense, and they don't have wisdom. Because Donald Trump's economic policies delivered the highest take-home pay in a generation in this country, 1.5% inflation, and to boot, peace and security all over the world. So when people say that Donald Trump's economic plan doesn't make sense, I say look at the record. He delivered rising take-home pay for American workers. Now, Tim admirably admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts. But if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from previous Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to middle-class and working-class Americans. It was passed in 2017, and you saw an American economic boom unlike we've seen in a generation in this country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom so that you can afford to live the American dream again. I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Governor, do you want to respond to that?
No bills. You won't have to pay bills
well,
anymore.
Kamala Harris's day one was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse of our economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing recession, but 10 million people out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression. 9 million jobs closed on that. That was day one. Whether it was the Infrastructure Act or other things we moved. Now, you made a question about experts, said this. I've made a note of this. Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, or whatever, how is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years? The last year as president.
Is good.
That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and
Hit him
he's
on that.
bragged about that. We're just
Get
asking
aggressive.
for fairness
Go.
in it, and that's all you want.
You have a minute.
Governor, you say trust the experts. But those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that. They were wrong about the idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore. We're bringing American manufacturing back. We're unleashing American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue. I mean, I've got 3 beautiful little kids at home, 7, 4, and 2, and I love them very much, and I hope they're in bed right now. But look, so many of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children are manufactured by nations that hate us. This has to stop. And we're not going to stop it by listening to experts. We're going to stop it by listening to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator, your time is up. Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they trust Donald Trump on the economy more. Why?
Well, if you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were. Look, I'm a union guy on this. I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that
union guy's gonna,
we
the
produce
union's
soybeans
gonna come
and
up.
corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something that we believe in. I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that are venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record, 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
So appreciate that. So
I like how he asked
if you
the moderator
notice, what
permission.
Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics
that's a gross
show
generalization.
that he did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you've simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much better. To all of you watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
I hope we have a conversation on health care then.
Senator, Governor.
Please.
No, thank you. Margaret?
We have a lot to get to ahead, gentlemen, on many topics. But right now, I want to talk about personal qualifications. The vice president is often the last voice the president hears before making consequential decisions. We want to ask you about your leadership qualities. Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy?
Yeah, well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service. I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher.
I'm not ignoring
my first
anything.
Year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth
Look,
to China.
I know
issue
people
for that
who do this.
was to
like
try and learn. Now, look,
bring
my
Chinese
community
students
knows
to America.
who I am.
They bring
saw
American
where I
students
was
to
at.
China.
Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress for 12 years. And in Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right. I will say more than anything. Many times I will talk a lot.
So
I will get caught up in the rhetoric. But being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID. And I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing. So this is about trying to understand the world. It's about trying to do the best you can for your community. And then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it is. My commitment, whether it be through teaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier or was being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
Governor, just to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just...
You misspoke.
That's
you
what
got
I've
the
said.
time wrong. Believe it or not, right?
So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
Thank you, Governor.
That was
Senator
rough.
Vance, in 2016,
lie,
you
that
called
was
your
rough.
running mate, Donald Trump, unfit for the nation's highest office, and you said he could be America's Hitler. I know you've been asked many times, and you've said you regret those comments and explained you then voted for Donald Trump in 2020. But the Washington Post reported new messages last week in which you also disparaged Trump's economic record while he was president, writing to someone in 2020, quote, Trump thoroughly failed to deliver his economic populism. You're now his running mate, and you've shifted many of your policy stances to align with his.
They're not
If you
using
become
pig
vice
gloves
president,
on Walz.
why should Americans trust
Mods
that you
seem
will give
pretty
Donald
unbiased.
Trump the advice he needs to hear, and not just the advice he wants to hear?
That's a good question. Let's hear
You
it.
have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record. But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out to messages from 2020. Margaret, I've been extremely consistent that I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration the first round if Congress was doing its job. I strongly believe, and I've been a United States Senator, that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example, where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern. And I want to talk about this tariff issue in particular, Margaret, because Tim just accused this of being a national sales tax. Look, the one thing, and you're probably surprised.
I wonder if he'd come on my debate
Biden,
show.
but the
I'd like
one
to
thing
debate
that
him.
Joe Biden did
Vance would be tough,
is he
but I could
continued
do it,
some of the Trump tariffs that protected American manufacturing jobs. And it's the one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration. It's the one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record. Think about this. If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day, you're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself and says, you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
Senator, your time is up. Nora?
Thank you. Now to the issue of reproductive rights. Governor Walz, after Roe versus Wade was overturned, you signed a bill into law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely fine.
Let's see how he handles this.
Yes or no? Is that what you support?
There's a good answer to
That's
this.
not what the bill says, but look, this issue is what's on everyone's mind. Donald Trump put this all into motion. He brags about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade, 52 years of personal autonomy. And then he tells us, oh, we send it to the states. It's a beautiful thing. Amanda Zaworski would disagree with you on it's a beautiful thing. A young bride in Texas waiting for their child at 18 weeks. She has a complication, a tear in the membrane. She needs to go in. The medical care at that point needs to be decided by the doctor. And that would have been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy. She went home, got sepsis, nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children. Or in Kentucky, Hadley Duvall, a 12-year-old child raped and impregnated by her stepfather. Those are horrific. Now, when God asked about that, Senator Vance said 2 wrongs don't make a right. There is no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put women in charge of their health care. But look, This is not where, if you don't know Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will. Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry.
Oh, Project 2025, take a drink.
It's going to make it
Take a
more
drink.
difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception and limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments. For so many of you out there listening, me included, infertility treatments are why I have a child. That's nobody else's business, but those things are being proposed. And the catch-all on this is, well, the states will decide what's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not how this works. This is basic human right. We have seen maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas, outpacing many other countries in the world. This is about health care. In Minnesota, we are ranked first in health care for a reason. We trust women, we trust doctors.
Senator, do you want to respond to the governor's claim? Will you create a federal pregnancy monitoring agency?
No, Nora, certainly we won't. And I want to talk about this issue because I know a lot of Americans care about it, and I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And, you know, I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And, you know, one of them is actually very dear to me. And I know she's watching tonight, and I love you. And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump and I are endeavoring to do. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family.
Ask him about which fertility treatments he
There's so much
supports.
that we can do
I'm curious.
on the public policy front just to give women more options. Now, of course, Donald Trump has been very clear that on the abortion policy specifically, that we have a big country and it's diverse. And California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint from Arizona. And the proper way to handle this, as messy as democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions, let the individual states make their abortion policy. And I think that's what makes the most sense in a very big, a very diverse, and let's be honest, sometimes a very, very messy and divided country.
Governor, would you like to respond and also answer the question about restrictions?
Because
Walz the question got asked and Donald
his
Trump
base,
made
Vance
the
is playing
accusation
to
it wasn't
his.
true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell
how you feel about abortion in general.
this idea
You're
that
gonna
there's
like one
diverse
answer, you're gonna
states.
like the other.
There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth. The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography? There's a very real chance, had Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today. That's why the restoration of Roe versus Wade. When you listen to Vice President Harris talk about this subject and you hear me talk about it, you hear us talking exactly the same. Donald Trump is trying to figure out how to get the political right of this. I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. His running mate, though, does not, and that's the problem.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, let me ask you about that. He mentioned, it was, I think, referring to a national ban. In the past, you have supported a federal ban on abortion after 15 weeks. In fact, you said if someone can't support legislation like that, quote, you are making the United States the most barbaric pro-abortion regime anywhere in the entire world.
Pro-abortion regime.
My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did when I was running for Senate in 2022 talk about setting some minimum national standard. For example, we have a partial birth abortion ban in place in this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's trying to get rid of that, or at least I hope not, though I know that Democrats have taken a very radical pro-abortion stance. But Nora, you know, one of the things that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And I think that what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust. So many young women would love to have families. So many young women also see an unplanned pregnancy as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education, destroy their relationships. And we have got to earn people's trust back. And that's why Donald Trump and I are committed to pursuing
the reason Vance is
pro-family
doing
policies,
well
making childcare more
is he's
accessible,
acknowledging
making fertility treatments
the
more
fuck-ups
accessible,
in
because
a
we've got to
very
do a better job at that, and that's what
very
real leadership
slick
is.
way.
Governor, your response.
I'm going to respond on the pro-abortion piece of that. No, we're not. We're pro-women. We're pro-freedom to make your own choice. We know what the implications are to not
This
be
is
that.
Walz's strongest subject.
Women having miscarriages,
He's doing
women
well.
not getting the care, physicians feeling like they may be prosecuted for providing that care. And as far as making sure that we're educating our children and giving them options, Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest teen pregnancy rates. We understand that too. We know that the options need to be available, and we make that true. We also make it, we're a top 3 state for the best place to raise children. But these two things, to try and say that we're pro-children, but we don't like this, or you guys are pro-abortion, that's not the case at all. We are pro-freedoms for women to make their choices, and we're going, and Kamala Harris is making the case, to make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit, but we're not going to base that on the backs of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try and get health care.
Senator?
May I respond to that? First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive, and there are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was. And maybe you're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me, but as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute
Now we're
you
getting
signed
to
into
law. Okay.
it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think,
That's
whether
not
you're
true.
pro-choice or
That's not how the law
pro-abortion,
is.
that is fundamentally barbaric. And that's why I use that word, Nora, is because some of what we've seen, do you want to force Catholic hospitals to perform abortions against their will? Because Kamala Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to violate their freedom of conscience. We can be a big and diverse country where we respect people's freedom of conscience and make the country more pro-baby and pro-family. But please.
Yes, Governor, please respond.
Look, this is one where there's always something there. This is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to make about their healthcare decisions, and the physicians who know best when they need to do this. Trying to distort the way a law is written to try and make a point, that's not it at all.
What was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me, what was I wrong about?
That is not the way the law is written. Look, I've given
But
this,
how?
I've given this advice on a lot of things, that getting involved, getting engaged, that's been misread, and it was fact-checked at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved. I use this line on this, just mind your own business on this. Things worked best when Roe versus Wade was in place. When we do a restoration of Roe, that works best. That doesn't preclude us from increasing funding for children. It doesn't increase us from making sure that once that child's born, like in Minnesota, they get meals, they get early childhood education, they get health care. So the hiding behind we're going to do all these other things when you're not proposing them in your budget, Kamala Harris is proposing them. She's proposing all those things to make life easier for families.
I asked a specific question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's not true. That's not what the law says. So they fact-checked it with President Trump.
Gentlemen, there's a lot to discuss. We have to move on, and we're going to be right back with much more of the CBS
Okay,
News
gang, get to
vice
checking
presidential
who was
debate in
right.
just a moment.
What did the law actually say? Okay, gang, we're going to mute this for a little bit, and we're going to talk. Vance is winning right now on the optics game. There's no other way to say it. It's not a blowout. I think Walz started weak, but he is getting better. I thought most of his answer on the abortion question was the strongest moment. Let's see. I think Vance dodged really hard at the beginning with the Israel-Palestine stuff. I wasn't satisfied with the Iran answer or anything like that. But since that answer, Vance has been doing what he needs to do. I think that he's doing what he needs to do by acknowledging the inhumanity of a lot of the Republican positions and how that's been a mistake and how they need to kind of bring things back. So good on him for that from a horse race perspective, right? I don't agree with his positions, but I'm talking horse race. When it comes to Walz, I think he was weak at first. His weakest moment was the China answer. That was a bad answer. Straight up. It was a bad answer. He needed to just say, I made a mistake, I messed up, and then moved on. But this, to try to kind of spin it as he did, it begged the question the whole time, and is like, okay, well, why aren't you addressing this? And it just looked bad. And when the moderators pressed him on it, as they should have, to get him to actually answer the question, and he answered the question, he should have just started there. No need to like try to fucking spin it. I think he was hoping that the moderators would just ignore that he didn't answer the question. No, Beerwater, I disagree. I don't think he botched that last answer. I think that last answer was good. It wasn't perfect. Like, I think he should have been more specific about how the law was incorrect, and gone back and forth with Vance on that. But this is one of those things that it's if you don't know the very specific verbiage of the law off the top of your head, and you get that wrong, it would have been worse than him just saying it's not true. So I think that he was kind of caught off guard, which he should not have been, because it did come up at the last debate, and he decided to kind of punt it. The rest of the answer that Walz gave on the abortion segment, I think did well. I think it plays to, I think, what the Democrats' strongest position are. And I think it really points out some of the inhumanity of the Republicans' position on this. Vance did a good job, too, during that segment, though. That's the problem. Walz is not as good at this as Vance is. Straight up. What do we think? So the poll I got going, and you can vote at any time, shows Vance winning 56% and Tim Walz winning 44%. Do we agree on this, kings and queens? Is this what we think is actually happening? Oops. That down there. Walz was vague posting IRL. A little bit, especially on that China answer. Hell yeah, he was. That's just true, right? Are we going back to it? No, it's still commercials. Okay. Vance has been on point with his performance tonight, but that's what it is, a performance? Well, yeah, right? I think that, like, I do think that Vance's one error was trying to argue with the moderators. That made him look kind of like a little bitch. I'm not going to lie. But that was a minor mistake. So I do appreciate the cordiality of this debate, actually. Not from a content perspective, obviously, but oh, here we go. Oh, the camera's frozen?
Welcome back to the CBS News vice presidential debate. We want to turn now to America's gun violence epidemic. The leading cause of death for children and teens in America is by firearms. Senator Vance, you oppose most gun legislation that Democrats claim would curb gun violence. You oppose red flag gun laws and legislation to ban certain semi-automatic rifles, including AR-15s. So let me ask you, earlier this year, for the first time, the parents of a school shooter were convicted of involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Do you think holding parents responsible could curb mass shootings? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, Nora, on that particular case, I don't know the full details, but I certainly trust local law enforcement and local authorities to make those decisions. I think in some cases the answer is going to be yes, and in some cases the answer is going to be no. And the details really matter here, of course. For example, if a kid steals a gun, that's going to be different than if a parent hands over a gun knowing that their kid is potentially dangerous. But look, I want to just sort of speak as a father of 3 beautiful little kids, and our oldest is now in 2nd grade. And like a lot of parents, we send our kids to school with such hope and such joy and such pride at their little faces on the first day of school.
And we know,
unfortunately,
I think
that a lot of kids are going to experience this terrible epidemic of gun violence.
Yeah,
and of course,
if Vance
our hearts
was
go out
on
to the
the
families
top
that
of
are
the
affected by this terrible stuff, and we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just, how do we actually do it?
Well, I'm nostalgic for this.
Here's something that really bothers me and worries me about this epidemic of violence. The gross majority, close to 90% in some of the statistics I've seen, of the gun violence in this country is committed with illegally obtained firearms. And while we're on that topic, we know that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of illegal guns run by the Mexican drug cartels. So that number, the amount of illegal guns in our country is higher today than it was 3.5 years ago. But what do we do about the schools? What do we do to protect our kids? And I think the answer is, and I say this not loving the answer, because I don't want my kids to go to school in a school that feels unsafe or where there are visible signs of security. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our schools. We have to make the doors lock better. We have to make the doors stronger. We've got to make the windows stronger. And of course, we've got to increase school resource officers, because the idea that we can magically wave a wand and take guns out of the hands of bad guys, it just doesn't fit with recent experience. So we've got to make our schools safer. And I think we've got to have some common sense bipartisan solutions for how to do that.
Governor, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I think all the parents watching tonight, this is your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old, and he witnessed a shooting at a community center playing volleyball. Those things don't leave you. As a member of Congress, I sat in my office surrounded by dozens of the Sandy Hook parents, and they were looking at my 7-year-old picture on the wall. Their 7-year-old were dead, and they were asking us to do something. And look, I'm a hunter. I own firearms. The vice president is. We understand that the Second Amendment is there, but our first responsibility is to our kids to figure this out. In Minnesota, we've enacted enhanced red flag laws, enhanced background checks, and we can start to get data. But here's the problem. If we really want to solve this, we've got folks that won't allow research to be even done on gun violence.
This is a good
and
point.
This idea that we should just live with it, and here's what I do think, that this is a good start to the conversation. I 100% believe that Senator Vance hates it when these kids, it's abhorrent and it breaks your heart. I agree with that. But that's not far enough when we know there are things that worked. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't have this happen, even though they have a high gun ownership rate in the country. There are reasonable things that we can do to make a difference. It's not infringing on your Second Amendment. And the idea to have some of these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense. Kamala Harris, as an attorney general, worked on this issue. She knows that it's there. No one's trying to scaremonger and say we're taking your guns, but I ask all of you out there, do you want your schools hardened to look
I gotta
like a fort?
pause this because this is important. When he started with the about how we can't even collect data on gun shooting, strong answer. Going in, there are problems, there are obstacles to us even getting data. But when you compare it to Finland, it's just too many differences. I don't like it.
What we have to go, when we know there's countries around the world that their children aren't practicing these types of drills. They're being kids. We owe it to them to get a fix. These are things that shouldn't be that difficult. You can still keep your firearms, and we can make a difference. We have to. If you're listening tonight, this breaks your heart.
Senator.
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting. And I'm sorry about that, and I hope that he's doing okay. Christ have mercy. It is awful. And I appreciate what Tim said, actually, about Finland, because I do think it illustrates some of the frankly, weird differences between our own country's gun violence problem and Finland. Okay, first of all, we have way higher rates of mental health abuse, or mental health substance abuse. We have way higher rates of depression, way higher rates of anxiety. We unfortunately have a mental health crisis in this country that I really do think that we need to get to the root causes of, because I don't think it's the whole reason why we have such a bad gun violence problem, but I do think it's a big piece of it. Another driver of the gun violence epidemic, especially that affecting our kids, it doesn't earn as many headlines, but is the terrible gun violence problem in a lot of our big cities. And this is why we have to empower law enforcement to arrest the bad guys, put them away, and take gun offenders off the streets. I think there's a whole host of things that we can do here, but I do think at our schools we've got to talk about more security.
Senator, thank you. Governor, you previously opposed an assault weapons ban, but only later in your political career did you change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety. I'm of an age where my shotgun was in my car so I could pheasant hunt after football practice. That's not where we live today. And several things I want to mention on this is, talking about cities and where it's at, the number one where the most firearm deaths happen in Minnesota are rural suicides. And we have an epidemic of children getting guns and shooting themselves. And so we have, and we should look at all of the issues, making sure folks have health care and all that, but I want to be very careful. This idea of stigmatizing mental health, just because you have a mental health issue doesn't mean you're violent. And I think what we end up doing is we start looking for a scapegoat. Sometimes it just is the guns. It's just the guns. And there are things that you can do about it. But I do think that this is one, and I think this is a healthy conversation. I think there's a capacity to find solutions on this that work, protect Second Amendment, protect our children. That's our priority.
Gentlemen, thank you. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. Let's turn now to the top contributor to inflation, the high cost of housing and rent.
And here we go.
There's a shortage of more than 4 million homes in the United States, and that contributes to the high housing prices. Governor Walz, the Harris campaign promises a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers and a $10,000 tax credit. They also promise to build 3 million new homes. Where are you building these homes, and won't handing out that kind of money just drive up prices higher?
No, it's not handing out. We have, first, let me say this issue of housing, and I think those of you listening on this, the problem we've had is that we've got a lot of folks that see housing as another commodity. It can be bought up, it can be shifted, it can be moved around. Those are not folks living in those houses. Those of you listening tonight, that house is a big deal. I bought and owned one house in my life. My mom still lives in the house where I was. And when I think of a house, I'm thinking of Christmas services after midnight mass where you go with your family. We need to make it more affordable. And one of the things, as I said, this program that the Vice President is pushing forward and bringing a new way of approaching this is something we're doing in Minnesota from that lead. We in the state invested in making sure our housing was the biggest investment that we'd ever made in housing. It starts to make it easier. We cut some of the red tape. Local folks, look, we can't do it at the federal level, but local folks make it easier to build those homes. And then that down payment assistance. I can tell all of you out there, one of the, certainly for me, using the GI Bill was one thing, but a veteran's home loan, the big thing about a veteran's home loan is you don't have to pay the down payment. Those are things that make it there. Now, look, you're going to pay it back, and you're going to pay your mortgage. Those are things that we know in the long run, the appreciated value, the generational wealth that's created from it. And I will give Minneapolis an example. Minneapolis is the one city where we've seen the lowest inflation rates. We've seen a 12% increase in stock because we've put some of these things in, and we're implementing a state program to make sure we give some of that down payment assistance. We get it back from people because here's what we know. People with stable housing end up with stable jobs. People with stable housing have their kids able to get to school. All of those things in the long run end up saving our money. And that's the thing that I think we should be able to find some common ground in. But we can't blame immigrants for the only reason. That's not the case that's happening in many cities. The fact of the matter is that we don't have enough naturally affordable housing, but we can make sure that the government's there to help kickstart it, create that base.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, as far as your campaign's position, the promise is to seize federal lands to build homes,
do you guys like
regulation, provide tax breaks, and cut back on immigration, which you say pushes up prices. Where are you going to build all the new homes you're promising, and what part of any of this plan will provide immediate relief? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Tim just said something that I agree with. We don't want to blame immigrants for higher housing prices, but we do want to blame Kamala Harris for letting in millions of illegal aliens into this country, which does drive up costs, Tim. 25 million illegal aliens competing with Americans for scarce homes is one of the most significant drivers of home prices in the country. It's why we have massive increases. All these illegal immigrants
able to afford the housing prices somehow. What?
Massive increases in illegal alien populations under Kamala Harris's leadership. Now, Tim just mentioned a bunch of ideas. Now, some of those ideas I actually think are halfway decent, and some of them I disagree with. But the most important thing here is Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics. She is the sitting vice president. If she wants to enact all of these policies to make housing more affordable, I invite her to use the office that the American people already gave her, not sit around and campaign and do nothing.
Okay. $10 from Artemis Val. Watching Walz looks like he's not having fun while Vance speaks. If Kamala was hoping to get some momentum from this debate, there isn't really any real faults on Vance here. True. I agree with that 100%. But I will say this. Vance keeps doing this, and this is a lot of Republican talking point, and it's important enough for me to pause. The president isn't the God King. They can't just wave their magic wand and make housing prices lower. They have to work with Congress. They have to work with legislation and things like that. They can't just wave their magic wand and do it. Anyway.
While Americans find the American dream of homeownership completely unaffordable. Now, you asked, Margaret, what would immediately change the equation for American citizens if you lower energy prices? As Donald Trump says, drill, baby, drill. One of the biggest drivers of housing costs, aside from illegal immigration, is, think about it. If a truck driver's paying 40% more for diesel, then the lumber he's delivering to the job site to build the house is also going to become a lot more expensive.
Voted for more fracking.
If we open up American energy, you will get immediate pricing relief for American citizens, not, by the way, just in housing, but in a whole host of other economic goods, too.
Senator Vance, you still have 23 seconds there. Do you want to answer?
Can I have it?
Where, Governor, we will get to you in a moment. But, Senator, where are you going to seize the federal lands? Can you clarify?
Well, what Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of federal lands that aren't being used for anything. They're not being used for a national park. They're not being used, and they could be places where we build a lot of housing. And I do think that we should be opening up building in this country. We have a lot of land that could be used. We have a lot of Americans that need homes. We should be kicking out illegal immigrants who are competing for those homes, and we should be building more homes for the American citizens who deserve to be here.
What illegal
Senator,
immigrants are able to afford home prices?
Governor, I do want to let you respond to the allegation that the Vice President is letting in
Well, of course, that's not true. And again, you have the facts. I guess we agreed not to fact check. I'll check it. That, look, crossings are down compared to when Donald Trump left office. But it's, again, blaming and not trying to find the solution. I was going to ask, though, on this question, are we going to drill and build houses in the same federal land? And I think when people hear federal lands, these are really important pieces of land. Now, Minnesota doesn't have a lot of federal lands. I know in the western part of the countries we do. There's not a lot of federal lands in and around Minneapolis, for example. So the issue is I don't understand the federal lands issue unless we see this, and I worry about this as someone who cares deeply about our national parks and our federal lands. Look, Minnesota, we protect these things. We've got about 20% of the world's fresh water. These lands protect. They're there for a reason. They belong to all of us. But again, this is when you view housing and you view these things as commodities. Like, there's a chance to make money here. Let's take this federal land and let's sell it to people for that. I think there's better ways to do this. We've seen it in Minnesota. We're able to refurbish some of these houses. We're able to make some investments. That gets people in. And I'm still on the fact on this. Economists, Senator Vance, you said you don't like the economists. Which economists are saying that it is immigrants that's adding to the cost?
Governor, your time is up. But Senator, on that
don't apologize
point,
to the moderators.
To clarify, there are many contributing factors to high housing costs. What evidence do you have that migrants are part of this problem?
Well, there's a Federal Reserve study that we're happy to share after the debate. We'll put it up on social media, actually, that really drills down on the connection between increased levels of migration, especially illegal immigration, and higher housing prices. Now, of course, Margaret, that's not the entire driver of higher housing prices. It's also the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris. Look, we are a country of builders. We're a country of doers. We're a country of explorers. But we increasingly have a federal administration that makes it harder to develop our resources.
The biggest problem with housing is the zoning laws. You can't deal with housing until you address those.
Makes it harder to build things and wants to throw people in jail for not doing everything exactly as Kamala Harris says they have to do. And what that means is that you have a lot of people who would love to build homes who aren't able to build homes. I actually agree with Tim Walz. We should get out of this idea of housing as a commodity. But the thing that has most turned housing into a commodity is giving it away to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be here.
What are the federal regulations? I deal with this as a governor.
You can very quickly reply.
I'm sorry. I get this as a governor, and I don't necessarily disagree with that in some cases, many of those are local, many of them are state. I don't know which ones are federal, but I think whenever we talk regulations, people think they can get rid of them. I think you want to be able to get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things. So which are the regulations? Because the vice president's not responsible for those. Congress writes those.
Oh, if Vance can nail him if he says zoning.
We have a lot to get to.
Oh, no, they didn't let him.
The housing crisis, I can tell. But Nora?
Thank you. One of the top problems facing Americans is the high cost of health care.
That was human,
Senator Vance,
but it was...
At the last presidential debate, former President Trump was asked about replacing the Affordable Care Act. In response, he said, I have concepts of a plan. Since then, Senator, you've talked about changing how chronically ill Americans get health insurance. Can you explain how that would work? And can you guarantee that Americans with pre-existing conditions won't pay more? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, of course, we're going to cover Americans with pre-existing conditions. In fact, a lot of my family members have gotten health care. I believe, members of my family actually got private health insurance, at least for the first time, switched off of Medicaid onto private insurance for the first time under Donald Trump's leadership. And I think that, a lot of people have criticized this concepts of a plan remark. Look, it's very simple common sense. I think as Tim Walz knows from 12 years in Congress, you're not going to propose a 900-page bill standing on a debate stage. It would bore everybody to tears, and it wouldn't actually mean anything because part of this is the give and take of bipartisan negotiation. Now, when Donald Trump was actually president, and again, he has a record to be proud of, prescription drugs fell in 2018 for the first time in a very long time. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, prescription drugs are up about 7%.
Hit him with the
Under
insulin
Donald Trump's
prices.
entire 4 years, they were up about 1.5%. He introduced.
You got to bring up the insulin prices, bro.
Think about healthcare.
You got to.
You go into a hospital, you try to buy something, and nobody knows what it actually costs. That price transparency will actually give American consumers a little bit more choice and will also drive down costs. And we talked about, the reinsurance regulations is what I was talking about. Look, Donald Trump has said that if we allow states to experiment a little bit on how to cover both the chronically ill but the non-chronically ill, it's not just a plan. He actually implemented some of these regulations when he was president of the United States. And I think you can make a really good argument that it salvaged Obamacare, which was doing disastrously until Donald Trump came along. And I think this is an important point about President Trump. Of course, you don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done. But when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and healthcare costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care. It's not perfect, of course, and there's so much more that we can do. But I think that Donald Trump has earned the right to put in place some better healthcare policies. He's earned it because he did it successfully the first time.
Governor?
All right, here's where being an old guy gives you some history. I was there at the creation of the ACA. And the reason it was so important is I come from a major healthcare state, home of the Mayo Clinic, home to Medical Alley, 3M, Medtronic, all of those. We understand healthcare. It's why we're ranked first on affordability and accessibility and quality of healthcare. And so what I know is under Kamala Harris, more people are covered than they have before. And those of you listening, this is critical to you. Now, Donald Trump all of a sudden wants to. Go back and remember this. He ran on the first thing he was going to do on day one was to repeal Obamacare. On day one, he tried to sign an executive order to repeal the ACA. He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the ACA, but lost at the Supreme Court. And he would have repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage of John McCain to save that bill. Now, fast forward, what that means to you is you lose your pre-existing conditions. If you're sitting at home and you got asthma, too bad. If you're a woman, probably not. Broke your foot during football, might kick you out. Your kids get kicked out when they're 26. Kamala Harris negotiated drug prices for the first time with Medicare. We have 10 drugs that will come online, the most common ones that'll be there. But look, this issue, and when Donald Trump said, I've got a concept of a plan, it cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because my kids would have never given me that. But what Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. And I'll make this as simple as possible because I have done this for a long time. What they're saying is, if you're healthy, why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They figure they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
Governor, thank you. Senator, you have not yet explained how you would protect people with pre-existing conditions or laid out that plan.
Well, look, we currently have laws and regulations in place right now that protect people with pre-existing conditions. Yeah, we want to keep those regulations in place, but we also want to make the health insurance marketplace function a little bit better.
Hold on.
Now, what Governor Walz just said.
Those laws are the ACA. Before we had the ACA, we didn't have many protections for people with pre-existing conditions. So Obama, part of Obamacare, was making those laws and regulations. Trump ran on getting rid of Obamacare.
Is actually not true. A lot of what happened and the reason that Obamacare was crushing under its own weight is that a lot of young and healthy people were leaving the exchanges. Donald Trump actually helped address that problem, and he did so in a way that preserved people's access to coverage who had pre-existing conditions. But again, something that these guys do is they make a lot of claims about if Donald Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to ensue. But in reality, Donald Trump was president. Inflation was low. Take-home pay was higher. And he saved the very program from a Democratic administration that was collapsing and would have collapsed absent his leadership. He did his job, which is govern in a bipartisan way and get results, not just complain about problems, but actually solve them.
Governor, did enrollment under the Affordable Care Act go up under the Trump administration?
It's higher now that we've seen it go up. Look, people are using it. The system works. And the question about this of young people or whatever, that's the individual mandate piece of this. And Republicans fought tooth and nail saying, well, Americans should be free to do this. Well, then what happens is...
So you think the individual mandate's a good idea?
You shrink. I think the idea of making sure the risk pool is broad enough to cover everyone, that's the only way insurance works. When it doesn't, it collapses. You are asking pre-ACA where we get people out. Look, people know that they need to be on health care. People expect it to be there. And when we are able to make it, and we are making it this way, when we incentivize people to be in the market, when we help people who might not be able to afford it get there, and we make sure then when you get sick and old, it's there for you. Because I heard people say, well, I don't want to buy into Medicare or whatever. Good luck buying health care once you get past 70. So look, the ACA works. We can continue to do better. Kamala Harris did that. The way she made everything better was negotiating those 10 drugs on Medicare for the first time in American history.
Good. That's a good thing. He needs to hit on the insulin, too. Why isn't he bringing up... Hold on.
Let's talk about families in America.
Hold on. Walz, throughout that whole thing, should have hammered on, you know what? Biden passed legislation that reduced the price of insulin for everyone in the nation. He made it so you couldn't charge more than X for insulin, and that has helped Americans across the spectrum. But he didn't even bring it up once. That was a failure of an answer just on that alone. Why? Why wouldn't you bring that up? Anyway.
America. There is a child care crisis in this country, and the United States is one of the very few developed countries in the world without a national paid leave program for new parents. Governor Walz, you've said that if Democrats win both the White House and Congress, this is a day one priority for you. How long should employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of their newborns? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's negotiable, and that's what Congress worked. But here's what the deal is. Americans sitting out there right now, you may work for a big company. Look, we're home in Minnesota to some of the largest Fortune 500 companies. Kamala Harris knows that in California. Those companies provide paid family and medical leave. One is, I think they're moral and they think it's a good thing, but it also keeps their employees healthy. We in Minnesota passed a paid family and medical leave. You have a child, and I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born. This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is that gets the child off to a better start, the family works better, we stay in their employers, we get more consistency in that. So Kamala Harris has made it a priority. We implemented it in Minnesota, and we see growth. That's how you become a pro-business state. But the negotiations on it, and here's the issue. Those big companies are able to offer it. Those of you out there who don't have it, just imagine what happens if you get cancer or your child gets sick. We know what happens. You end up staying home. In some places, that means no paycheck because you've got no protection on that. This is the case of an economy that Donald Trump has set for the wealthiest amongst us. He's willing to give those tax breaks to the wealthiest. He's willing to say, bust those unions up, do whatever. What we're saying is the economy works best when it works for all of us. And so a paid family medical leave program, and I will tell you, go to the families or go to the businesses and ask them. As far as childcare on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take care of our children or our parents to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business.
I'm surprised we haven't had a dock strike
able to pay for
question
that.
yet. They
We were
mentioned
able
at the
to do it
beginning,
in
but they
Minnesota,
never-
and I'm still telling you
never
this.
talked about it.
We were listed
Did I
as the
miss
best
it?
state. We're still in crisis on this. A federal program of paid family and medical leave and help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, do you support a national paid leave program? And if so, for how long should employers be mandated to pay their employees while they are home taking care of their newborn? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, first of all, Margaret, a number of my Republican colleagues and some Democrats, too, have worked on this issue. And I think there is a bipartisan solution here because a lot of us care about this issue. I mean, look, I speak from this very personally because I'm married to a beautiful woman who is an incredible mother to our 3 beautiful kids, but is also a very, very brilliant corporate litigator. And I'm so proud of her. But being a working mom, even for somebody with all of the advantages of my wife, is extraordinarily difficult. And it's not just difficult from a policy perspective. She actually had access to paid family leave because she worked for a bigger company. But the cultural pressure on young families and especially young women, I think makes it really hard for people to choose the family model they want. A lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time home with the kids. Some would like to spend longer at home with the kids. We should have a family care model that makes choice possible. And I think this is a very important substantive difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's approach. I mean, look, if you look at the federal programs that we have that support paid family leave right now, the Community Development Block Grant, and there's another block grant program that spends a lot of money from the federal government. These programs only go to one kind of childcare model. Let's say you'd like your church maybe to help you out with childcare. Maybe you live in a rural area or an urban area and you'd like to get together with families in your neighborhood to provide childcare in the way that makes the most sense. You don't get access to any of these federal monies. We want to promote choice in how we deliver family care and how we promote childcare because, look, it is unacceptable. And, you know, of course, Tim and I have been on the campaign trail a lot the past 7 or 8 weeks. And one of the biggest complaints I hear from young families is people who feel like they don't have options, like they're choosing between going to work or taking care for their kids. That is an incredible burden to put on American families. We're the only country that does it. I think we could do a heck of a lot better.
Senator, thank you. You have also said, Senator Vance, many things about the American family. The Federal Reserve says parents will spend nearly as much on child care as they do on housing each month. So I want to get your thoughts on this. President Trump recently said, as much as child care is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking in.
Thank you, Crazy Tactics.
Is President Trump committed to the $5,000 per child tax credit that you have described? You have 1 minute.
Well, what President Trump said, Margaret, I just want to defend my running mate here a little bit, is that we're going to be taking in a lot of money by penalizing companies for shipping jobs overseas and penalizing countries who employ slave laborers and then ship their products back into our country and undercut the wages of American workers. It's the heart of the Donald Trump economic plan. Cut taxes for American workers and American families. Cut taxes for businesses that are hiring and building companies in the United States of America, but penalize companies and countries that are shipping jobs overseas. That's the heart of the economic proposal. And I think what President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, child care options that are viable and workable for a lot of American families.
That's not going to happen unless.
Can you clarify how that will solve the child care shortage?
Well, because as Tim said, a lot of the child care shortage is we just don't have enough resources going into the multiple people who could be providing family care options. And we're going to have to, unfortunately, look, we're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have to induce more people to want to provide child care options for American families. Because the reason it's so expensive right now is because you've got way too few people providing this very essential service.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, your ticket also has some child care tax credit proposals. Do you think Congress will agree to the $6,000 credit for newborns and $3,000 credit for children over the age of 6, as your campaign has promised? Is that realistic?
Well, if these members of Congress are listening to anybody, I can tell you, and this is the biggest issue. Everybody listening tonight knows. I mean, I'm sure they were shocked to hear it's not that expensive. And let's be clear, whether it's $5,000 or $6,000, that pays you about 3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this. It's because we got out of an imbalance on this. We thought we were going to get by not paying people. I don't think Senator Vance and I are that far apart. I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarships types of things. I think we need to be open to making the case. But the issue here is, the question you asked is, you're not going to pay for it with these tariffs. That's just adding another $4,000 on the family and taking less. So not only do they not get the money to pay for that, they're $4,000 in the hole. That's Wharton School. That's his alma mater. And so I think the issue here is, those members of Congress, I can't believe they're not. When I go to businesses, sure, they'll talk about taxes sometime, but they will lead with childcare and they will lead with housing, because we know the problem is, especially in a state like Minnesota, we need more workers because our economy's growing, but we need the workforce.
Governor, thank you. We need to move on. Nora?
Let's talk about the state of democracy, the top issue for Americans after the economy
January 6th
and inflation. After the 2020 election, President Trump's campaign and others filed 62 lawsuits contesting the results.
Stuff. Let's see how
Judges, including those appointed by President
Will
Trump
he be
and other
better than
Republican
Lactoid at
presidents,
answering these
looked
questions?
at the evidence
Let's find out.
and said there was no widespread fraud. The governors of every state in the nation, Republicans and Democrats, certified the 2020 election results and sent a legal slate of electors to Congress for January 6th. Senator Vance, you have said you would not have certified the last presidential election and would have asked the states to submit alternative electors. That has been called unconstitutional and illegal. Would you again seek to challenge this year's election results, even if every governor certifies the results? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, Nora, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policies, make housing affordable,
like
make
Matrix
groceries
here.
affordable, and that's what we're focused on. But I want to answer your question because you did ask it. Look, what President Trump has said is that there were problems in 2020.
Would
and
you
my
certify
own
it,
belief
yes or
is that
no?
we should fight about those issues, debate those issues peacefully in the public square, and that's all I've said, and that's all that Donald Trump has said. Remember, he said that on January the 6th, the protesters ought to protest peacefully. And on January the 20th, what happened? Joe Biden
Would
became
you
the
have
president,
certified those
Donald
electors,
Trump left
yes
the
or
White
no?
House. And now, of course, unfortunately, we have all of the negative policies that have come from the Harris-Biden administration. I believe that we actually do have a threat to democracy in this country, but unfortunately, it's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to talk about. It is the threat of censorship.
No, this is such
it's
a
Americans
terrible
casting aside lifelong friendships because of disagreements over politics. It's big technology companies silencing their fellow citizens, and it's Kamala Harris saying that rather than debate and persuade her fellow Americans, she'd like to censor people who engage in misinformation. I think that is a much bigger threat to democracy than anything that we've seen in this country in the last 4 years, in the last 40 years. Now, I'm really proud, especially given that I was raised by two lifelong blue-collar Democrats, to have the endorsement of Bobby Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, lifelong leaders in the Democratic coalition. And of course, they don't agree with me and Donald Trump on every issue. We don't have to agree on every issue, but we're united behind a basic American First Amendment principle that we ought to debate our differences. We ought to argue about them. We ought to try to persuade our fellow Americans. Kamala Harris is engaged in censorship at an industrial scale. She did it during COVID. She's done it over a number of other issues, and that to me is a much bigger threat to democracy than what Donald Trump said when he said that protesters should peacefully protest on January 6th.
Was running away with this.
Well, I enjoyed tonight's debate, and I think there was a lot of commonality here. And I'm sympathetic to misspeaking on things, and I think I might have with the senator. But
push him on this.
There's one though that this one is troubling to me, and I say that because I think we need to tell the story. Donald Trump refused to acknowledge this, and the fact is that I don't think we can be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water go up. He was very clear. I mean, he lost this election, and he said he did. 140 police officers were beaten at the Capitol that day. Some with the American flag, several later died. And it wasn't just in there. In Minnesota,
Vance,
a group gathered on the state
would you have certified the
Capitol
2020 election?
in St. Paul
Yes or no?
and said, we're marching to the governor's residence and there may be casualties. The only person there was my son and his dog, who was rushed out crying by state police. That issue, and Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting, hang Mike Pence.
Walz, no. Ask him directly. He better. Oh my God, he better. He needs to turn to Vance and ask him directly, would you certify have certified the 2020 election? Yes or no? Because then Vance is trapped. Vance can't say yes because then Trump, he fucks it up with Trump. He literally can't say yes. And not answer and no is electoral death. Okay? Man, Walz, you got to get in these.
The right decision. So, Senator, it was adjudicated over and over and over. I worked with kids long enough to know, and I said as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win. That's what was at stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that imprisoning your political opponents, already laying the groundwork for people not accepting this. And a president's words matter. A president's words matter. People hear that. So I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history that a president or anyone tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power. And here we are 4 years later in the same boat. I will tell you this, that when this is over, we need to shake hands.
I'm so mad.
This election, and the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to
so
stop.
mad.
It's tearing our country apart.
Margaret?
Senator Vance, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, well, look, Tim, first of all,
he had a kill shot.
It's really rich
and he
for
missed.
Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for 250 years in this country. We are going to shake hands after this debate and after this election. And of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections. Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going on for a long time. And if we want to say that we need to respect the results of the election, I'm on board. But if we want to say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that Republicans have had, I don't buy that.
Governor.
January 6th was not Facebook ads. And I think a revisionist history on this. Look, I don't understand how we got to this point. But the issue was that happened. Donald Trump can do it. And all of us say there's no place for this. It has massive repercussions. This idea that there's censorship to stop people from doing
Don't get caught in this fucking trap.
That's not censorship.
The question isn't about censorship.
We've seen
the question is about who would fucking certify the 2020 election.
Tonight, and I'm going to thank Senator Vance. I think this is the conversation they want to hear. And I think there's a lot of agreement. But this is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Good stuff.
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris
get him, Walz.
Americans
Get him. Don't stop.
their mind
Keep going.
in the wake of the 2020
get
COVID
him.
situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
It's a damning non-answer
Get
for
him.
you to not talk about
Go,
censorship.
Walz.
Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020. We've talked about it. I'm happy to talk about it further. But you guys attack us.
Don't interrupt that.
Interrupt him.
Let him know. Keep pounding on this.
Democracy is the First
This
Amendment.
will win you the
yourself
debate.
Have said there's no
Go
First
in.
Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the power of government and big tech to
Walz, don't
silence
get
people from
distracted.
speaking their
please.
minds. That is a threat
Vance
to democracy that will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme Court
No,
test.
Tim,
Walz,
fire in a
stop,
crowded
stop.
Theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook.
Walz, stop. Stop immediately. Don't get caught up in this censorship crap. Keep on the question. This is a question that is a terrible look for Vance. Push him. Push him hard. You started to. I was excited. I was like, yeah, he sees it. Let's go. Let's get into that opening. Let's push. Let's put that thumb in that wound and push. But he let him off. And then he started getting distracted with the censorship stuff. No, that's a distraction. That's a red herring. Look, presidential candidates, that want to do well at these debates need to come on my show so they learn how to avoid these traps, these tricks that the Sundays of the world will do, right? Don't let him do that weasel shit. Push him.
Facebook for saying that toddlers shouldn't
Senator,
wear masks.
the governor does have the floor.
Prior in a crowded theater, that is criticizing the policies of the government, which is the right of every American.
Senator, the governor does have the floor for 1 minute to respond to you.
Yeah, well, I don't run Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there who refused, and now again, and this, I'm pretty shocked by this, he lost the election. This is not a debate in Donald Trump's world, because look, when Mike Pence made that decision to certify that election, that's why Mike Pence isn't on this stage. What I'm concerned about is where is the firewall with Donald Trump? Where is the firewall if he knows he could do anything, including taking an election, and his vice president's not going to stand to it? That's what we're asking you, America. Will
Don't
you
ask
stand
America.
up?
Ask him.
Will you keep your oath of office?
Ask him.
Even if the president doesn't. And I think
You got
Kamala
good
Harris would
instincts on
agree.
this. You
She
see
wouldn't
it.
pick me if she didn't think I
Take
would
your
do
shot.
that. Because of course that's what we would do. So America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Governor, your time is up.
Ooh,
thank
that
you,
was
gentlemen.
good.
We will be
It could have been
right
so much
back
better.
with both of our candidates. The CBS News
Great. We have a, oh my goodness. That was like a roller coaster of emotions for me. Look, they asked that question. Vance's answer initially, dog shit. It was really bad. Really, really bad. Okay? Walz could have won it in one swift motion. There would have been clips throughout the internet. It would have been a meme. He fumbled a little bit. He got there. There were moments of greatness in that. There were moments where, like, okay, yeah, he sees it. We're on the same page. He sees the opening. He sees where he's going to go. He needs to ask him directly. He got there, but then he didn't follow up. He didn't follow up. He needed to go in. He needed to go in harder. Okay. Skip ahead to the live. Okay, let's see if we can do that. Still commercial. Yeah, we are live and it's still commercial here. Okay. But yeah, okay, here we go.
Welcome back to the CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. It is now time for the closing statement. Senator Vance won the virtual coin toss and elected to go last. So, Governor Walz, you are first. You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Senator Vance. Thank you to CBS News. And most importantly, thank you to all of you. If you're still up and the folks who miss Dancing with Our Stars, I appreciate it. But look, the support of the democracy matters. It matters that you're here. And I'm as surprised as anybody of this coalition that Kamala Harris has built, from Bernie Sanders to Dick Cheney to Taylor Swift, and a whole bunch of folks in between there. And they don't all agree on everything, but they are truly optimistic people. They believe in a positive future of this country and one where our politics can be better than it is. And I have to tell you, that better than it is the sense of optimism that there can be an opportunity economy that works for everyone, not just to get by, but to get ahead. And the idea that freedom really means something. Not the freedom of government to be in your bedroom or exam room, but the freedom for you to make choices about yourself. Now, look, we all know who Donald Trump is. He's told us, and as Maya Angelou said, believe him when he told you that. His first inaugural address talked about American carnage. And then he spent 4 years trying to maybe do that. Senator Vance tonight made it clear he will stand with Donald Trump's agenda. He will continue to push down that road. Excuse me. Kamala Harris gives us a different option. Now, I'll have to tell you, I'm going to be careful about the quotes, but there's one that Senator Vance said that does resonate with me. He said, Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way. We don't need to be afraid. Franklin Roosevelt was right. All we have to fear is fear itself. Kamala Harris is bringing us a new way forward. She's bringing us a politics of joy. She's bringing real solutions for the middle class, and she's centering you at the heart of that. All the while asking everyone, join this movement, make your voices heard, Let's look for a new day where everybody gets that opportunity and everybody gets a chance to thrive. I humbly ask for your vote on November 5th for Kamala Harris.
Governor Walz, thank you. Senator Vance, your closing statement.
Well, I want to thank Governor Walz, you folks at CBS, and of course the American people for tuning in this evening. And one of the issues we didn't talk about was energy. And I remember when I was being raised by my grandmother, when she didn't have enough money to turn on the heat some nights because Ohio gets pretty cold at night and because money was often very tight. And I believe, as a person who wants to be your next vice president, that we are a rich and prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat in the middle of a cold winter night. That's gotten more difficult thanks to Kamala Harris's energy policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford a nice meal for your family. That's gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford to buy a house. You ought to be able to live in safe neighborhoods. You ought to not have your communities flooded with fentanyl. And that, too, has gotten harder with because of Kamala Harris's policies. Now, I've been in politics long enough to do what Kamala Harris does when she stands before the American people and says that on day one, she's going to work on all these challenges I just listed. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Day one was 1,400 days ago, and her policies have made these problems worse. Now, I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world. I meet people on the campaign trail who can't afford food, but have the grace and generosity to ask me how I'm doing and to tell me they're praying for my family. What that has taught me is that we have the greatest country, the most beautiful country, the most incredible people anywhere in the world. But they're not going to be able to achieve their full dreams with the broken leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to live their American dream if we do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years. We need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this once before and did it well. Please vote for Donald Trump. And whether you vote for me or vote for Tim Walz, I just want to say I'm so proud to be doing this, and I'm rooting for you. God bless you, and good night.
Senator Vance, thank you. And thank you both for participating in the only vice presidential debate of this election.
I don't care about the spin from these guys. Okay. Let me get back. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me switch up my little scenes here. Excuse me one moment while I do so. Okay, gang. Thoughts? What are our thoughts? What's your initial impressions? Okay. Well, I can take a look at my poll. So I put one on Twitter too. So if you're following me on Twitter, please answer that poll as well. But the live poll here, who's winning? 64%, and I'm going to end the poll now. This is pretty good. Get your votes in. I'll give you 10 more seconds to vote in this poll. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Okay, you get the deal, right? You get the deal. Okay. So we're going to end the poll. Who is winning? JD Vance got the majority here at 62%. Tim Walz is in the minority here with 37%. That kind of tracks. Overall, and here's my take here. I think Vance was the better debater. He came in with messages that were strong. He was able to put them in a way that was coherent, and he did the whole compassionate conservative thingy that Bush used to do, right? He played on the cordiality. He stood in good contrast to Trump. While Trump was unhinged and crazy in a lot of his answers, he was steady. He was smooth, right? Walz did all right. He was obviously not as good as a debater. He made some fumbles. His answer on the China question was terrible. Okay? It was terrible. He did well on the abortion question, and my problem with Walz, and because this could have been reversed, I think. And I think Walz, the frustrating thing about this, Walz could have won. There were several points during this debate, right? There are several points during this debate that if Walz had gone in, he could have won. I think that I'll give you a couple. I could just think of the top of my head, right? At the beginning, right? They were talking about energy. Vance brought this up. He brought up energy. He brought up energy independence. He should have brought up how, again, the Biden administration has drilled for more oil, and he did a little bit, right? But he should have brought up how Kamala cast a tie-breaking vote on fracking in Pennsylvania, right? In other states as well, right? Should have brought that up. He should have brought up when it comes to infrastructure, and because they talked about solar and how China manufactures some of the parts for our solar equipment. Hit him with the CHIPS Act. The CHIPS Act changes that. One of the reasons Biden put forward and pushed the CHIPS Act was because we recognize that a lot of our electronic stuff gets manufactured in Taiwan and other countries, right? And we need a domestic production capabilities of some very specific, very important parts for tech. He had that. It was an open thing. He said, yeah, you're right. And Biden and Kamala did something about that. They got through the CHIPS Act, which Trump did nothing about, right? He should have done that the whole night. He had opportunity after opportunity after opportunity to say, well, yeah, Trump talks a big game. Biden and Kamala get it done. He could have pushed on the CHIPS Act. He could have pushed on the infrastructure bill. He could have put forward the insulin stuff, right? When they were talking about healthcare, right? And how drug prices went down during Trump and things like that, or up during Kamala or whatever. Just hit Vance with, look, Biden pushed through policy that caps insulin at, I think, $30 for everyone. That's something Trump could have done, but Trump didn't do because Trump's beholden to the bigwigs in insurance companies, right? He's beholden to those people. Easy win. He didn't do it. But the most frustrating thing, the most frustrating portion, okay? The place where I think he could have gone in, okay? Which he almost did. And that's the thing. It was so close. He almost did it. I know he saw it, but he pulled. I don't know if he just fumbled it or he pulled back. I don't know why, right? The last question that Vance was given on would you have certified the 2020 election? First of all, he never answered that question. Vance never answered it directly. He never talked about it. He just went and he deflected to censorship. Walz should have asked him and refused to talk about anything else until he answered yes or no. Would you have certified that election, sir? Yes or no? America is watching, sir. In 2020, would you have certified the results of those elections or would you have thrown those votes out? What would it be, sir? Because Vance is trapped. Vance cannot answer that question, yes. He cannot answer, yes, I would have certified the election. He can't. Walz almost got there. He almost got there. He went a different tack, which would have been fine if he pressed on this, right? Did Trump win in 2020? Again, Vance didn't really answer. At least not that I heard. Could have missed it. But he needed to press harder. He needed to press harder. It was the kill shot. It would have turned the game around, but he didn't. That's disappointing. That's disappointing. $5 from Blocky Blah. I think JD Vance won for normal people, but Walz won for people who have a bit more information on the overall situation. That's fair. Right, policy-wise, look, I agree with Walz's policies more than I agree with Vance. Vance, on almost all policies. I don't like the gun stance of Kamala or Walz. But I'm not a one-issue voter, so on almost every other category, I'm with Walz. So here we are. Someone else super chatted at me. Oh yeah, thank you for the tier 2 sub, Crazy Tactics. Really appreciate you. And Manny to the Max, thank you for the $2. Wick, what are the new additions on your shelf? 40K stuff, right? We're gonna get into and build a 40K army. It'll be fun. But yeah, what do you guys think? Walz, Firechild says Walz just isn't a debater, but he came across as genuine. Yes, I will give Walz that. So, there were portions where I think Walz wanted to be more just human, okay? And to be honest, it might have worked with people, but it didn't work for me. I wanted to see him tackle the policy issues. But yeah, he made a few gaffes. I think the worst one, and the one we're going to hear about a lot, is I made friends with school shooters. We all know that's not what he meant, okay? But he said it, and so they're going to run with that. But, yeah. that was an unfortunate gaffe. But the biggest, I think the more important gaffe, if you will, and I don't think it was even a gaffe, the more important mistake that Walz made was on the China question. I think he just flubbed that very badly, very poorly. But, yeah, Rabid Wombat says, Walz is so nice, I want to serve him soup. Yeah, Walz was nice. Was this his first ever debate? If so, he did great. It felt like that. Like, I think that, like, Vance was just better at the debate. It's just true. So, you know, is what it is. It's vice presidential debate, though, and I don't think it was a total blowout, right? I think that people are going to remember the Kamala-Trump debate much more. There were more memes that would come out of it, and it was the top of the ticket, right? So keep that in mind. It wasn't a disaster for Democrats. I don't think it moves the needle. And I think that it might, though it didn't for me, but it might humanize Walz a bit. But I am disappointed in Walz's performance. I think Walz should have gone for the kill shot. If he had been better prepped. Look, if I am able to answer these questions better than Walz is, there's a problem. If I had better responses prepped, again, I didn't do any debate prep for this, right? But off the dome, if I had better answers than Walz did, from a Democratic perspective, to keep that in mind, right? That's a problem. So that's a problem. Okay, gang. It's late. Do we have anyone who wants to come in and give some of their thoughts? Do I have any Republicans in the audience that want to give me a Republican perspective? Let's bring in Vigilante. Let's see what he has to say. Hey, friend. You're live.
Hello. Yeah, so unfortunately, I do agree that Vance won. As much as I don't like Vance, I think Walz was way too fucking nice. It made Vance look a lot more normal than he normally does. Because, like, if you go and watch any of his, like, speeches or anything, the dude's fucking crazy. Like, he looks almost as crazy as Trump normally when he does his speeches and shit. Like, if Walz would have pressed him, like, to any degree on most of the topics, I feel like we would have gotten a completely different debate. So I think Vance won just mostly on the fact of it made Vance look normal when he is not even remotely normal.
So I think that you're correct in that like a lot of people aren't going to see those speeches.
Oh, hold on.
Oh no, that's my fault. I didn't hit the talk button. My bad. So you're correct. A lot of people, if they watch the speeches, right? If you watch those political speeches and the way Vance answers questions, when he's among friends, so to speak, when he's at Republican conventions, things like that, he does give what I consider to be very extreme answers to these questions. When he was on stage, however, and I think this is well done by his debate prep team, he comes across as normal in a very real way. You notice that Walz didn't once call him weird because there was no opportunity. None of the answers he gave were weird. even the worst answer that Vance had, right? And the worst answer that Vance had was at the end about the 2020 elections. And Walz kind of pressed him a little bit. That was the closest we got to a weird answer. But no, I think that Vance just did better. Straight up.
Yeah.
What do you think do you think this will actually impact anything?
Just because of the fact that it's a vice presidential debate, I don't necessarily think it will impact it too much. I do think it makes it look like Trump actually has a sane person in his pocket.
Yeah.
When he really doesn't.
I will say, I am glad that Vance isn't at the top of the ticket. If Vance was at the top of the ticket, I think we would have a real problem. Because I think that Vance is slick as a debater. I'll admit, he did better than I thought he would do. He just did.
Yeah, he is really good at putting on a face to make himself look normal whenever he's on an audience, in front of an audience that's not just his base. As an Ohioan that's actually sat down and watched some of his speeches, I really don't like him. I'm glad that he's on this ticket because it means he's not going to be, most likely not going to be up for re-election again, especially if.
Look, no, I'm not a Vance fan at all because I think that at the end of the day, Vance has very extreme opinions, and I think he's an opportunist, much like Trump. He's willing to say what he needs to say, right? And he's willing to throw under the bus whoever he needs to throw under the bus, right? People in Ohio hate him for a reason. The people who know him best hate him most, right? Ohioans do not like this man. However, when it came to the debate, he was very cordial. And I think that him going the route of the compassionate conservative did him well. And him admitting to some flaws without being specific, right? He did this trick, and it was very effective, right? Where he'd be like, we've made some mistakes, and Trump wasn't perfect, and there's a lot of stuff that the Democrats agreed with, but I agree with. But he never really got into details, right? And he never really gave any specifics, which is fine. It's a debate, right? But that's a good tactic, right? It's clever. And I think that it makes him seem reasonable, whereas I just don't think he is in general. So,
yeah, unfortunately, I do think he did really good. It's just it's a good thing that it's just a vice presidential debate and not the top of the ticket for sure.
I think one of the reasons we might be grading Vance so high is because of how bad Trump performed in the last debate, right? Because Trump was legit. He was screaming out things like they're transing the inmates and they're eating the cats and dogs and stuff. He's just screaming crazy. And Vance didn't do that. And so look, the one thing I will say about this debate overall, it was nostalgic. This reminded me a lot of the 2008, 2012 stuff, right? And how normal everything was. And it made me think, man, I fucking wish we were back in that. I wish we had these kinds of discourse all the time. It was so refreshing, but it felt weirdly refreshing. And so, yeah, I got hit with the nostalgia wave on that. So, yeah.
It definitely felt weird. I'm not used to having this level of cordialness in a general election debate.
True. Joe, what do you think? Who won?
Who won? We all lost. What are you talking about?
You didn't like it?
No, it was pretty boring, if I'm being quite frank.
Honestly, yes, and honestly, thank God. Not from a content perspective, my numbers were kind of trash tonight, but from just a sanity perspective, I miss boring. I don't know. Maybe this.
Sure, but they're just the establishment. So Walz and Vance are both establishment individuals, so they're not going to fall for the same type of display and gaucheness that a Donald Trump or even a Kamala Harris to that extent would fall for. So it's just kind of like business as usual. They're going to be cordial to each other. They're going to empathize with each other, and dodge every question imaginable.
In your opinion, what was, and this is to both of you, what were each candidate's best points and what were their worst? So let's start with Vance. What was his top moment and what was his worst moment? Let's go to Vigilante first, and then we'll go to Joe.
I think Vance's best moment was probably on guns. I think he probably did his absolutely did his best point whenever he was sitting there talking about guns. Because like he actually he talked about the mental health crisis and all that stuff. Now, granted, his position on how we need to fix it, the mental health crisis, is probably actually retarded, but like the way that he approached the gun problem is actually pretty good. I'd say his worst topic was probably immigration, but that's
okay. What do you think, Joe?
He's Trump's VP.
Probably similar. Guns were definitely the most comfortable he seemed in talking. Neither party, Democratic nor Republican, really have an answer to the problem of gun violence in areas, especially cities. So I understand JD Vance wanting to try to make that a talking point, despite the fact that FBI data says otherwise. But I think it's very easy to just look at that point in the conversation and see like, okay, there's very clear distinctions between himself and Tim Walz, and that was refreshing in that regard. I'm not for neither of them. This is kind of popcorn to me, but I think that was a really clear. You could see a distinction between both of them there.
Okay, interesting. And what do you think Vance's worst moment was?
I guess we'll go in reverse order. JD Vance has the same problem that Donald Trump has to a lesser extent. If it's good enough to keep the conversation going, just let it slide. Tim did this pretty well too, but the times that JD was at his worst was when he was in the conversational desire to want to optically defend himself or look like he's defending himself. He's not good at that. His appearances on other news networks reveal that. So I think when he fell for those kind of very easy rhetorical traps, really, whether it be brought up by the moderators or brought up by Tim Walz, of just like having to just riff on certain things when he didn't necessarily have to. If you want to be more like direct on that, anytime we talked about immigration and Mexico, my eyes just glossed over. It felt like it was in a Sicario movie. But yeah.
Fair enough. I think I already gave my answer for both of these, right? But Vigilante, what about Walz? What do you think? What do you think was his best and worst?
I would say Walz best. I'd say probably the economy. I think whenever he was talking about like how they want to do the housing stuff and the child tax credit and then the grants for the businesses, like it seems like he really understands what they want to do there, and he was able to bring that up and talk about it very well. As far as worst, I
should be easy. Okay, I'll help you out. The China answer.
Yeah,
worst.
I would say
simple.
probably the
It's
China
simple.
answer.
The China non-answer, and he had to be pressed to actually answer the question. That was the worst.
Yeah.
I just like that was
Yeah.
such a bad moment.
Hello.
Hi, Jiptan. But the thing I'm most frustrated on Walz isn't what he said, it's what he didn't say. There were so many points where he had opportunities to go in to push Biden and Kamala's record, and he simply failed to do that. I think he should have pressed more on the 2020 answer as well, but he didn't, and I think that was just a failure overall. But Jeptan, what do you think?
I mean,
America just found out what an ass whooping looks like. I think that's what just happened, dude. I thought it was really even at the start. I thought they both looked good. I still think Tim Walz looked decent. Like, he didn't look bad.
Yeah, it wasn't a blowout.
Vance mopped him because Vance looked really good. And like what I've said about debates before, where people like say debates don't matter. I think debates matter as far as the candidates attack and triumph in their win conditions. Debates tend not to matter because if you're just focused on winning a debate optically, you don't tend to nail your win condition. Vance had a couple of win conditions here, and he obliterated them. One, obviously, was to look more personable and more empathetic, and he hit that. Even the post-debate, commentators were like, I'm getting texts from people saying that Vance seems so much more empathetic and emotional here.
He did really well in that. Exactly.
Yeah. Second was just to give a buttoned up, fact-based look at a Trump campaign that, Trump's not really capable of giving. And then a third one that I didn't even realize was a win condition until I watched it unfold before me was he got Walz to say, like, I agree with you. And yeah, we agree. Like, there's a lot of agreement here. And what I didn't realize, I was like, wait a minute. Walz is terrible for the Kamala campaign because her whole campaign is based on doomsday predictions and vilification of Donald Trump and his campaign. And Vance just sat there and had Walz for 2 hours basically saying, yeah, we're not that different in what we want. It seems like we have a lot of similar goals. It seems like there's a lot of coalition building to be had here. And I'm like, and that's good, right? We should have presidential candidates that want to be like that. Unfortunately, the strategists for the Democrat side have leaned the entire campaign on Trump is not like us. Trump's campaign is not like ours. And if you vote Trump in, it's doomsday.
Well, my response to that, because I think you're right overall, that the cordiality was in stark contrast to a lot of the messaging. But this was on both sides, right? Like, I think that this was a win for civility politics in a very real way. I think it showed the power of it especially on the Republican side. And I think it stands in stark contrast to how Trump handled himself. I know we had you on for the Trump thing, and you thought that Kamala didn't hit her win condition. We disagreed on that, but we agree here tonight. I think Vance did hit his win condition. The one thing where he could have failed, but Walz didn't push him enough on it, was the 2020 answer. I think that was Vance's weakest point, and Walz could have gone in for the kill, but he was going for civility too much, and it didn't hit.
Yeah,
but
that was a big Walz win condition was confirming the doomsday hypothesis, but instead he really didn't. He really made it seem like doomsday hypothesis was all a strategy game.
He could have. This is a frustrating bit for me.
He could. You're right. You're 100% right.
The 2020 answer, the answer that Vance gave initially was bad. It was a bad non-answer. It needed to be pointed
It took
out.
Vance too long to jump on that because he did jump on it, but it took him. I agree. It took Walz, too long to jump on that, and so he didn't get enough time to let the audience marinate on that idea.
Let's get some other people in. We got some other people who want to spout off. We got Unicat Ninjaxes. Is that how you say your name?
Whatever.
Okay, we'll call you Uni. We got
you and I actually met on a
Pride
I
remember who
a few years back. So,
but it's just been a while since
I realized you had a server. I'm like, oh, I'll join.
Yeah.
So
well, thank you for being here. We have Lactoid here, and we have Admiral Gibbs. Let's actually start with Uni, okay? Because I'm pretty sure I know what Gibbs is gonna say. Pretty sure I know what Lactoid's gonna say, but I don't know what you're gonna say. What are your thoughts?
I don't know how to feel about this. I think I recall somebody saying that Walz said he wasn't a good debater. So I give him that. But as for how this is gonna affect the outcome, I feel like it won't move the needle. But I also feel like this was extremely dangerous because Vance kind of looks like a normal person here, with his agreeing with Walz, and it's gonna make people who were maybe originally voting for Trump being like, oh, it's not that bad. I'll go and vote for him instead of Walz looking towards the end, Vance really started to sound like an NPC, but it was a bit too late. So, I really wanted Walz. I was expecting rally Walz, not this civil trying to agree with everybody.
Yeah,
Walz.
I think that the civility can work. It worked for Vance. It worked for Vance 100%. There's a way you can do it. I think Vance did it correctly. Walz kind of fumbled it, unfortunately. Thank you for that. We'll get into it as we go. Lactoid, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think JD Vance won the debate. I think you're right that it was relatively civil. I think they both did well. But I think that JD, Polymarket had Tim Walz as of a couple days ago at 82% favored to win. Currently, he's sitting at 36%. So he has a massive drop off, right? He has a bigger drop off than Trump had going into the debate with Kamala Harris. And I pointed out, like, the whole time, Polymarket odds were not favoring Donald Trump during that debate. But that drop wasn't nearly as significant as this. And I think the reason for that is that the media has been painting JD Vance as this weird psychopath that's obsessed with children and obsessed with like authoritarian, controlling people, etc. But he came across as a normal person. He came across as incredibly moderate. He came across incredibly normal. He spoke well. He's an eloquent person. There wasn't an audience there to, I think, throw things off. And the American people saw that. I think that's going to affect things. Look, I didn't think that he went in hard on issues that I wanted him to. He didn't go nearly as hard on JD Vance's lies about his abortion policy. There were lies that Tim Walz, yes, Tim Walz. If I said Vance, I meant Tim Walz's lies on the abortion policy that he signed into law in 2023. He didn't even bring up Kamala's ascendance into as the candidate when the conversation of democracy came up. He didn't bring up court backing, but he did bring up censorship, which I thought was good. And I think that Tim Walz said some things during the debate that were concerning, right? Oh, not hate speech. Oh, fire in a crowded theater.
Yeah, Walz
concerning.
Fumbled that so hard because it was a distraction tactic, because he brought up censorship when the question was, would you certify the votes, right? Would you certify the 2020 election results? But this was a great tactic. And gang, this is the importance of why you debate in hostile locations, right? This is why it's important to talk to people who are outside of your echo chamber. So you know how to react and how to deal with it when someone tries to non-answer you and then bullshit you with something else entirely, right? Which is what Vance did, and it worked, unfortunately. He was like, well, the 2020 stuff, I'm not going to really answer that question. I'm looking at the future. Let's talk about censorship. And Walz bit on that, and he should not have bit on that.
Well, it's not just that,
we're not going to talk about that. We're going to talk about your non-answer here. And unfortunately, he had some own goals on when he did talk about the fucking censorship thing. But
yes, like he had some own goals throughout a lot of the debate.
He bit on it, but he bit on it in a very bad way,
yes,
right? He defended censorship, and I think that's concerning, and I think that they're going to hold that against him. Another thing that JD Vance didn't bring up at all were the economic policies, like specifically the proposed economic policies of Kamala Harris that are so unpopular amongst the very experts that she was that Tim Walz was appealing to.
You know what?
And so, but that was never brought up once, and I think that again, I don't know why, but he didn't bring it up.
On that subject. Going in here, I was asking my chat, right? Do you think that they were going to bring up the couch fucking thing? Do you think that they were going to bring up the Walz's military record stuff? Neither of that got brought up. So,
Well, they bring up the couch fucking.
Well, no, he was saying like bring up the
That'd be weird to
fact
bring
that
up.
They were making jokes about it on the debate stage. When
like,
it's like a pretty gross and like debased rumor kind of thing.
Yeah, like basically the reason how low were they going to go, and neither went low. Neither one.
I have an answer as to why, but I know Gibbs still has to go.
Well, let's get through it, right? Let's get through it before we get there. And $5 from Audacity. Joe streaming in from Garlic Jr.'s Dead Zone.
Hold up.
Don't know what that means.
I'll be right back.
Dragon Ball Z reference. Come on.
Okay, I just don't know. Gibbs, what are your thoughts?
Yeah. So if I was gonna score like a football game, I would score that 35. Vance 17. Walz. So, Walz showed up, but it took a whooping. Like, that's what happened. It was real simple. He owned gold on himself. The CCP report just came out. It's being talked about. I sent it out to a few of y'all, and nobody really bid on that. Guess what? It came up in the debate. Damn, 2 for 2 on things in the debate. Gibbs is done now, prediction-wise. And guess what? Boom, goes the dynamite. Walz said, hey, I learned a lot about leadership from the CCP. Crazy stuff, boys. He learned a lot about leading people from the commies. And then he turned right around and wants to talk about government-sponsored housing. Oh man, that sucks. While Kamala's sitting here talking about the what's it, Soviet-style price bread lines, I think that bringing that up, I think that there's a lot of key hot button word choices Vance steered away from. He let Trump be the attack dog. I think Lactoid said this actually on our stream earlier, or our stream earlier, about the Trump is coming in as being the fire starter. Vance is walking behind with a fire extinguisher. I think that's a very good analogy. You know, Vance didn't come off as weird. He seemed very like nice. He was cordial. He seemed like a normal dude, and he dunked on him early with that while being polite to the moderator, and I think that was major points. I all around.
I disagree with the moderator thing. I think the trying to play the moderator there was kind of a weak move.
Wonderful. It was maybe
it was maybe the perfect.
It came across well. We were watching the
Vance interaction,
and it dropped immediately for him. So, like statistically, the betting odds say that you're wrong, Wick. So, I mean, you could think that, but the numbers are saying.
I thought that was VW of the debate.
That was the dunk of the night. That one, and
because he not only exposed that they're willing to break the rules that they set and asked for, but also that they're doing it to kind of lie to the audience on behalf of one side.
Hold on, do you guys think that the moderators were biased in this?
Dramatically less so. If they were,
not as much
as the last time.
I think
not
also
as much
after
as the
Vance.
last one.
I think after Vance,
that was a biased move. That was one.
Yeah,
Wick,
after Vance,
you're moving the goalposts though, because none of us are making a claim definitively on the totality of the debate. But that fact check was unequivocally, irrefutably biased to hold water for the Kamala side, and Vance literally pointed out why.
It also set the tone. They stopped doing that.
If you don't agree with that, I would also say that's probably why you don't think that was a win for Vance, because I'm guessing you didn't listen to what he actually said in his response.
They cut off his mic, so it was very hard to hear.
No, they didn't cut off his mic.
No, he cut off Walz's mic because Walz kept going back and forth,
they also cut his. They also cut off his.
Cut off both the mics, but it was during Walz was like getting aggressive.
So it's possible I missed the answer, but like
yes,
yeah, I don't think that was
because you're saying you didn't hear it.
I don't think that was a W.
I mean, well, once again, Wick,
was not a W because what he was saying was
say you're wrong.
I mean, Lactoid was referring to pretty concrete, like market moves, like right after it happened. He pointed out that they were interrupting him in a way that was against the rules, and to deceive the audience, because he pointed out that they were like, oh, well, there are a lot of legal Haitian immigrants over there in Springfield, Ohio. And he's talking about a bunch of legal immigrants. And then he pointed out the fact that they're legal because you can download a temporary legal protection app and hit a button on your phone and become a legal citizen. And that's literally what he's critiquing.
Just
authoritative.
Just add one last thing to what I was saying, and I'll be done.
Okay, quickly, and then I respond.
Yeah, quickly. Yeah, sorry. I also wanted to say the only issue I was having, and I think Lactoid and I talked about this, was the abortion one, right? He wasn't really as cutthroat when it came to the 9-month thing. He could have been. However, I think it was a strategic play, and he came off much more likable. And honestly, getting past that issue, which is the Republicans' weakest issue, was a very strategic, and I think it played well. I mean, and once again, the odds reflected that.
I think I can't speak to the betting odds. I didn't watch the betting odds, but as a viewer, right? No, I think that watching the betting odds is probably not the move.
It's the only thing you can do in the midst of the debate, though, because they're not polling after every response.
Hold on, I don't know if organizations or if the media companies still do this, but I remember back in 2008. They didn't have betting odds. What they had was a focus group, and the focus group would rate live. So you would have these
betting odds is way better than a focus group.
Yeah, it's way better.
Stop. Do you know why? Do you know how betting odds move, Wick? Vegas moves betting odds because people start putting a bunch of money on one side, which means instead of a focus group that's just sort of 50 people willy-nilly watching and being asked questions, you have people who are willing to put their dollars on their opinion, giving their opinion and moving betting lines.
But
that's why betting odds are way better than 50 people that they've pre-selected in a group.
They want to win the money rather than be right, so that they can play with the odds.
If they're right, they win the money.
How would they win money, Wick? Only if they're correct, and it's actually a win for Vance. So if they're putting money on Vance, they only win money if Vance does actually make a difference.
If he's deemed the winner.
They lose their money. Yeah. They lose all their money if they're wrong.
Yeah, they don't have any influence on who actually wins. This is just real-time analysis.
If you keep seeing, like, nothing succeeds like success. So if the only win condition for the game is you want to be in the most popular bucket, right? You want to be where most of the people put their odds on, and you see everyone betting on one candidate, you obviously bet on that candidate too.
That's
not what happened. Wait, hold on. That's not what happened here, though. Hold on, real quick.
That's also wrong. That's
remember, right before, but even if that was the case,
I wasn't
right before the
live.
debate.
I can't.
Like again today, October 1st, right before the debate, Walz was 72% favored. 72%. He was the one that everyone was getting on board with on betting. And then as the debate was going on, he dropped like a rock down to 33.
Because as I said, Vance won the debate. So yes, but we're talking about a very specific period of time.
But hold on, but what you're also not factoring in, Wick,
hold on.
You're missing the biggest point of the betting odds.
You won't respond on my own show. My God. Okay.
All right, go ahead. I want to respond to you.
Right? When you yell at the moderators or you try to play the moderators are being mean to me, it always comes off as a bitch move. Always.
No.
Wrong.
Always.
That's why he didn't.
It's a losing play.
Wick. That's why he didn't do that.
The 2016 primary.
Yeah.
Well,
also, I want to explain one more reason.
He didn't do that. He didn't say you guys are being so mean to me. He said, I thought it was against the rules to fact check, but since you're gonna let me fact check your fact check, and then he hit them with the fact check that exposed to the audience while his mic was still on. He got this out that exposed to the audience that they were giving misinformation in order to support one side of the argument.
One more thing on this.
Go back and look at it because I didn't hear that answer.
It was purposefully deceptive.
I also want to explain
that they gave that he pointed out why it was purposefully deceptive.
Well, okay, one more thing on the betting odds thing, and this is actually really important. Y'all clearly, Wick, you don't understand how sports betting works, right?
I don't sports bet, so
fair enough. That's fair enough. I do a lot of sports betting, and one of the ways you do it with MMA sports betting, if you want to do this accurately, you want to probably win more than lose, is you bet the odds for the card, and then what you do is you go through the card, which is usually about between 10 and 14 fights, and you'll go and say, hey, here's my outlier. Right, this guy's scheduled 7-1 odds. He's probably a 3-1 underdog or a 4-1 underdog, right? And you bet that outlier fight and hope that one wins big. Well, the rest of them should win and cover your bet. So even what you said, you would never do what you said and put your money in the most likely to win bet because we saw somebody with a 75% win percentage. That's an 8-to-1 odds. You'd want to put bet on the other. So you're wrong. You're just wrong. That's not how sports betting works. And it's a definitive measure showing that this was a major tangible change in real time. And that's why these sports betting websites are such a good indicator and they're better than actual
How'd they
polling.
do with the 2016?
Don't listen to gamblers about betting strategies, just to be clear.
Yeah.
Well, hey, listen.
How did they win? How did they do with the 2020 election, right? How were their accuracy? That's what I want to see. $5 from Audacity. You know what always is a sure bet? Giving me money like Audacity has tonight. Thank you for the $5. Walz should have busted out the hot sauce. It worked so well for Hill Dog. Fair enough. So I know that Jebtan has answered this question. He says that he thinks that, and correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm misquoting you, right? But you think that this debate actually might move the needle. Is that correct?
Yeah, I saw some for two reasons. I saw not only the win conditions thing, which is sort of my blanket debate hypothesis on how debates work and how they're valued, but also I saw some, I forget who it was one of the liberal media outlets that said our pre-debate polls are showing that this vice presidential debate will actually move the needle, kind of regardless how it goes. And Vance's ability to hit and then almost manufacture and then hit multiple win conditions throughout the debate, I think just
we'll see.
Add on top of that.
My instinct and my gut says nah, but we'll see.
Can I answer the question for you, by the way? The betting odds in 2020 was only putting about a 33% chance that Trump would win, with a 66% chance of Biden winning.
Interesting.
How was 2016?
2016, again, that was the wild. I don't know what the odds were then, but that was the wild one that took everybody by surprise. So it wouldn't surprise me if that was different, but I'll look it up.
Yeah.
But as for the needle push thing, I think that this is kind of what I told you on your show earlier, Wick, is that Vance has been the loser. Right. And all he had to do is have a decent performance. And since he had more than a decent performance, he had an outstanding performance, in my opinion. I think it moves the needle a lot, especially when you have this contrast to Trump of this nice, respectful young gentleman who's sitting here, seems like he cares about the American people, well articulated, didn't self-own. And he comes out there.
That. I think there are a lot of people who wish they could flip the ticket right now. I think there's a lot of people sitting there, like a lot of Republican strategists saying, man, I wish Vance was at the top. Not this Trump guy, right?
Well, I don't think I don't think Trump is a sustainable thing long term, right? So I'm not exactly sure because Trump has even articulated that if he loses this election, he's probably done. And then even if he wins this election, he's done. So I think
He said
that
it in 2020.
well, I mean, he said this like last month that he's pretty much doubtful. But the point they're trying to make. Water's wet.
We're assuming
the NBA's fixed
for years anyway. So
yeah, I mean, like
that is also the big factor.
Yeah, but again, like
let's hear what Joe has to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, I say all that to say like a few things. One, I don't think that Walz had anything to lose in his performance here, and JD Vance had everything to gain because of the fact that the ways that both of these individuals are campaigning, Walz and Vance are very disaggregated. JD Vance is going for more of that individualistic route of making sure that there are events for himself so that he has the opportunity to be his own voice, which it kind of worked, but he had the same identity problem that most vice presidents have, where it's just like, okay, who are these people? So I think for JD, it was a matter of, and some people said this, like showing that, hey, I may have said controversial things in the past. I may have said some things that might even be morally reprehensible on either side, but you look at it. But at the end of the day, I can make mistakes no different than anybody else, and you should still give me a chance to spite those mistakes. I think if that was the goal that he was running into, I think he succeeded. And then for Walz, he just kind of had to not have any gaffe that puts him on. And both of them had both of these challenges. You don't want to be on the debate in such a way where a gaffe that you do in the conversation takes attention away from either campaign. I think both of those individuals succeeded. I think when it comes to clips and things that are highlightable from the conversation, there wasn't much really to be had. Obviously, there's a few clear gaffes. I think the biggest one is going to be that exchange between the moderators and him. But even then, that's just like a small flashpoint that doesn't even take that much attention away from Donald Trump.
No, the biggest gaffe of tonight that's going to be played over.
I was friends with school shooters.
Yes, that's it. You got it.
Yeah, I can't wait to use that.
That
it's
one
going
was
to be
funny,
used.
but I don't know if that moves anybody.
It doesn't. It moves them.
No,
No,
I don't think any of these move anyone, to be clear.
Oh, absolutely. Because look how important memes were for Vance's image. Everybody's sitting here and memes about him being a dolphin fucker and a cow fucker. And now, yeah, it was a whole thing.
Yes, he admitted to looking up dolphin porn.
Yeah, whatever. That's not the point. The point is, I've heard these memes for months. I've heard these memes. Heard the memes.
Yes, he did.
And people have this false. Even my parents who don't watch social media were like, why does everybody hate Vance? I know everybody hates Vance. And I'm like, because they think he's a dolphin fucker. And like, then I have to explain the meme to them. And they're like, oh, okay. And they're like, they ask my cousins and shit. And it spreads. Guess what? This is going to be used by everybody. And you know what? I say good, because it's time the Republicans play those tactics back against the dishonest.
As if they're not doing it all the time.
He is a friend of school shooters. He wants to take away guns from hardworking Americans.
More gifted WIC TV memberships. Look at you making the sure bet. Thank you for the gifted.
I'm not convinced.
Gibbs, are you for real?
Yeah, he wants to take guns away from hardworking Americans to defend themselves. So it sounds to me like he's a friend of people who want to use guns for illegal purposes. That's exactly.
Force? Dude, trust me.
Yeah. I also can't wait to see that photo of Kamala hunting.
Oh, yeah. I'm not convinced. I don't think Kamala hunts.
I think Kamala on national television. He said, I misspoke.
I think Kamala Harris is probably just like most liberal gunners I've seen, where they just have it. It's in a box somewhere, and if they use it, they use it. I don't think she's this recreational.
They said that she's a hunter.
I do not believe that she's some type of recreational hunter.
So we lied again. So you're saying he lied again?
She also worked at McDonald's and worked with the fries making Whoppers, dude. So it's like
and at the end of the day, it's like who cares? Like who?
The gun control answer, by the way, was also all over the place. Like he said, we don't want to fearmonger. We're not coming from your guns or whatever. But by the end of the answer, he was saying, sometimes it's just the guns. Sometimes it is just the guns. It's just the guns, right? So you want to take them away. The thing that you started off this answer by saying that you don't want to take them away.
But after
he lied.
He also own-goaled himself in that answer by pointing out that the vast majority that stat they use of children dying to guns is vastly a mental health issue, and agreed with Vance on that. And so he sort of owned gold, and even in that part of the conversation
Walz
too.
tried, I don't know if this was a strategy or if this is just Walz. And I said this right after the debate. Walz tried to be human in this. I think he was just a guy, right? And giving his thoughts. whether that plays well or not, I don't think it does. I think that
I mean, Vance did too, and he did it better.
No, Vance,
there's more to gain from Walz being ordinary, because you can replicate that. You can replicate Democrats can replicate a Tim Walz. They can't replicate a Kamala Harris. So, and Kamala Harris still has an authenticity problem. She still has the problem of appearing inauthentic, appearing canned, and appearing superficial, and she does not really do a good job at dodging the allegation. So I think Tim Walz,
she's got nothing but problems as a candidate. She's terrible.
This is one of the reasons, right? And because I think you're hitting mostly like 99% true, Jeb10, 99% true on what you're saying. That JD Vance basically he took an opportunity that was given to him by the Democrats, painting him as a couch fucker, right? This is the problem, okay? And Democrats fall into this trap all the time. They think they do this thing where when they want to do the go low stuff, it just ends up helping the Republicans, because the Republicans can play this civility game better than the Democrats can in a lot of ways. And I think
I mean, I disagree that actually changes their at-large strategy, because their entire campaign has been lying about the Trump campaign and saying that he's going to end the world.
That's not my point.
So.
No, that's not my point. You're missing my point here. Okay, my point here isn't that this should change or that this will change how Democrats handle Republicans. My point is it should, in the future, going forward, be a warning to that kind of politic, right? To
Democrats don't know how to punch right. That's basically what I hear you saying.
I think a really important poll.
Not to cut you off, but
let's give it to Vigilante real quick. He's been trying to get in. Go ahead.
The reason I would say that strategy didn't work tonight is because Tim Walz is too nice. If Walz would have pushed Vance harder, he would have looked like the fucking schizo poster he normally fucking looks like whenever he gives his fucking speeches and shit. Like he looks like when he like it when
he tried to warn. Hold on, Vigilante. I'll let you respond. But just real quick.
Yeah. I'm just straightening my back. I'm not like getting ready to go.
Vigilante. Just real quick to push back on you. Like, I don't know. I think actually Walz matching energy was kind of the move, but unfortunately Walz was in a bad position, because all JD Vance had to do was not be crazy.
Yes.
All he had to do was not be crazy. And as long as he could keep
and he was not crazy.
Yeah, and as long as he could keep the opponent until the end, but then Walz fumbled the ball on that. But as long as Walz could as long as Vance could make sure that the opponent didn't egg him on into being crazy, he wins that condition. And Walz just wasn't the guy. And I think that Vance, for all his faults, I don't think there's someone who could have done that, except for maybe like, I don't know, professional troll Destiny or something. I don't know.
No, even him. I tried to warn people about this. I shared something on my Twitter, and you can find it, where Vance is in an interview, and it's a very combative interview. The interviewer is being very combative. I think I might have shared it with you. I definitely shared it with Rampage Paul. And I was like, this is good news for the Republicans in a debate, because the interview is super combative. The interviewer was basically just throwing questions that were accusations in the form of questions. And Vance was like calmly and very kindly dis-fucking-mantling her. It wasn't because Walz is too nice. It's because Vance is, what people didn't realize, he's incredible.
Trained.
He's incredibly good at disarming people who try to be too aggressive with him, and just looking way nicer than them, regardless of how nice they are. You could have had Trump on the other side there, and I think JD Vance would have trouble, or Trump would have trouble going after JD Vance the way that he usually went after people.
Trump is such a wild card.
That goes to what I was saying about JD. Yeah.
Just real quick, $10. Sorry, from Audacity. Walz matching energy was not the move, LMAO. A terrific episode of Whose White Guy Is It Anyway? Vance beat Walz at every turn of being the amicable guy in the debate. Well, thank you.
Yeah, I think Walz was just outmatched. And I think this is where I'll just quickly touch on, since we're talking about Vance's strategy, and what you were asking at the beginning, which is like, Vance didn't really take, and Lactoid had this criticism too, Vance didn't really take all the biggest shots he could have taken, all this stuff. And I think that was purposeful. Gibbs made a football metaphor, and I think that's a good metaphor to make, because what Vance did was football strategy, right? You establish the run, you play conservatively, you hammer the rock, you control the clock, and you see if you can get ahead that way. And then if you do, you stick with that. You just keep rolling. You keep playing conservative. Then once you start to increase that gap, you start to open up the playbook. And that's what we saw in the debate, was up till the halfway point in the debate, Vance was probably up by 3 or up by 7. And then after that halfway point, he kind of got another score, and he started opening up the playbook. He started attacking the Kamala campaign a little bit more. He started to take some more shots down the field, so to speak. But you don't want to start playing loose with... I don't think you used to play loose with the ball at that point.
I'll give you the last question, right? I'll give you the last question as an example of this, right?
Sure.
I don't think this was I'm not good at the football analogies because I don't play football. But that
was a garbage time touchdown, is what we call that last one.
But here's the deal. At the end of the debate with the last question about the 2020 election, and this is what he used his attacks for. His attacks were all to distract from his answers, right? He would do the jujitsu thing where you turn it around. News. Because let's be real, his 2020 answer was a bad answer. It was bad.
Yeah, it was a garbage time touchdown. So what happened was, what a garbage time touchdown is
I don't
when
know
an
your
NFL
phrases.
team...
What are you doing?
I'm explaining it to you. He's going to learn it real quick. Learn.
When an NFL team is up by like 2 or 3 scores, and there's like 2 minutes on the clock, and there's really not enough time for the opposing offense to possess the ball long enough to make up those scores, you can play a little bit looser, and your defense starts to relax a little bit, because you don't need to protect the game as much anymore, because the game is in the bag. And what Walz needed was a touchdown, a successful onside kick, then another touchdown, and then maybe he could have gotten a tie. And he just got a touchdown. That's what we call a garbage time touchdown. The defense is relaxed. The situation is a lot lower stakes for the other team, and so you're able to score some touchdowns easier than you could have the whole rest of the game. And that's why you'll see games where you look at the score, they seem like they weren't that big of a blowout at the end. But if you watch the game, you see one team was firmly in control of the game from the start all the way through to the finish, and that's what happened in this debate. Vance was controlling this all the way through the finish, and he didn't want to change his strategy mid-debate and risk losing.
I'll give it to Lactoid in a second, but $10 from Artemis Fowl. I remember Wick telling me on stream that the Vance choice would hurt Republicans and Walz was a benefit for Kamala Harris. I'm here to say I told you so. Dems may have slipped further behind now. So 2 things on that, and then I'll let Lactoid go. Dems are not behind right now. I don't think they're going to slip further behind. And I don't think that overall, while Vance did win this debate, it has to be measured over the harm that Vance does in every other scenario and has done with every other scenario. So no, you can't get to tell me I told you so, because you're still not right just because I had one good debate. Let's give it to Lactoid. Go ahead.
I think he's mitigated a lot of that harm that you're referring to, because a lot of the harm that JD Vance brought was people having this misconception of him as a weirdo. And he did not come across as a weirdo, and I think a lot of people are going to remember that. But I want to disagree a little bit about this idea of, it was a garbage time touchdown. Because I think it was a flub. Because here's what happened. The conversation became about censorship, and Tim Walz said some pretty scary shit about censorship, right? And there's concerns there, right? He talked about hate speech. He brought up the fire in a crowded theater example, right? Again, classic things that people who are opposed to the First Amendment bring up to try to oppose the First Amendment. And you know that this is going to be the thing now when people think about that question, and people try to run that question of oh, here's the question, what was the answers, right? What are they going to play? They're going to play the fact that Tim Walz is bad on the First Amendment, and they're going to put that on every fucking ad.
Yes,
and of course, that's a major issue.
Flubbed it.
So he flubbed it. So I wouldn't even call it a touchdown. I think what it was, he was behind two. He was behind 2 touchdowns, and they were going to and he got fucking sacked. That's I think the better comparison. He got
football analogies
and they are out of time.
These
The
football
January
analogies are gonna
the
kill
January
me,
6th
okay?
question, I think, was the garbage time touchdown where he said, "Did Donald Trump lose the election?" And JD Vance didn't answer it, and he said that's a telling non-answer. That was what I was referring to as the garbage time touchdown. But you're right; it's probably more like
he was
he
even
opted
able
for
to
the
flip
field
that.
goal.
Hold on.
Hold on.
And
He was even able to flip that.
Here's the thing. This is why the football analogy doesn't work. Because here's the thing. The football analogy doesn't work because you can't score points after the game in football, where you absolutely can, and you can reframe, and you can score points well after the debate. Right?
Well, yeah, you're talking about the season, Wick. We're talking about the game. You can have a bad loss and then make it to playoffs and make it to the bowl and then win the whole thing. But he lost this game,
and this wasn't the strongest, and it could have been much stronger. I agree, right? He messed up, but he did get in one swipe that I think is going to be played over and over and over again.
I don't think voters,
says,
like undecided voters at this point, are not confused. No, I don't think voters right now are confused about how Trump feels about that.
Let me ask Wick, when you say the one clip, what clip are you referring to?
When Walz asks him, right? Walz asks him, do you think Trump won, or who do you think won in 2020? I forget the exact phraseology he has. But he basically dodged the answer. He didn't answer the question. And then Walz said, that's a damning non-answer. That clip, that exchange, that's going to be played over.
Can I push a little bit, Wick?
Wait. Let me respond to this particular. I agree with you. I remember that. I remember that part. But the problem is what immediately came afterwards was J.D. Vance saying, well, I know you're saying that, and we can talk a lot about this, and here are my thoughts on that. But you're not answering this question about censorship. And then when Tim went to answer, to give him credit, he did go to answer, but his answer was in line with what a lot of moderates and conservatives fear from the Democrat Party, which is censorship on social media, right? There was one part in particular in which J.D. Vance said, like, no, you have a right to say what you want on social media, and you have a right to express your opinion. And what was Tim Walz's response to that? Well, not if it's hate speech. Well, conservatives have been, censored over quote unquote hate speech for how long now? And a lot of people are iffy on that. They don't like the idea of hate speech becoming the new reason for censorship.
Saying
I think that he flipped it.
People should die is not quote unquote hate speech, and I see a lot of that. So I think
hate speech is free. Well, first of all, I'm guessing under your position that would be hate speech, but hate speech is free speech. Just to be clear.
Okay, that doesn't mean it's good.
It doesn't mean you should be able to get legally penalized, and the government should be talking to social media companies to get you banned.
Gibbs, give us the Gibbs. Oh wait, no, I was going to give it to Lois and then to Gibbs.
Lois,
sorry.
wow,
sorry,
it's all good. No, I think I don't.
It is almost midnight.
No, you good. I don't think that. Yeah, it's all good. I don't necessarily. I think the undecided voter right now is fairly fixed, but just not in a way that's clearly articulated. NPR kind of elicited this to some of their conversations that they had with undecided voters, where I think their decisions are decided and it's going to be kind of predicted on the last voting cycle that they did. I don't necessarily think that people who are in this undecided fence really care if J.D. Vance thinks that the election was stolen or otherwise. I don't necessarily think that's a powerful point the Democrats drive on, because I think what they're trying to do, which J.D. Vance is doing a good job at distinguishing himself, is that he's not a MAGA Republican. He never was. He was just a person. He's a person toeing the line, and by toeing the line requires allegiance to Donald Trump. But I think a better analogy to give here about J.D. Vance's role, kind of like, I'll use a football analogy. I'm so sorry, Wick. It's kind of like Carson Wentz to Patrick Mahomes in the situation, where Carson Wentz has established himself as being a capable quarterback. He is currently a backup, but if Patrick Mahomes gets hurt for whatever reason, it's reasonable to say that maybe Wentz could squeeze out a couple of wins, but not enough wins that would draw attention away from your starter. I think that's what J.D. Vance had to do in this debate, where he just has to be like, look, I just got to exist, and I have to exist in a way that doesn't have Trump talking about me. And if he can do that, and we'll see in the next couple of weeks, I think there'll be a net positive for him. Where for Tim Walz, he is almost in a symbiotic relationship with the Harris campaign. He doesn't really distinguish himself as something of difference. He tries to appeal to this Midwestern thing. That doesn't necessarily work. He tries to appeal to being working class. That doesn't necessarily work. He tries to appealing to being somebody of labor. That doesn't necessarily work. Climate doesn't work. He's just in this weird relationship with being the VP to Harris because they're not being clear about their substantive policy. And then he doesn't have the ability to articulate those differences. Like, this is what it actually is, because that's not his job. So, and then if he does that, then if he says something wrong, then it messes up the entire institution of this campaign.
Fair. I hear you on this. I don't understand the analogy, but I'm sure my audience does. But here's what I'm surprised.
It was a great one for someone who's informed on football. He's 100% right. The Trump campaign is like, we're confident
let me get
in
out
the
my
guy
fucking
we
point
got.
before you go on about the football shit. I don't care.
Harris is like, yeah, we have a guy.
You're gonna wait then. I'm going after him.
Yeah, but here's the thing. One of the questions that they alluded that they were going to bring up, but they never did, was the question about the Dockworkers strike. Unless I missed that, right? Which it's possible I did.
They glossed right over it.
Up with it.
Yeah. I really wish they would have really gotten into what each candidate would do in an extended Dockworker strike. I would really have loved to hear the answer for both candidates on that. Because
I would love to hear Vance talk about how it seems like every fucking workers organization has struck under Biden that didn't strike at all under Trump. I would love to hear what Walz says back to that.
Gibbs and then Uni. Go ahead.
So I want to talk about three things real quick because I don't think we haven't really talked about. First, since we talked about openings, they did talk about the Dockworkers thing right in the opening, very glossed over. But another thing they did right when they talked about the opening was saying, and I thought this was an interesting quote, Iran is 2 weeks away from a nuke. And that's been a little tagline I've heard. And then I saw Walz try to pin that on Trump. And I think Vance did an outstanding job of flipping that on Trump, on Vance and going, well, it's been Biden, Kamala, it's been in office for the last 3.5 years. Back to the football analogy. This is why the run game analogy is so apt. And with the ball control, that's an early touchdown, right? So we got that in. Then what he did is after they had polled, they said the number one issue that Americans nationwide have been pulling on is immigration. The Vance campaign, Vance did a very good job of tying every issue back to immigration, whether it's a dunk or not. He took this is where the football analogy comes in again. He took the long shots down the field, even when it didn't necessarily seem like it was a good idea, and it paid off several times because you could take the risk when you're ahead. And finally, this speaks to their broader strategy, because Wick, you mentioned this isn't applicable just to single game. It's talked about the season. They can do things out the season. Well, let me talk about a broader strategy that both Trump and Vance have now employed across.
Is this going to be football?
It's good. It's perfect. It's not. But they've also spoken to the broader strategy. And this is, I guess, where we can apply a football thing. Head coach comes in, and they've showed a strategy they want to go across several games. And that is that, hey, Kamala has been here 3.5 years already and done jack shit. And they've done it every single time they've had a closing. That way, no one's been able to answer it. And they put a nail in that every time. And that has resonated with the public, because when you go to the grocery store, you see prices higher than ever. You see homelessness higher than ever. You see all these other things, job market. And the question is, well, you know what? It isn't Trump's fault. We've had 3.5 years to fix this, and it's only gotten progressively worse. And it's a brilliant over-the-season strategy by the Trump-Vance campaign.
We'll see how it works out. We got a new guy in here, but I want to get to Uni next. So Uni next, and then Rampage Paul. We'll let him go, and then we're gonna end it because it's midnight and I gotta go. But just real quick, I've been looking at some polls, been getting some poll numbers. So we have my poll, right? The best poll, the most wonderful poll that we did, where people gave it to Vance pretty clearly, right? The betting odds seem to have given it to Vance pretty clearly. I personally think Vance clearly won. However, iCal Rich has linked me the CBS poll and the CNN poll. In the CBS poll, it was 41 Walz, 42 Vance. So split decision. And in the CNN poll, Walz was ahead. Walz got it 53, Vance got it 47. So I think that while I think Vance took it away, I do wonder if it's simply going to be just a wash overall.
Wait, are those CBS and CNN viewers?
Yes.
They're a poll.
Yes.
Right. Done by CNN.
It's a poll of their viewers?
Oh, I don't know.
Yes.
Okay,
it's a
because
poll
if it's
of
a
people who
poll of
went to
their
their
viewers.
website, and yes.
Okay, yeah.
Not only
if it's a poll-
viewers, people who viewed it and then went to their website to fill out
Okay,
the poll.
yeah, that is, if that's the case, that's fucking useless. Like Newsmax put it like 98% Trump winning the last debate. Like CNN and CBS, I'll wait
Trump
for
did win the
Ipsos.
last debate 98%. Dude. What are you talking about?
So apparently, I'm being told that's wrong, that these are not polls from the website. They were polls with normal phone calls that they give as a flash poll at the end. I don't know. I haven't been given the methodology. So
maybe I'm wrong, but I know a lot of the polls that, I mean, you can literally go and click on, I think, the ABC and other news outlet polls. So maybe CNN and CBS do it differently, but... But yeah, if you look at the aggregates of all the polls, I mean, it's a clear Vance win. You can cherry pick two that probably find it otherwise, but I mean, the aggregates of polls, I've
only seen 3 polls,
everywhere.
So
wait. Aggregates of what polls? Because I mean, if you're looking at instant poll, like somebody put up a poll on Twitter or whatever, you aggregating those aren't going to tell you anything. What you have to do is you have to look at scientific polls that weight their cohorts. And so far, there's only been 2. There's been the CBS one and the CNN one. The CNN one, the methodology hasn't changed for decades. They always do this poll the same way. They use SRSS to, which is a polling outfit, and they always ask the same questions in the same ways. And their poll showed. Their poll was the one that showed Obama losing in his first debate. Their poll is the one that showed Biden losing in his debate back in June. Same poll.
Oh, I don't think there was a single poll that showed Biden winning
there's
that
only
debate.
2 scientific polls. You could aggregate those 2 polls, I suppose. But I don't know what you mean, but I don't know of any other scientific polls that are out yet. There's probably about 5 or 6 that'll be out by Thursday.
Yeah, I mean,
but if you go to just like individual websites and sure.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was gonna go, but then you guys started talking about polls.
Uni, go ahead.
Anyways, I wanted to go back to the censorship thing a while back. First of all, who's doing all the fucking censorship on Twitter? Like, people can't be progressive. A lot of people can't be progressive on Twitter without getting banned because Elon Musk has made the word cis a slur. It's not a slur.
It is a slur. It's a
shut
slur.
up. Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
It's a slur.
Anyway, shut the fuck up.
It's a slur.
Anyway. Be quiet.
Hey, really quick, I think. Hey,
it's Gibbs versus Lady Gibbs. Let's go.
It's
Gibbs versus
Hold on. No, let Uni. Hold on. Let Uni go. Let her have her say, and then we'll go to Rampage Paul, and then we're probably gonna wrap it up, unfortunately, because it's midnight.
On TikTok, you have to censor certain words. You can't say gay. You can say lesbian, but you can't say gay on TikTok because it's too controversial. Yes, there is some censorship like on other platforms, but a lot of that is it's legitimately harmful stuff that can lead to bad things happening. Just
gay
saying,
is legitimately harmful stuff.
No, I didn't say that. I said
that's liberal censorship, right? That's the Communist Party of China.
Yeah. So
I didn't say it. I was talking about censorship of more conservative opinions. But I think that's wrong. Of having
what was being referred to is about the pandemic. That's what they were talking. That's what Vance referred to. Vance referred to Americans should be able to go on and say their thoughts about the vaccine, about whether or not children should wear masks. I think that was the exact example he gave.
Yes,
I think you should be able to do that.
If it's leading to misinformation, that's actually fucking dangerous.
No, but we were right. But children, babies didn't need to wear masks.
Wait, I don't even know if we can have this conversation because we're on Twitch. Yeah. So I mean, maybe we should not have the conversation.
Jeb, it's not. It doesn't even need to go down to this. This is why I think another thing as well, when it comes down to Vance winning, is you just saw tonight what the Trump campaign did when they start talking about democracy against Trump. They're not going to pull the Kamala slid in there because Biden dropped out. They're not doing that anymore. What they're going to do is they're going to talk about the censorship that happened under COVID, which is what Vance did tonight. And I think this is another reason that Democrats need to think about.
I don't think that's going to win.
Wait, no. But this might resonate more with the layman or the people that don't agree with politics more than January 6th in democracy.
I disagree. I think that if I may, and then I'll let Uni finish, and then we'll let you go. But I hard disagree. Yeah. I think that there's a lot of voters out there, right, who, for whatever reason, the democracy thing is the third most important thing that they have, and this is their. They're a toss-up. They're like, well, I don't like a lot of Kamala's gun stuff, but I don't like
based on what?
This other stuff. But this January 6th stuff is a red line to me.
Polling.
Right?
Hey, Wick, just to be clear. Hey, Jeb, just to be...
I've never seen
Wick,
polling
just to be
clear
here.
Well, I understand, but you also said earlier that you've seen a ton of aggregate polling about tonight that just doesn't exist.
No, I'm saying I am aggregating I'm saying if you look at the aggregate of the polls that have come out on most news sites, which I guess aren't scientific enough, most of them have Vance winning. I didn't say I looked at aggregate polling. I said 90% of the polls you'll see right now anywhere say Vance won. 90% of the people you talk to right now anywhere will say Vance won. But CNN and CBS and CNN seem to be the only outliers in that regard.
And Wick, just to be clear here,
they're the only
just
two.
to be clear, hey Jeb, or I'm sorry, Wick, just to be clear here, I am right on page with you. I think Donald Trump should never set in office again. I think what he did in January 6th with the fake electors, all that shit is what I talk about all the time. I think it's one of the most atrocities we'll ever see, seriously. But when it comes down to when I'm seeing what these polls are coming about, when it talks about like the end question, not before the question before the closing, where people is going to probably resonate with you, the last thing you probably said. Okay, maybe some people say the first, but whatever. We'll say it's the last thing. The last question was talking about democracy. And Vance did a fantastic job tonight of pushing away the whole narrative of January 6th and talking about the censorship.
No. Here's the thing.
Absolutely
Vance
correct.
did a terrible job at it, but Walz did a worse job. That's the problem. Walz
maybe, yeah.
Vance didn't win this. Walz lost this. Walz had a perfect
they both were good. They both were good.
On the last answer, I'm talking the last answer, specifically the last answer, not the debate overall.
Yeah,
the debate overall, Vance
lost
clearly won, in my opinion. I think overall,
the
I'm talking
censorship
about that
thing.
last answer with the censorship thing. I think Walz screwed it up.
Well, but it's real obvious with the censorship thing. Whenever we just had Zuckerberg admit to being in cahoots with the Biden administration on this.
No, okay,
right?
hold on. He said he got
Jeb. You
pressured from both sides. He got pressured from both sides. I just want to
about
clarify.
COVID.
Hold on, Jeb.
Not specifically about COVID.
Specifically
but he did
said
express
that he got forced by the government, basically, and he was in cahoots with them to do this. Now, someone brought up Elon Musk, our Lord and Savior on X. He basically is the only free haven for speech now on the major places. So, yeah, I disagree with all this. And it's pretty clear that the Dems, whenever they're pressuring Zuckerberg and others to censor any kind of misinformation that they deem or any hate speech they deem, that, yeah, it's a fumble and a big one. And it was an amazing tactic.
Okay, so we do have a focus group. Hold on.
Cuts me off when I drop
we
the
have a CNN focus group for what that's worth, right? We're an undecided Michigan voter. It says that he chose to vote for Kamala Harris tonight after J.D. Vance's damning answer on January 6th stuck with him.
Oh no!
And this is a quote. I don't think I
One
can trust
person
someone
from a focus
with my
group.
vote if they're not going to respect it. Sure,
Hey, it might show the
it's
opposite
weak
of what
data.
I just said.
Strong.
But what do you have to?
Wait. That seems like an oddly philosophically framed way to answer for some guy. I'm not going to vote for somebody who refuses to respect my vote. Are you?
It's also.
Hold on. Pretty big story in this.
I've heard Jeb say the same thing.
Hold on,
It's
even
also-
left-leaning sites like the
Jeb's
Baltimore
more
Sun
philosophical
I will not
guy.
be able to respond. It's one dude in a focus group of 50. It's a 2% figure. Even if your figure is 100% correct and
10
totally
people
scientifically
there.
sound,
You see the whole
but you
focus
said
group.
1%.
Oh wait, not even 10. There's 7. There's 7 folk.
It's incredibly scientific. A sample size of 7, Jeff.
You quoted one person out of 50. You quoted one person that said that moved the needle for them, right?
It's essentially a study, really.
Stop interrupting me. Did 7 people say that quote in unison, or did one person say that quote?
No, Wick is saying. I think if I'm not misunderstanding what Wick is saying, he's saying there's 7 people in the focus group.
Yes, there's 7 people in the focus
Let me
group.
finish my thought. Oh my
Not
god.
50.
Okay,
50.
sure. So even at best,
Of 7.
if it's 100%, if that one person is 100% reflective of the U.S. voter base, we're talking less than 20% of people were convinced by that answer, and that was Walz's best moment in the debate.
Hold on. Here's the thing. It doesn't have to sway everyone. It has to sway a couple thousand in Pennsylvania, a couple thousand in Arizona, a couple thousand in Georgia.
Yeah,
That's
but
all it
then
has
how
to
many
fucking
were swayed
do.
by Vance absolutely dog-walking him the entire rest of the debate?
Again,
That's
if
what
the
we're talking
median
about.
unswayed voter cares about that at all, which I don't
He
see
also
any
lied on the
evidence.
stand-in for free speech, by the way.
Stop interrupting me, because I want to touch on that. There are no polls that show democracy as a top 3 issue for people. There's one poll that shows it in the top 5, and it's number 5. That's what I wanted to jump in. I knew everyone was going to jump in. Inflation. Hold on. Inflation and immigration are like 80% of what people give a fuck about right now.
Yes.
And then healthcare is the third. not democracy.
I also want to add.
Yeah, well, and in this poll, abortion is combined with healthcare.
Can we all just agree tonight that what we saw tonight is the main reason why we should never see Trump in politics again? Like actual debate, actual fucking
Trump or Kamala.
That's what I came here to say. I wanted to say one thing.
Agree on that at least.
Yeah, I just wanted to say one thing. This is the reason I came in, is because I think that this is something that we used to talk about every time there was a debate, and that was the expectations game. Now, I just showed you 2 polls that showed that it's a very, very close debate, one in one direction and one in the other direction, very close debate for both of those polls. But that's not what really matters, in my opinion. What matters, in my opinion, is the expectations game. And the fact is, the expectations for Walz was sky high, and the expectation for Vance was very low. So I think at best, Walz has just at best maintained where he was, which I think is why the polls were so close. But I think anybody who had this cartoonish idea of the way in which Vance talks, and a lot of what we've seen of him up now is cherry pick stuff from the past, and now he was able to we were able to see him for an hour or two, and he didn't. He didn't look like the cartoon that the memes were showing up until now. And so just strictly on the expectations game, I think Vance won. And really, honestly, that's the most important aspect.
It's almost like the opposite of Kamala, right? It's almost like Kamala.
Neither won, but Walz lost. That's...
I would argue that Walz won on points, but I would
fucking...
be biased in that one.
To say that Vance didn't look great in this debate is just, it's so biased, man. He looked great. He got caught off balance on almost no issues other than the very last one.
We're going to give Uni last word, and then we're going to go because it's midnight and I'm an old man. Okay. And I'm
anyways, I was talking about fudge. I didn't know that they were talking about the 2020 and COVID pandemic and free speech, but I do not think that you should have the right to spew misinformation on the internet. No, that's not okay. I don't know what you guys are talking about. And
tell you what, Uni, if you want to talk about moderation in general, or at least censorship in general, I should say, I would love to set something up about that specifically. DM me. We'll figure that out. What about the compliments? Critical thinking veteran. Nice to see you. You have the best wolves in the business. Nice to see you, buddy. Okay. We're going to end it there. Tomorrow, we're going to be talking about the state of the race with some folks. That'll be fun. And then Thursday, we're going to have a debate on the filibuster. So if you are very anti-filibuster, reach out to me. We got some filibuster defenders. I need some people who don't like the filibuster, who are willing to throw down on Thursday, 6 p.m. Eastern. Contact me and let me know. But right now, we are going to have to go. I love you all. Like the stream, subscribe. Bye-bye.